Give me better food.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails, Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad, Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients for our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood-smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm-sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ihuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obidifoodsLimited.com. Website www.obidifoods.com. Obidi Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1 773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Right, welcome guys, welcome ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another segment of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Troy, I'm trying to settle down in here. I have a couple of people requesting for mic already. So guys, just bear with me 1 second. I need to, there we go. All right. So people can hear me clearly. Nice. Let me confirm that again. People can hear me loud and clear, right? Dr. O, Sonia, welcome. Chooks, General, Ikinga, Olawumi, Odnoayo, TK, Lions, Art, Nanya, Dole, Mexi, Ada, Adawari, Gerard. Everyone, you can hear me? Beautiful, beautiful. All right, thanks, guys. Welcome, welcome. It's a lovely day today, Friday. It's hurt in Chicago. It's really, really hot in Chicago. And Chicago is a very crazy place. The weather was insane yesterday, 103 degrees, and within a twinkle of an eye, it just started raining. And after 30 minutes, everywhere was dry. Everywhere was dry. That's one thing about Chicago weather. Um, yeah, that's that's what's up from my side. How you guys doing? Welcome. Another segment of Off the Cuff with Jimmy today. Lovely day to have an interesting topic. Today we'll be having a mind-blowing conversation regarding bigotry. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Looking forward to it, and hopefully I'll get some people to join me on the speaker section to have a robust conversation. We spoke about it briefly sometimes early this year, but we didn't go in depth. I hope we do that today. I hope so. I hope we get to that part today. Hopefully, the bigots amongst us can come up and speak as well. Um, you already know my platform is level playing field for every single one, regardless of your political affiliation, tribe, ethnicity, religion, or your sexual preference. I create a platform where people can have a conversation that is based on facts, not emotions. Well, in some cases, but the point is, whatever conversation you're having here, there's not going to be any boost. And I love the fact that it's been going well lately, and I plan on keeping it that way. Of course, with the help of lovely listeners like everyone here right now. I can see people on the live stream already. Already, we have less than 15 minutes. We have 27 people across board. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter, 27 people. And on Twitter X itself, the space platform, we have 20 people there. And it's still growing. Beautiful. Thanks. Abisola, I see every single one of you. Thanks for being part of this. Today, we're going to be talking about fathers of bigotry, politics, religion, or tribe. It's actually more than that, but I could only put in few characters in the title, and that was the reason why I shortened it that way. Fathers of bigotry. Is it our political leaders, our religious leaders, or our traditional leaders, rulers, whatever we want to call them? What is dividing us? And that is a topic we're going to be addressing today. And of course, we do this with the support of OBG Foods, and we do this every Friday, 9 a.m. I think, is it California time? Yeah, 9 a.m. California time, 11 a.m. Chicago time, 5 p.m. Nigerian time, and I think 6 or 5 p.m. UK time. The bottom line is we do this every Friday. Before we dissect this topic today, let's talk about what unites us as humans, what makes us um, be fitting for whatever it is we want to do. Work, eat, sleep, waking up, going about your business. I'm talking about food. And it brings life to every single thing we do every single day. And no one does it better than OBG Foods, from the tastes of home to the heart of traditions, all the way from Enugu State, Nigeria, to America and Canada, making their way to the United Kingdom. Hopefully, before the end of this year, that will be achieved. OBG Food brings you Nigerians delicates in America here, ingredients, foodstuffs, where people can actually feel at home wherever they are in America and Canada. It's lovely. It's lovely. They send us up of the packages with amazing content, amazing food ingredients, and they're all beautiful, beautifully made, locally crafted, packaged, produced in Nigeria, and shipped all the way to America and Canada. Let me put it that way, because I'm not certain about when they will be officially opening in the United Kingdom. But yeah, Thanks to OBG Foods they're listening to right now. Welcome, guys. Today, we judge ourselves based on our tribe. OBG Food judges us based on what we consume. Thanks for that, guys. Welcome. Lovely. Before we jump into the topics for today, I always do my inspirational talk. Um, and for today, I actually want to talk about something that has to do with matters arising within the country and on the TL, what has been going on for a while now, and a little bit of escalation yesterday. And I really want to break it down in the way people will understand. Okay, there's too much agitation, there's too much um, unbalanced, there's too much uncertainty, too much guessing, anticipation, presumptions. Oh my goodness, all over the place. And I believe there are ways we can go about this without misunderstanding ourselves in different ways. The key point is we drawing a boundary and understanding what we're up against. Okay. So today, my inspirational talk will be based on division of labor. And what I mean by division of, I'll be coming from a different angle this time around because I want to emphasize on how powerful um, decision, division of labor is. It's a secret weapon for movement that wins or that wants to win. Division of labor. You see, the greatness of any movement is not in the noise they make, but in the structure that sustains its soul. It has to come with passion, a passion fueled with positive anger, but at the same time, it can be structured in a way that it will last. So I'm here today, my brothers and my sisters, in the struggle for a better country. Let me welcome you to Off the Cuff with Jimmy first, before I go right into this particular topic, division of labor, as my inspirational talk for today. The one place where silence becomes speech is the apathy um, that is challenged by truth. And what I mean by that is talking about a principle so old but yet revolutionary, a principle that is built on power itself, a principle that had built empires, won wars, scaled through revolution, and created nations. The principle is division of labor. Let's go a little bit back into history. For my Christian brothers and sisters and my non-Christian brothers and sisters. Let me just use it as an example. When God created the world, He didn't um, plant, water, harvest, and bake bread in one day. Creation had structures. In fact, the structures were sequential, one at a time, accordingly, how important they are. Separation of functions, where one thing is created before the other based on how important they are. Why then should a movement with the audacity to dream of a new Nigeria operate like a chaotic beehive? We are all over the place. And let's be honest, we cannot all do everything at the same time, but we can do it together. We can do everything if we learn to play our roles. I'm using today's case study of the obedient movement, and I'm deliberately doing that because it's one of the matters arising. The obedient movement is the most, listen to this, guys, the most passionate, organic, diverse, and intelligent force Nigeria has ever seen in its dramatic, in its political, and its democratic history. And that's a fact. But passion without order is like a fire without direction. It burns right, it burns in a very bright way, but consumes itself so quickly if it's not working the way it's meant to work. If we want to win and not just trend, we must embrace division of labor. We must embrace diversity and focus on the key areas where everyone can play their roles and responsibilities within the movement. Let's break it down. I believe from our engagement on the tier, Twitter spaces, we've seen the capabilities, we've seen the antecedents, we've seen the abilities, the talent each and every single one of us brought to the table, what we're capable of doing in different ways. And from my own understanding, I've been able to understand that look, the obedient movement, we have people that we can consider as think tanks. I'm talking about intellectual strategists. These are the architects, the researchers, the policy analysts. Um, these are the people that compare Peter Obi's governance with other candidates. They create factual database, data-backed content for the movement. They develop blueprint on education, healthcare, even though they eventually plan on going back to Nigeria and implement all these things when Peter Obi becomes the president. They build the brain of the movement. These are the think tanks. We have people like that. Let us respect what they do, and they should keep at what they do and do it well. We have the digital warriors. I'm talking about the narrative defenders. These are the Twitter thread wars, um, the TikTok creators, meme engineers, space hosts. These people trend relevant hashtags, the correct false narratives. They promote unity while attacking misinformation. But the key is starting early and staying consistent. They need to control the algorithm. They own the street of internet on Twitter and hopefully on every other social media platform. And we have the grassroots mobilizers, the ground force, the groups that organizes people on the grassroots level, local level. They translate messages on flyers into local dialects, visit marketplaces, mosques, churches, motor parks, door to door enlightenment. The evangelist of the movement's message. They print and distribute simplified leaflets across the nation. They are good at it. They know how to do this. They are the heart. If the digital space has a one, they are the heartbeat of the movement because of what they do on the grassroots level. We have the professionals, um, the networkers, the lobbyists, the influencers, people that knows how to reach out to businesses, elites, professional civil servants, creating fund pools, attend political conferences, private messages, private conferences, private meetings to network for the movement, to position the movement in a better light, to position the movement in a right direction where we can have what it takes to bargain and sit at the table. We have the people that shapes, that push the narrative in corporate and elite world. They are spaces. They go in there and they get the job done. They bring credibility, reach, and funding power to the movement. That is their role. They are good at it. Let us keep it that way. We have the creative designers, musicians, filmmakers, people that actually turns scripted messages into visual and audio templates, platforms. These are the people that compose jingles, design posters, direct skits, short documentaries. They use storytelling to reach people's emotions. They don't just pass a message, they do it creatively in a way it sticks into the ordinary Nigerian, ordinary citizens' mind, and they remember that. We have the peacemaker. I need to mention them as well. The moderators, the reconciliers, the people that always want to close that bridge. When there is a conflict, they're always there to resolve it. When there's a misunderstanding, they want to step in to sort it out. They moderate Twitter spaces with neutrality. They ensure no camps feel neglected. They are calm when tension arises. They build unity. They have the spirit, mind, and soul to remind us that we are one body, even with many parts. That is their job, and they are good at it. We also have the legal and ethical guidance, people that monitors the electoral violations, people that reminds us, they educate us, they enlighten us about the constitution. They document threats and attacks. They're the ones that files defamation claims. They're the ones that tell us this is the legal way to go about this. This isn't the right way to go about it. They assist persecuted members with legal support, uphold democratic ethics in all campaigns. They are the conscience and the shield of democracy within the movement. They are doing their jobs. In conclusion to my enlightening talk for today, inspirational talk for today, the power of a structured unity is the people. The problem is not that we don't have the numbers. We do. The problem is not that we don't have the passion, because we do. The real question is, do we have the structure? All the things I just listed now, it is one thing for us to have it. How operational is it? How consistent is it? And that is where the vision of labor comes in. Not to separate us, but to unite us in these functions. Let every voice rise in its field. Let no gift go to waste. Let no obedience sit idle thinking. I'm not um I'm not needed. I'm not that important. It's not my thing. They will not recognize me. Let's disregard these thoughts. You belong somewhere, find your lane, build your lane, master your lane, own your lane. Together, we have to form a super highway, no pun intended, to victory. So let me leave this with us before we go deep into the topic itself. The hands that write the policies may never trend on Twitter or on any social media platforms. The voice or the voices that trends may never print a single flag. The feet that work on the streets, that goes from one market to the other, may never have the chance to host a space. But when all the play in questions, their roles are appreciated. When they play their role, they are all appreciated. And together they can make history and not noise. So I say again to my fellow brothers and sisters, well meaning Nigerians, obedient, and people that are championing for the betterment of that country. Find your strength, find your team, find your purpose, and do it, not for Obi, but for Nigeria. This is not just a movement, it is a mission, and the structure is our secret weapon. Thanks for listening to me. It's Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Today's inspirational talk again, the vision of living. Thank you so much, guys. I see the The live stream is building up slowly, and people on X are here listening patiently. Thank you so much, guys. Dr. O, Donke, Chooks, Ikenga, Nosre, Olawumi, Dr. Naza, Ade Spacer, Otunlayo. So, Everman, TK, Homegrown, CHK, Kinsley, Uchuko, Mem, BA, man, different names. MJB, Ike, Ada, Danny, MX, MXE, Nana, Nania, Adawari, Gerard, Brute Force, always ended the five anonymous listeners. Thank you so much for being part of this. Without wasting any much time, I'm going to dive right into today's topic. Again, I decided to cut it short because of limited characters allowed as the topic. Fathers of bigotry, politics, religion, or tribe. In essence, what I wanted to put there is are politicians our problem? Is it our religious leaders or our traditional rulers? What is actually dividing us? That question is a huge one, but we're going to break it down today into pieces. So let me start with this. Once upon a time, in the heart of Kaduna, a 12-year-old boy named Musa had a best friend, Chinedu. They played football together on a dusty street. They shared lunch in each other's homes and protected each other from bullies. Then came riots of 2000. Overnight, Musa's parents said, "Don't talk to infidels." Again, Chinedu's uncle said, "Don't go near those Hausa people anymore." And just like that, best friends became strangers. Not just any strangers, strangers taught to hate by the very people meant to guide them. Welcome to the Nigeria we've inherited. Today, we are pulling no punches. We ask who truly fathered this demon of division? Politicians, preachers, monarchs, and how much of our silence has fertilized this hate? This is not just a conversation, it is a confrontation with history, with culture, and with conscience. Again, thanks to OBG Food for supporting us with this episode as they've always been doing. Thank you so much, appreciated. Now, I'm going to start with an enlightenment, an intellectual, let me put it this way, an educational um, foundation to put things into order for people to understand how far we've come, the unfolded incident that might have led us to what we have today. I'm going to start from 1914. I'm talking about the amalgamation of the northern and the southern protectorate. No mutual consultation was made. Let's get that as a fact. None whatsoever. The colonial policy sowed division through indirect rule. In 1947, Zik versus Amadou Bello, mutual suspicion in is it pre-independence conference. It started at that point in time. And in the 1960s, politicians form parties based on ethnicity. We have the NPC, the NCNC, and the AG. By 1966, the coup and counter coups was based on ethnic or tribal retaliation. Narrative begins. In the 1980s to 2000, ethno-religious crisis in Kano, Kaduna, and Jos, non-stop. In 2011, post-election violence after Buhari lost. In 2023, the online hate between obedient, Baptist, and articulate becomes warfare. Now, from the colonial masters, the tactics was divide and rule. To the political elite, weaponizing tribe and faiths, Nigerian leaders did not just inherit bigotry, they engineered it. Let's go a little bit backward because I just landed on 2023. Let's go back a little bit again. And the reason why I want to do this is simply because I want to start from the politicians. So remember, guys, it is politics, religion, or tribe, meaning politicians, religious leaders, and traditional rulers. So I'm going to start with our politicians. Shehu Shagari in 1983. Nigeria is a Muslim country. He said that in 1983. Fact check me. He said it as if there was no Christians or there were no Christians in that country. Bola Tinubu in 2022. Muslim ticket in a multi-faith country. Femi Fani-Kayode in 2023. He said, if Obi wins, it's Biafra Republic. That was a dangerous statement. That was an insightful statement. That was a discouraging statement. That was a demeaning statement, a belittling statement, a dangerous narrative that could actually put people at the edge of civil war. And what was the result of that statement? Attacks on Igbo in Lagos post-election. By the way, everything I'm saying is based on facts. If you think otherwise, I'm going to open the floor for people to come talk. Again, regardless my religion, regardless my tribe, regardless my political affiliation, my job on this platform, what I've placed upon myself to do is never to be biased. I'll call things out the way they are, and I expect us to have a civil, intellectual conversation, not the conventional spaces we used to have. I want it to be based on facts and figures. Attacks on Igbos in Lagos did happen. Fact. And these were attacks that was based on statements that encouraged those attacks. And these statements were not just coming from ordinary people, they're coming from highly placed figures, people that hold important position in the society, and people listen to them. That was how dangerous it was. Attacks on Igbos in Lagos post-election did happen, and it's still happening. Recently, I saw a picture of a documentation on how they want to change all the streets named in Igbo or that has Igbo names to Yorubas. I saw that. I don't know how valid that is. I don't know how true that is. But if anybody knows anything about that, I welcome you to come speak on it. Please. I see people requesting for mine. Don't worry, I'll open up the platform in a bit. Without wasting much time, let me go straight to the next one. Religious leader, Pastor David Ibiyomi in 2017. He opened his mouth and said, "Don't marry evil men." I don't understand what that meant. I don't understand what he meant by that. If it was a joke, that was an expensive one. If he was preaching about it and he said it in a manner to crack or subtle joke, it didn't go well. I don't know what he meant by "don't marry evil men." Why not? You don't say things like that without continuation or wrapping it up to what you really do mean. But that aside, Sheikh Gumi in 2021. Christians in the military cannot fight Boko Haram. Do you know how dangerous that statement is? I know a lot of people will listen to that and be like, what's the big deal in that? That statement is actually pregnant. Christians in the military cannot fight Boko Haram, indirectly demonizing a religion in a way to favor the Muslim people because they believe whatever any army does or any soldier does, regardless of their religion, will be considered a hate against another religion person, especially if the person is a Christian. So therefore, let's replace all the Christians or replace all the Christian military men to Muslim military men. Then we can have a fair military combat with the mindset that Muslim military men can only fight Muslim Boko Haram. That was a dangerous statement. But guess what? Nothing happens in a country called Nigeria. Next, traditional rulers. The Oba of Lagos once said, Igbos who don't vote Ambode will be drowned in the lagoon. I didn't make it up. That's a fact. He said it. These are the statements that we talk about and want to analyze how dangerous they are. So it's not just about saying it, it is who is actually saying it. In Yoruba, they call it kabiyesi, meaning no one dares ask you why, what, when, or where. Kabiyesi, and as an Oba of Lagos, you say things like that, no one there questions you. In fact, people will do as you say. That's how dangerous these statements, these narratives are. These are not just offhand statements. They are bomb exploding trust and unity, attacking our peace in our society. Now, let me paint a scenario to us. Imagine you're hiring someone, or let's say two candidates, same qualifications. One is Yoruba, the other is Igbo. Your mother says, pick your own. What would you do? That's my first scenario. Imagine you are hiring someone, two candidates, and you need just one position. You have one position. Obviously, you just need one person. So you're hiring someone, but there are two candidates. Same qualification. One is Yoruba, the other is Igbo. Your mother says, pick your own. What would you do? Remember, it's no more about um, qualification or credibility. They both have it. So, what's going to be the determining factor of picking one person? Is it going to be based on your tribe, your religion, or your ethnicity? That's the number one scenario. The number two scenario, your daughter brings home a Muslim man from the north. She loves him. Your pastor warns against it. Who wins? So when I say your daughter, the person could be Igbo or Yoruba because they brought in a Muslim man from the north. So let's put it that way. It could be Middle Belton. It doesn't really matter. But the point is this: she loves him, but your pastor warns against it. Who wins? Your love or what your pastor says? So number one is you challenging your mother. The number two, you challenging your pastor. And number three, you are stranded in a strange town. The only help you can get is from someone from a tribe that you hate. Will you accept help or hold on to your hate? As a matter of fact, I'm going to put those three scenarios as a poll in the comment section for people to do justice to that. But we're not here to talk about just those three scenarios. We're here to address the madness we've gotten on our hands at this stage, at this point in time. I started with the history of how it began, and right now, it's not going anywhere. So it's not. Man. Yeah, it's here to stay. I don't know why, but we have to talk about it. A lot of people have been pushing back on it. A lot of people have been avoiding it, but I really want to have a conversation about it. I'm willing to hear from every single person, every single person. Um, and another thing I'm willing to do today is to make it a fair playing field. I'm not going to put two opposing people on the same platform. I'll give you time to speak. Everyone is going to get equal time. You speak your facts, and the people will be listening. And not just people on Twitter. People are listening on all the social media platform right now. Let me check the numbers. We already have about 170 people listening across all social media platforms. Last week we had about 10,000 people watching live. I hope people coming to listen today as well, because the narrative needs to be changed. You cannot keep attacking people's tribe and hope not to get attacked. Now, I don't want to know why you're doing what you're doing. You can request for the mic and do what you come and explain the reason why you're doing what you're doing. But the point is, we need to have this conversation. People need to listen from everyone, all sides. And we're here to learn. But I would appreciate it if we can come with facts and figures. Put it in the comment section. I'm looking forward to seeing them, Ari and his goons, because I know they'll probably be here. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to see the Yoruba Rumi people as well. Again, everyone will be given equal chance to speak. But I want people to actually see how far, how deep this has actually gone. Because at a point in time, a lot of people were reaching out to me when they see shocking tweets, pictures, they sent to me. And it got to a point whereby I got to realize, you know what, you have to stay out of this. Because when a Yoruba person sent me a tweet complaining to me about what Ari posted, and you see those tweets really and truly, you be like, yeah, this is disgusting. But guess what? A few minutes later, you see another tweet that is worse than what they sent you about Harry or Sizwe or any of these frigosters, right? And you'll be like, why would you want to tweet this in the first place? So I'm saying both sides are wrong. But one thing I know for certain, based on how things unfolded, let's not go too far. Let's start from the last election, 2022, 2023. The way the narrative was changed, that PO was pushing for a Christian um, candidacy, that was disgusting. In actual sense, we had three candidates, coincidentally, from the three major Wazobian, tribes in the country, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. We clearly heard the Yoruba said it is his own tongue. The Hausa man wants people to vote for him rather than the Igbo and the Hausa. But just simply because the Igbo man spoke in a church. Now, they're not really after the message. They're not really after what he spoke about. They are capitalizing on where he spoke, which was in the church. But clearly, he stated it. He said, do not vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Don't vote for me because I'm a Christian. Vote for competent character and someone with human sympathy. None of the other contestants did that, or candidates did that, or said that. And that's fact. But the way it was used and turned around and was fed to the algorithm was so shocking. It was fleet, turned around, and it was what they were using as an agenda. And they overflogged it. They did. Now, this is based on what I know. You can argue with me, you can disagree with me. Kindly request for the mic. Show me the receipt and I'll put it out there. I've been on different spaces where people will tell me, no, Bobby said they should vote for him because he's Christian. I've not seen a proof of that yet. Maybe I'm going to see it today. Who knows? Maybe. Anyway, it's not going to be an echo chamber today. And I'm not just going to be the one with the long monologue. I'm done with that now. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, of the Coffee Gym today, Friday. It's going to be a lovely, interesting, engaging, and intellectual conversation today. I do this every Friday, 11 a.m. Chicago time, 5 p.m. Nigerian time. Thanks for being part of this. I see all the listeners on Twitter Space, and I see all the 178 people watching all across the social media platform: Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. Thanks for being part of today's conversation. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be an interesting one, educational, intellectual, and enlightening conversation. Grab your seat or grab something to sit on, sit back, enjoy the show. So, my brother, I can see you requested for the mic. Although I requested, I think you dropped, maybe got a call. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to listening to every single one of you. So, my brother, thanks for being here. We had a conversation about the topic. We tried changing the topic a couple of times, but due to the amount of characters we can allow to be on the topic section, I couldn't. But thanks for being part of this. Much appreciated. I noticed you were on the space earlier on before you came down here. It's good we hold the spaces to have serious and impactful conversation. And the fact that I think you mentioned it on that space that we're going to have to go to another space coming up. I'm guessing it's mine. Thanks for that. I'm not taking it for granted. And for everyone here, you could be doing something else. It's Friday. You could be enjoying, relaxing elsewhere, but you've decided to come here um, and be on my platform. Thank you so much for that. I so much appreciate and respect your decision for being here. Thank you. I see um, everyone joining the space again. Let me acknowledge my known faces. Dr. O to the BAMS, welcome. Don't care. Nigeria must walk. Chuks Ikenga, Nosre, Olawumi, Dr. Naza, Grandmaster himself, Miss Andy, Lady B, the Amaka, Sir Steven, TK, the Kem, every single one of you. The list just keeps growing. Thank you so much, guys, for being part of this. Mr. So, welcome. Jump in. How you doing?
I'm alright, Jay. Do you want us to make this interactive or do you want me to submit?
Oh, yes. So what I want to do is I want to hear your take on the whole thing first. I'm gonna hear
Okay.
the take of others, and when we're done from what we've submitted, we can have open conversation because I'm certain by the time you finish your submission, someone will have a contradicting view about your statement, and that's how we just go deep into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I try not to be contradictory these days because I think I found the balance, in everything, about Nigeria. And that balance is almost relevant to what you've asked this question. And yes, you're right. We went through the topic a couple of times. And this is befitting because you might have to mute your mic. There's an echo coming back.
Oh, okay, 1 minute.
But the feedback from the handle.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, not really. It's still bouncy.
Okay, so 1 minute.
Same.
Okay, 1 minute. All right, go ahead now. What about now?
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Once again, thanks everybody. And I mean, you set the tone for what you do on a weekly basis. I will not take that for granted because a lot of things have to be said in view of nation building, and I think that's where we are. We are at this point in time. I tell you one thing. I'm really glad. I'm really glad that a lot of us are getting older to have conversations that matter. Keyword then matter.
Sorry, sorry for
Yeah.
cutting it. So,
That's
guys,
fine.
if you want to join me in the studio, the link is on the jumbotron. Click on the link. I'll see your request on my end here, and I can bring it on the studio. That way, when you speak, everyone on all the social media platform can actually listen to you, hear you, and go. But right now, I think only people on Twitter can hear Soul. But what I try to do is connect it to a speaker. That way, people on the live stream can hear as well. So if I have someone come on the live stream now, I should be able to tell if they can hear people on Twitter speak clearly. So, guys, it's on the jumbotron, and yeah, I give priority to people in the studio with me here. But yeah, thanks. So go ahead.
Okay, thanks for that. Right. So I was saying, keyword being conversations that matter. So before election season comes and we all go into frenzy and we do our own thing, rightfully so. There is this time that we're experiencing now, and we kind of predicted this last year that there's just going to be this period that, what are we going to be doing? What kind of things are we going to be saying? And then the bold ones will pop up and start doing things that are relevant. And, I'm just thankful that at least you're one of those people, to be honest. Let me put that out there first. But you know where I stand with your energy. To the subject, the three things you pointed out, politics, religion, and tribe, these are the things that are really problematic in Nigeria as we speak. And to be fair, it is actually those three that divide us. The key now is which one are you aligned with and which one is, making you separate yourself from others, and you know that this is what is causing. Politics obviously is the main one at this point in time. You just have to go into any space, and I'm glad you hinted at this before. You just need to go into, let's use Twitter as a marker. You go into a Twitter space and you see the pure hate for APC, PDP, Labour Party, or whatever it is. There's a pure hate in there somewhere. I'm not saying all of it, but if you do a deep dive, at some point you would bring that out, you would see it. I mean, yes, I just got off the space, and in that space, it was coming. You know, the moderator kind of cut me down a bit. It was coming, you could see it. When you start saying stuff like, oh, we know what they're up to, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, but that's there. Tribe, we're talking about ethnicity now, that has always been there because we're still evolving. So we're going to deal with that on a separate level. And I'm sure as the show goes on, people will bring flashes of this, and maybe from an intellectual point of view, we can analyze it. I study anthropology. I love it, but it's easy for me to see how ethnicity can be a problem. And then tribalism, how it can raise its head at any given opportunity. And we've been doing this, you know, stuff like nepotism. These are children of stuff like that. Religion is the one I wanted to pass my tent on for another 5 minutes before I let go. The reason why I chose religion is because a lot of us belong to certain groups. And in some of these groups, you're not allowed to talk about religion and politics because it has been ascertained that those are the two key things that cause division among people. When you're talking about, you know, maybe from a cultural point of view. If you take away those two conversations, you can have a brilliant conversation with anybody, and you know what, you'll be like, wow, that was decent, that was cool. But the minute you understand what they believe in, or the minute you know what they believe in, or the minute you understand their political views, especially the Americans, there's a level of disdain that will be attached to that conversation. If you're smart enough to know that, you will park your lane and know how to deal with it. But if you're not, and you get parked up, then it leads to that disdain already, which inevitably leads to a level of separation. Apply that to Nigeria. Now, Nigeria has over 300 gods, whether we like it or not, but we don't know, but we do. We have over 300 gods because the idea of Christianity was only introduced barely a couple of hundred years ago. So before that, we were dealing with hundreds of gods. Now, these gods are still there. We call them in different names, you know, lady marriage, different things, but they're different gods, and now it's morphing into one. But the idea of the God is not a problem. The idea is the dogma and the doctrines that are pushed forward from these so-called people who, you know, put themselves in this perspective and make you believe that they're in a line with some higher being, giving you false narrative of how you should be a human. Nigeria has sat on that for years. We have not clearly defined what we truly believe in, whether we believe in ourselves or in our culture or whatever it is. So there's a lot of cognitive dissonance which religion has brought forward. I use that word because we've already had a study on this 2000, this after COVID, the effect of religion in the Nigerian society. That's what we're going to call it. And then we narrowed it down to the fact that it's cognitive dissonance, where you're questioning your beliefs. So anything that doesn't align with you, you either react to it or you're there to just challenge it. Challenging it is what we do. When we do that viciously, you saw that play out in the elections, and I'm glad you used that example of when Peter B went to church to speak to people, and the next thing you know, they want to coin it out to something else. This thing happens all the time. From the other who said, you know what, people are going to die, events or other things happen. For anybody who would bring out something that would make you think less of the next person because of what they believe in, that is one of Nigeria's biggest problems. We can deal with the political side because at the end of the day, all you have to do is sell the idea that nothing is going to help you, blah, blah, blah. Give them some money and you know something. We can deal with the tribalism side because that just takes levels of medication. But the religious side, because we struggle with spiritual dissonance, and that is a problem. I don't know what the solution is. Because we struggle with that level of spiritual dissonance, it affects the mindset of, I wouldn't say the average Nigerian, a lot of Nigerians. You know, so you see this problem, Jimmy, you see it constantly in our engagement. If someone comes and says he's a Muslim, there's already a mindset you have about Muslims. Because culturally, you already know. If someone comes and says he's a Christian and you're not a Christian, there's already an inclination of how you accept that person if you're a Muslim. If someone comes and says he's an atheist, he's almost like a devil. You know, not to talk about those other small gods. If anybody comes and says they serve a thing, or you look at them with pure hate because they don't know yet how to deal with this thing. So it's frightening at this point in time. But the fact of the matter, like the topic says, and I'm going to park it here because I think the conversation is long. The frightening thing is the religious side of things that we are aligned with right now in Nigeria. It's one that is evolving. It's one that we understand that we don't know about it entirely, but we are not willing to admit that we're still growing it. But we're using it as a tool to separate us instead of us building. When the Hutsis and the Tutsis, when they decided to come together, one of the first things that the man who's in charge, Paul Kagame, I think, what he did was ensure that religiosity was kind of wiped out completely. So you would see the normal person from what's that country again? Someone help me out. What's that country? Again, what country is that again? Where they had the Hutsis and the Tutsis. Rwanda, thank you very much. You would see a Rwandan as a Rwandan first. You make sure they did that. You would see a Rwandan as a Rwandan first, and they put that into law before you even go into what they believe in or how they operate. Now, when Nigeria gets to that mindset, because America is in that mindset, England is in that mindset, a few other people are in that mindset, you see the nationality of the person first, when you wouldn't bother about what they believe in, maybe we'll start getting that unity that we truly deserve. I hope that helps, but I'll be around anyway. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So beautiful. I love your breakdown and how you took it from.
Your mic's on mute if you are saying something.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was actually speaking. I forgot I didn't unmute my mic. So I love the breakdown you made from the politicians, religion, and traditional rulers. And these are the things I need us to talk about today. It has gotten so worse that recently, I think it was one Igbo king like that in a community in Lagos. He decided to release some prisoners, and it was disgusting. I mean, the government of Lagos recognizes this man, and it's been happening for a long time. He's been a king for a long time. But all of a sudden, simply because it's 2024 or 2025, and he spoke with authority, just because of that, they attacked him. It was attacked unprovoked because they saw him releasing some people, and people are hailing him Igwe and all that, and simply because it happened in Lagos, that was an abomination to them, right? So I don't know how we managed to get to that level, but the honest truth is it's only happening in Lagos. So why is it not happening elsewhere? Why is it not happening in Ibadan? Why not in Oyo? Why not in Isheyin? Why not in Ogun State? Oshun, Ondo, Akure, Ekiti. Why? Why only in Lagos? Because they'll tell you Lagos is a no man's land. Lagos is Yoruba land. How many people that have been living in Lagos? How many of them actually been home? Like being back in the eastern part of the country or the western part of the country, even in Lagos itself. Majority of the people that go there to claim Lagosians, they are from Ibadan, from Oshun, Abeokuta, all around. The real core people, the real core indigents of Lagos, they are being silenced. They are being silenced. Have the likes of GRV say because he cannot speak Yoruba fluently, he's not a Yoruba person. Anyway, we still have a long way to go. Odunayo, welcome. Karigo, welcome. Ochuko, so we'll do Odunayo, Ochuko, Karigo in that order. Odunayo, jump in. How you doing?
I'm okay. Good afternoon, sir. How are you, sir? Yeah, I usually use Central Time and Eastern Time and what's it called Pacific Time. So that's the California Eastern Time, the New York Time, and the Chicago the Central Time. So that people who are living in other parts of America, familiar this is the time frame as it is. So when you say your time factor, yeah. So yeah, very well. Thank you so much for this discussion. It's quite very imperative at the same time. The knowledge you have shared very well here is quite acknowledging. I really appreciate you for that deep research you've done here already. I listened to it and I enjoyed myself. So, an appetizer. Well, the issue of tribalism and all the things you see today in Nigeria did not just come today. You make a reference to 1957. Unfortunately, it did not start in 1947. You remember the name Herbert Macaulay, the Yoruba man, the grandson of what is his name? This man that translated to the Bible from English Bible to the Yoruba version. Can't remember his name.
Ajayi Crowther.
Ajayi Crowther, the grandson of Ajayi Crowther. Herbert Macaulay was the founder of NCNC. NCNC was not founded by I think it was when it came to meet and joined the NCNC and became secretary of the party. At the time, 1945-46, when Mr. Macaulay died, Azikiwe became the chairman of the party, became president of the party. So the party was not just a party per se, it was a militant party. But a party that was rooted not just in the declaration of Nigeria, but Africa. That's why many persons like Kwame Nkrumah, who saw Azikiwe as his mentor, can tell you very well that if you read the book, all this, you can see letters. I used to have photocopy of those letters for the purpose of future references. So I read this one in 2006. So I could remember almost every detail of the book because I enjoyed it very well. Not for the fact that the guy is a smart guy, he was a good writer. So I enjoyed book writing very well. So he actually said very clearly, and his intention was very simple to decolonize Africa. That was the intention of Azikiwe. Not just Nigeria, not just West Africa. His intention was to go through the whole of Africa. That was why most of his peers were not just people you can hear easily. You get the point. So you cannot take it away from him about his intention. However, by the time Awolowo came back and the Democratic Party is coming on, like you said, it's a divide and rule system. So the white men were able to engineer them to say, the only way to break Azikiwe's wing is to make sure that people like him came in. As Awolowo, I've been a fan of him. I've read some of his books. Step to Freedom. I think that was about four volumes. I read that one 2008. So I can tell you very well that in that book, he mentioned his entry into politics. I think we went about Nigeria, specifying his what we call the minority group in Nigeria. For him, I think he was already a top notch, not just at the political level. He was a driver of media, a very strong media arm, who was actually reporting issues that are affecting a lot of black persons and African persons in their own descent and the ills of the colonialism, right? A lot of people went to read his book, his newspaper every morning stand. This was the opinion of Mr. Boraigi in his book when he talked about how he developed British culture by reading Azikiwe's morning column every day. So they go to each person and listen and read them for themselves. Now, what I'm saying is this. Now, I want to came back. He saw the way the tentacle of Mr. Azikiwe. So he tried to join the new narrative. What did he do? He discovered people like Joseph Tucker and Abraham Disonia. A lot of people he discovered. How did he discover them? He made them understand that they are not and this kind, right? He tried to make sure that he bring people from the minority group and was able to make a base for them, right? He brought them in and identified them. He went in his book. He said he went to these places, right, to discover these places. Unfortunately, Joseph Tucker was a teacher, and he discovered him and brought him into the. What about Dabo? There's another guy. Dabo is a thief guy too. These are minority guys from the north town region of Nigeria. He brought them in, and that was one of the ways for him is politics. This is a in Nigeria. Now I talk about the NPC. The NPC was formed 1951 or so. And the Omoji was for 1948, 1959. Then AG was for 1949, 1950. So these are the political development of Nigerian system. So it was not like, oh, this SCSC was not formed by for the purpose of people agenda or anything. It was beyond people agenda. It wasn't people like as if we were saying. You get the point. As if we was almost still in Ghana. When the two guys were almost still in Ghana and they went to University of Pennsylvania where he did his degree sociology and all that. So it was for him, it was about Africa, right? That was why his argument with Mr. Saldana was, we have to build Nigeria first before you can build Northern. Saldana said, no, I'm a Northern first before I build Nigeria. You can understand the simple, fundamental logic and philosophy behind personal perspective of Nigeria. And like rightly said, the Nigerian state was not created by the conscience of the people. So you can remember very well that it was as a result of conquest and other kind of factors that people came together and were able to form the world Nigeria today. So the idea of Nigeria has never been a country, first of all. That's why I agree with the fact that we have to discuss Nigeria. You cannot wish it away. You cannot even anything you are saying today is a result of the foundational problem that was encouraged as it were. So people are in the discussion of Nigeria from Marxism to regional constitution created by Richardson Constitution 1948, 1945. This intention of this constitution was to check a particular period of time. For instance, Marxist constitution was 1951. It was supposed to last until like 1959 or 1960, but unfortunately it was cut short in 1953. And then what's it called? Regional constitution was 1948. It was supposed to cut short. Was supposed to spend 5 years, but it was called 1948 or 1949 before Marxist constitution was founded. So saying very well that the issues of Nigeria will not actually discussed properly so called. Now, between 1952, 1960, you can hear very clearly that this for 8 years to 9 years, Nigeria did not have a constitutional conclusion. So there were constitutional conferences in London, there were constitutional conferences in Nigeria, so there were people changing it and go and all that. So there was not a complete discussion. And at the end of the day, the issues of Nigeria were not discussed properly so called. You can remember vividly there were backbiting, there were backstabbing, there were betrayers, right? You can remember 1952, you remember what happened in the Western General Conference, or another legislature, where members of that assembly moved. So people are saying, oh, I'm lying. I agree with you that I'm lying. But give me a fact to support what I'm lying for. Because I don't know read book. I have read more than I tell you that about one particular issue in Nigeria, and I've read like 10 opinions of this discussion, and I'm using my reasoning to say this is the discussion I'm making on this discussion. So what I want to know, and his I don't really I can't remember his name right now, and many of these guys who were Awolowo's captains were able to work with him, and I think we won with SCSC. And SCSC, like I said, was not a key Eastern jump issue. It was basically the Nigerian intention, the true Nigerian tradition. So just know very well that the total party that came in the NPC and the AG were founded for political and regional emancipation or regional voice, not for the sake of Nigeria. That's why the Nigerian state have never been discussed with Nigerian people. And Nigerian people have not discussed Nigeria to tell us what we want to be. Everything about Nigeria is created for the purpose of political consideration, political views, not for the purpose of creating a nation. So you can't compare Nigeria with America or even other parts of the world you mentioned. The reason why I cannot mention them because Nigeria was not created to make progress. Nigeria was not created to make any future. Nigeria was created for the purpose of individual, either administrative reasons, either economic reasons, either to be able to keep people subjugated in a particular place and without a future. That's why I've argued very well. No matter how beautiful you are, no matter your idea, if you are coming to Nigeria, if you're not dismantling this system we have today and creating a new system that will make people to be able to let it, because the system we have today, it can have two people and Nigeria. And it's going to have more of two people and even worse of two people because the system will make sure that criminals will be given political survival, while people who are working hard in Nigeria will not be able to fight the same any other thing. And you cannot be able to make ends meet when the system is subjugating you. For instance, I work in the government, for instance. My salary cannot take me in a year, right, to buy a car. Not just a car, a good car, right? So imagine what it is for you to work in an establishment that is supposed to earn very well, and you're not able to buy a house or even buy a car or even buy a land or build a house. So you can understand what it means. So you want to make sure that people who are criminals are given the opportunity to excel in Nigeria. You are excel in Nigeria because the criminal enterprise for Nigeria is a continuation of what it is 1960s, 1950s, 1940s, and it's still there. And the question is, of course, the question And what is the question? Do you want to be a country? Can Nigeria be a country? That's the question. You don't even need to like the person that asked this question. That now you cannot ask the question, whether it was somebody who asked the question. If anybody asks the question is a fundamental question. You get the point? So if you look at 1952 and 1960, you cannot very well show that there were more than 7 constitutional conferences. Some were held in UK, some were held in Nigeria. Different one, they just made sure that just create a country, let us move, so that they will be in charge and they will be in charge of this country. Not because they want to do anything special. And if you read the book One Was Strong by what's his name again now? One Was Strong, people that fought for that created the first coup, the One Was Strong book. You can remember very well that the reason behind this coup may not be intentionally bad, but it was altruistic intention.
Are you referring to Ademola Iboega?
Ademola, thank you so much. Yeah, so in his book, he has 10 reasons, 10 complete reasons why they embarked on that particular voyage. And the intention was to make sure that they bring Nigeria back to a place of prosperity. They felt that the regional and corruption that was going on was too big not to be able to make Nigeria make that progress. You see, young people, these guys were not even evil guys per se, right? These guys were Nigerian people who saw Nigeria as a country that needed salvation, right? So just open your mind to many things. So it was not an Igbo coup per se, or it was Yoruba coup or Hausa coup. That's why you can talk about people like Banjo and all those guys, because they wanted a country that's supposed to be for everybody. And these guys were very young. They were in the 20s, not in the 30s, they were in the 20s. So you can understand what it means. They were in the 20s when this thing happened. They were in the 30s. Some of us are in the 30s here, but those guys were in the 20s. So the reason will not make sense because they're a Democrat, which I don't agree with first place. But the intention of that action is what I will look at first of all. So that was why they struck. Because between 1960 and that constitutional conference, independence, to 1966, there were challenges in Nigeria. First, the issue of the Western Regional what's it called? State of emergency declared by Tafawa Balewa. The jailing of Awolowo, the creation of Midwest, right? These are not intentional. They just did these things for political purposes, not because of saying Midwest wanted the state or whatever it is, or however it is, but because of the Nigerian states.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to wrap up, then.
All right, let me wrap up. I will look at the prayer issues. So let me look at these prayer issues. That Nigeria was not a country. Nigeria has never been a country. And Nigeria may not be a country if you come to do with ourselves that anything we are saying today is by mistake. Anybody that have read Nigerian history in an adequate manner will not be surprised what we are saying today. What we are saying today is not surprising to me by mistake because I have soaked myself in Nigerian history very well. That there's no any book or there's no even biographies or autobiographies I have not read or bought because I want to understand why there's a stagnancy in this society for a long time. This I did 2006, 2007, and I did it for a long time. So it's not like I started reading Nigerian history. No, I started reading Nigerian history in my about to finish university, secondary school, and about to enter university. And I understand that Nigeria has a big problem. And the reason why that's why I'm saying all these things. Now, fast forward to the issue of religion and all those things. Religion is not our problem. That is electricity our problem. These issues are, when you do corruption, right? It's only corruption in Nigeria. Corruption all over the world. There are stems and there are roots. Religion, electricity, corruption, bad leadership are all stems of the system called Nigeria. They are all stems called Nigeria. The root cause of Nigeria, all these challenges are saying, is that Nigeria is not a country. And that question must be answered in a very important and sincere manner. If I want to say, why do you want to be a country? We will not say, okay, everybody have agreed to be a country. How do you want to be a country? You can't be a country when you have common entrance from the north, not from the south. When you have jobs, different from the south, from the north. When you have political, that cannot be a country. That cannot be a country at all. You can have a country where people don't believe that there's a country, they see you from a perspective of support. So we can turn ourselves truth. You can be, I like you very well because you want to be more Nigeria, but I tell you the truth. I don't fancy it in the first place because the question has not been answered. And the more important is that the more you have these Nigerian states continuing as a criminal enterprise, more of Tinubu will not just be in 2007, there will be in Nigeria presidency. People you know, either in the Western world, either in the Eastern world of Europe, that have committed crime against those countries and they committed them to prison. They will come back to Nigeria, they will find a way back to Nigeria and they will run for election and they will win. And by that time, you and I that are trying to make ends meet in a righteous manner will not be able to afford it because you don't have the money to throw around. Very soon they will tell you that APC presidential form is 200 million naira. If you work for that 200 years as a civil servant, you may not be able to afford it. So leadership can already elude you. So we need to ask ourselves question: do we want to be a country? That question must be answered, and that's where the issues and every other issues you can discuss here, and we'll discuss here, and we're going to discuss in the future. We'll step on. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Oduayo. Thank you. That was lengthy and quite insightful. So I think you missed the part I said, the amalgamation of northern and the southern protectorates happened in 1914. I started with the 1914 due to the colonial policy, so divisions through indirect routes. It was after that time I mentioned about the 1947-48 Zik versus Amadu Bello trial suspicion. So I understand your perspective towards this. It's quite insightful, filled with history, and I want to see it beyond that. We can agree that Nigeria is not a country based on how it was set up. Okay, but at a point in time, we were actually living together peacefully. We were living peacefully together. It was there, right? But it wasn't as much as it is right now. So even way back during the whole wait here and Igbo must go, Hausa must go, and all those Reabonke war and all those religions war and everything. It was bloody. It was bloody, but I laid out those history to let people understand how far we've come and to compare how things has been since then till date. I mean, something entirely different happened on, during this last election, 2022, 2023, 2024 until date. And I want us to focus more on that, in as much as we might want to have um, a foundational background to how far we've come and how we got to where we are right now. We can mention those points, but you see, currently, it has never been it has never been weaponized by the government itself. By the government itself, it has never been weaponized the way it is right now. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. You can, come and prove me wrong. It has never been weaponized directly, like being obvious for you to know, yeah, the government is behind this. You cannot tell me they don't know what is going on and they're not making effort into correcting it. But I want it to be an engaging one. I would love to hear from Uchuko. We've heard from So, we've heard from Oduayo. Let's hear from Uchuko, then Karigo in that order. And that way, hopefully, we'll get more people to come up so we can have an open discussion. Oh, Chuko, how you doing? Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and thanks to everyone on the space. Interestingly, I think Odunayo actually made my submission quite a large part of. I think he made my submission a bit easier for me. Let me put it that way. You talk about fathers of bigotry, politics, religion, or tribe, and then what is dividing us. So upfront, let me maybe you can call it developing on what Odunayo submitted already. For me, if I'm to start from the ending part of the topic, what is actually dividing us is what was claimed to have been made to bring us together in the first place. Let me repeat that. The so-called forceful amalgamation, which you also referenced, of 1914, is the greatest source of our own division. So what I'm trying to say is this. We even gathering to speak about things that divide us today, in a way, betray our understanding of what our problems are. The reason is, before the Europeans came and tried to remake us according to what they want, I don't think our forefathers in their different in their different settlements or in their different nation-state status, such as the Oyo Empire, for example, the Benin Kingdom, the Aro Confederacy, the very prosperous Kingdom of Gobe, the Zamfara city states. I don't think they saw themselves as divided people in the sense of what we are battling today, right? So I really thank Odunayo for basically laying that foundation for what I intend to contribute to this topic. So I think we must now, I've actually been itching to get engaged in this very subject that you actually brought in. And I have to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to talk about these things, because for me, virtually every time you come on X, the only thing that you hear people talk about is, election, coalition, election, Nigeria, election, and it is sometimes almost suffocating, knowing fully well that we're actually putting the cart before the horse, as they say. Your topic or your space this evening is such a glorious opportunity for us to just try and speak to a very critical issue. So you talk about the fathers of bigotry. So first of all, what is bigotry in the first place? Maybe it's important because the word bigotry is another word that have been so, how would I put it? Let's say it has been manipulated or weaponized to almost make us want to run into or under the bedspread of our various closets. The word bigotry is an English word, and if anyone cares to look it up, the core takeaway, the very meaning of the word has to do with narrow-mindedness. Okay, narrow-mindedness, or a sort of clinging to one's own narrow interest at the expense of any other, basically. It will interest you, my brother, to understand that prior to the incursion of these people into our lands, we loved ourselves. We loved ourselves beyond our ethnic lines. Okay? But that did not blur the distinction. That is, our loving ourselves beyond our ethnic lines never took away our understanding that, for example, myself as an Urhobo man, I am ethnically distinct from the Hausa man. That I, as an Urhobo man, I am ethnically distinct from the Yoruba man. That I, as an Urhobo man, I am ethnically distinct from the TV man. Yes, with that understanding that I have, I loved that man. I lived with that Hausa man. I think it was you who gave an analogy earlier on about how sometimes maybe in the 80s or early 90s, where you could have a 12-year-old young chap, sitting next to the other in the classroom without knowing where this one came from, and all of those. Look, my brother, those were not because we did not realize that we had our distinct nationalities. We had that understanding from time immemorial, but that did not stop us from respecting each other. So the bigotry is, in a way, it is part and parcel of the human nature. But we, as Africans, in our different ethnic groups, we were so civilized in our own way that we recognized our differences, and yet we're able to live together as though those differences never existed. But lo and behold, just like Odunayo said, all of these are pristineness, these are well-civilized mindset were brutally raped by the incursion once again of these people that came claiming to actually know more without actually opening up their real intention, which was basically what bigotry actually meant. Because if you look at the true meaning of bigotry, you will find out that the real people who weaponized bigotry into our hearts and now made it look like it's something that is so strange and so so demonic are these same people that came. And how did it happen? They came, and for me personally, nothing can be more evil than for a people to come from nowhere and decide to say, regardless of whatever civilization you had, regardless of whatever identities you had, from now henceforth going forward, you discard whatever identities you had. From henceforth, I am giving you this identity. And for that, not because they so loved me, not because they so loved you as an Egba man, no, but because of their own narrow interest, which is the real definition of this word bigotry that we are now battling to this. Where am I driving at? If we want to speak about the fathers of bigotry, we would have to look beyond the Fani Kayode, the Bayo Onanugas, the people you call Runus or blah, blah, or whatever, the people you call Trigosters or Runus, or we will even have to look beyond the likes of Sir Ahmadu Bello, who was bold enough to declare before the whole world to say, me and my fathers before me must be treated as a conquered people. Okay? We will still have to look beyond them and look to the point where we were even put in a situation to even begin to now fight ourselves in an attempt to undo the other. That, my brother, is the very genesis of bigotry. And I thank you again because you have given us that wonderful opportunity this evening. And that is where I really want us to speak to. I know you may not like this, because maybe, but I don't know. At the end of the day, if we really care, because I know you talked about what you really wish. I think if I heard you correctly earlier on, that part of your aim for convening this space is to try to change the narrative. If I got it right, my brother Jimmy. So in the spirit of trying to change the narrative, we must be able to look to the issues and call it by the appropriate name. Boldly speak to it, look beyond what the Sugar Stars are doing, look beyond what these Ronus are doing, because all of these people, they are actually people who are now trying to outdo each other in an artificial environment that has been created for us. Okay, so someone tried to make a point, and I think it was it so that tried to speak about how people have tried to manage similar situations. For example, I think so spoke about Rwanda and how they were able to through political fiat somehow able to subdue their individual their Tutsi identities and their Hutu identities now to say they have to see themselves as Rwandese before they see themselves as Tutsis. My brother, unfortunately, he's not here. But if we will be truthful to ourselves, we will have to admit that the Rwanda that he thinks have actually, overcome that problem. I don't want to digress the focus of the space, but I can't agree or I can't disagree more with that model of trying to, by any stretch of imagination, use political power to try to take away people's identity from them just because we want to give them an imposed identity. Without blinking, I can tell you here that whatever they did, if the peace that we have in Rwanda today was a forced one because political power was used to repress the Tutsi identity and the Hutu identity, that they should better speak as Rwandese than as their Tutsis. If that were to be what is happening in Rwanda, then I can assure you that whatever peace that they are enjoying there will be a piece of the graveyard. I can almost assure you. And how do I know that? I know that because I know that the people who have played the politics, this kind of modern politics now, I'm not talking about our natural self, this kind of politics, which are the Europeans, because they are the ones that have played the kind of politics that all of us in Africa are trying to copy and paste right now. And the people that have played this kind of politics for centuries and centuries, which are the Europeans, they try to do this by trying to knock off people's individual identities, but we saw where it landed them. It landed them in centuries of intertribal wars until they come to the point of going apart to come together. Going apart to come together. And I think in talking about changing the narratives, if we want to be serious about changing our narrative.
If you can wrap up in like 1 minute, please.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, yes.
Before you wrap up, my question to you is Lagos a no man's land?
No place can be regarded as a no man's land, in as much as the place was not a virgin land. There are basically two ways of owning a place. Okay, if the place was a virgin land and people got there and founded it first, the people that got there first owned the land. So I can't speak of Lagos as being a no man's land when I have read from history that there were people that founded it even before the Europeans came and started making their colony. So people were there. It cannot be a no man's land in that sense. So just to anchor what I was saying. So in speaking about changing the narrative, like I was saying, we will have to come to the point where we say our identities will have to be reasserted. And Odunayo put it in a way of discussing Nigeria, which of course I stand for 100%. That is the most fundamental and the most viable way forward. It doesn't matter the number of conferences that you will speak of from now to thy kingdom come. We can postpone the evil day by saying you want to go and do national conference, blah blah blah. Just another talk show. We want to restructure. We want to do this. No, we will have to first of all answer the question: who is a Nigerian? Do I prefer the identity Nigerian to my identity before the Europeans came? Do I treasure this identity that was imposed on me, or do I wish to reassert my own self? I think let me stop there so that you already told me 1 minute. So let me stand by, my brother. Thank you very much. I stand by. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ochiko. Thanks. You came from a different angle entirely, and I couldn't ignore the fact that you mentioned the Rono people and the Trigo styles. So again, I spoke about those earlier on. And by the way, everyone is welcome to come have their say here. I'm just not gonna tolerate any gospels. I want it to be an intellectual one, and I want us to keep it simple. So the point is, if you approach the Roman guys and try talk them into coming down, they will emphasize and they will show you tweets coming from the trigger status. If you approach the trigger status about that, they will refer you to tweets coming from the Rono people. So what is now going on between them is almost every minute new tweets are coming out. If it were old tweets, you can easily talk about overlooking them. But speaking to one person now, the next minute something else pops up. Another tweet, not just random or casual tweet, damaging tweet comes up. So where do you draw the line there? How do you now have a conversation or a dialogue on ceasefire? And even if you want to talk about ceasefire, one side will tell you their tribe has been castigated for a long time. Genuinely so, right? And they're just pushing back. And again, they can later on tell you, you know what, we're not just pushing back again. We're going on the offensive now, okay? And it's been going on for a very long time. So it's our time to push back and retaliate. Genuinely so. You cannot tell people how to react when you push them to the wall. When you push them to the wall, it's one thing for people to be able to actually react, it's another thing for them to gain that confidence to react. And once they get it, it's a generational thing. You know, the elder ones might have overlooked a lot of things. We're getting to a level at which the new generations are not going to allow it. Okay? So, in so doing, both are causing damages, right? Cultural, traditional. In fact, at a point in time, they don't care what's going to come out of it. I mean, these are people that they have nothing to lose. I'm referring to the Igbos, right? They have nothing to lose right now. They consider themselves, if you pick an Igbo man, a wealthy Igbo man, and place them in the desert, just give them a year. They'll start from scratch, get back on their feet, and they will act like nothing ever happened to them. Like abandoning their wealth in civilization, just pick them up, drop them anywhere else. They have that mindset. They have that belief. Okay. And they've proved it in many ways. Other tribes does it as well, are capable of doing it as well. But I'm talking about the fact that after the Biafra war, they lost everything. I mean everything. Again, you're welcome to tackle me with facts and figures. But they came back. If we truly claim, though Odunlaya has explained extensively that Nigeria was never one, yes, I agree on that one. But based on how we've been living before now, based on how the lifestyle of Nigerians has been before now, something changed in 20. What's that? Sorry, I don't know what this is. I can't even hear you clearly. Your mic is terrible. But hold on, let me wrap up. Someone else is going before you, then we move on to you. So so um, I lost my train of thought. So, anyways, what I'm saying is this: at the point in time, we have to agree that we've not been practicing that one Nigeria. We've not, and that's a fact. And the reason why I'm capitalizing on that is um, we have more than just Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa in Nigeria. We have hundreds of tribes in Nigeria. But guess what? Power has been shuffled between two major tribes, and that's the Yoruba and the Hausa tribe. Hausa Fulani, whichever way you want to put it. And I'm talking about the presidency. No middle Belton. Well, they might want to say go on. We might argue democracy, not military rule. Um, but the fact is this: it has become obvious that a particular tribe, out of the key tribe, let me use it that way, key tribes, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. And the reason why I'm using it is because they've emphasized on those, they've been established, almost cut out from the major tribes, and they just distributed every other tribe underneath this key major tribe. It was so apt that they gave it a code name, Wazobia. Wazobia. Wa means come in Yoruba. Zo means come in Hausa. Bia means come in Igbo. Wa, Zo, Bia. They made a 15 naira note out of it. So now, out of those three tribes, only two has been shut in with the presidency. What about the third one? Mind you, we still have hundreds on the side. But you see the first three key ones as they claim. What about those? Why the third one has been sidelined for a long time? And if you ask them, they will tell you it's because of the Biafra war. That they want to take over the country, they want to separate the country. So 1 minute you don't want them to go. Another minute you don't want them to stay. And you don't want them to live their lives. So what exactly do we want? What is the point of all this bigotry? What is the essence of it? What is the essence of it? That's the question. Karigwe, welcome. Jump in, my brother.
See, would you mind? Sorry, Jimmy. Do you mind if I just make a comment just a minute before I can do?
Right. Right. Go ahead. Make it snappy though.
Okay. Yes. It's going to be very happy. You see, my brother Jimmy, look at this. I had the very well. For example, you spoke about the fact that what the Romans so-called Romans are doing is really, really bad, right? They are like, should I say bad? But maybe to the average mind, you will say it's to the extreme. But now let's just do little mental exercise, right? If you look at the Nigerian state, okay, which aspect of the Nigerian state can you say, yeah, which aspect of the Nigerian state? I mean, to the very highest echelon of power, power level or layers in the Nigerian state, from the highest echelon of leadership, okay, you see this thing that we call bigotry institutionalized at the very highest place. So how on earth would you even imagine? If I put it as a question to you, do you see this thing that is going on right now between the Tribalism and the Romans? Do you see it fizzling out by any stretch of imagination? Like, what are the things that you see that makes you think that somehow this is going to go away? When you see that the people that speak for the president of the country are actually the ones that are the drivers of this phenomenon. All right. Now, why am I taking my time to stress that? It's just to let you know that this thing you see, the Nigerian enterprise was actually created to thrive on this basis. This thing they are saying is not a misnomer as far as the Nigerian state is concerned. As a matter of fact, and that was why I mentioned the fact that even the people that people erroneously celebrate as the founding fathers of Nigeria, they actually went as far as to entrenching this sentiment from the very beginning, telling you that you are a conquered people, you are willing tools. This is the entrenchment of what you are now thinking is just about the Trigo stars and Romans today. No, it's not about these people. These people you are seeing on X, on social media today, they are just, how that to be there, they are at the periphery of this thing called bigotry or whatever you call it, that oils, that makes the wheel of the state called Nigeria or the capital example function. So you can't even, genuinely or sincerely dream about wiping it off. And every other thing that makes the Nigerian state to still exist today depends on how much that nationalized hatred and sentiment, sorry for the word, but this is just the fact. So it just doesn't. I don't know, but if you can get what I'm saying, Jimmy, I don't know. Did you get me at all, bro?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. So the thing is this: everyone will scream foul at a point in time. Everyone. But before I even proceed, here's my question for you: have you experienced bigotry before?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that question. you actually reminded me because somebody actually asked the question of somebody made a remark that this thing is actually limited to Lagos and say why Lagos, and I was actually itching to just give a very brief experience that I had first and okay, because way back, I think that was in the late 2000s, okay, that was sometime 2008, 2009, I actually did my NYSC in Oyo State, in the state capital Ibadan, precisely, all right? And back then, I didn't really pay so much attention, okay, about the level of insincerity that makes the Nigerian state. Okay, so my plan then was after my national youth service, my intention was get something doing, however it is in Ibadan, and then get to go to UI because I already did my bachelor's degree in the East, okay, in Anambra. So my intention was do a program at UI while I work. And to be fair, I did my service with the State Ministry of Health, okay? And so I had quite a lot of contact with a lot of people in the government cycle as well. So towards the end of my I started to make it moves to see how I could get maybe like any kind of thing now. So I actually moved to a few older friends who I knew were kind of connected and were playing, even if not direct stuff, but just anything that is going. My brother, you will not that was my very first experience. Although before that very moment, I had been enduring the type of Omoibo. I didn't quite understand why everybody was calling me. Even when I explained I'm Orobo, they say, yeah, Omoibo, like all the city, like all Omoibo. I didn't quite take that seriously. But it was toward the end of my service when I tried to let me try and integrate properly now into the Ibadan system and try to see something. Guess what I got? At the very moment when I thought I was close, I was given 2,000 naira. I know what I was told. Go back to your state. Go back to your state.
Hold on.
That was came to me. Yeah.
You were given 2,000 naira for what?
Like as a grant now, like even if, just in case if your problem is transportation to go back, take this, go back to. I mean, as because if you see me, I was quite young because I just quite early, so like very young.
How long ago was this? How long ago was this?
I'm telling you, this was sometime. Okay, this should be around January 2009. Yeah, thereabout January 2009 was that was when I knew. Yeah, I said 0809. Okay, I was told go back to your state with 2,000 naira. Like,
where did this happen?
As if it's
Ibadan,
you don't belong here.
You said this happened in Ibadan, right?
I'm telling you now, in Ibadan, the state capital. Yes, in Ibadan. Not Lagos now, but I didn't say Lagos. Not in Ibadan.
What side of Ibadan?
I told you, I was thinking.
What side of Ibadan?
Yeah, but I mean, you can. I just told you I said in the Ministry of Health, right? So I live within Road, and then this thing happened within that area, Road, Agobi area. I can't tell you specifically. Okay, if I can tell you, of course, because at Road actually. But this is what I'm talking to. There are people connected to the government, with the government, and it didn't end there because I was so confused after I got that experience. I had to take this pain to other people around, and lo and behold.
All right, Ojukwu, we're losing you, and we gotta move on with others. I think I've gotten the point you were trying to make. I've gotten the point you're trying to make. Oh, you dropped. You can come back up when your line is back on. Ojukwu, if you can hear me, you can come back up. I got the point you were making, which is these things isn't just happening in Lagos, because I made that point. So I refer to Lagos simply because of what happened and how it happened during the last election. I don't believe it happened in any other state except Lagos. But you're welcome to disagree with me and show me your proof, please. Thanks. We have new speakers. Karigo, are you there?
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead, my brother.
So you know me, I know the do submission. My own is just to say simple founders of bigotry, who actually are the founders of bigotry, forgot to put one person. The founders of bigotry are invaders and our colonizers. They came here, they have a union of nations when they came from in their home country. They came and saw different people draw us together. And when they are leaving, instead of making us, when they came, instead of creating that same union of nations that they have in their country, they forced us together, knowing fully well that we are not one people. Though with the work isn't very, very glaring before these people came, but we were not one people and we didn't actually really like each other very much before they came. They saw that they still fused us together instead of making us a union of nations. If when they brought Nigeria together, if what they did is maybe create a nation, a little nations, then give us something they have in their place, a United Nation of Nigeria, or United Kingdom. Of this problem we won't be having it because we will be different countries that are registered in the Union, the same way the Europeans are. The Europeans fought each other for over 100 years till they created this union, made them one. So I don't know why these people that had this kind of experience did not see it was going to be a problem if they don't do the same thing they have back home. But to them, I don't blame them. It wasn't about peace or development to them. It was an ease of rulership. They wanted it to be easy for them to rule us, so they created what would make it easy for them. And when we fought for independence, our founding fathers that fought for this independence were naive and, I'm sorry for my French, very stupid that they couldn't see that we are not one people. The signs were there, but Nigerian attitude, like living in denials. They lived in denial and they fought for us to be together. And today we have bigotry and rulership. Rulership and bigotry is just maybe, I think, great grandchildren of what our fathers started. Okay, what the British started actually. I think that's all I'll have to say. I'm kind of busy. I'll be listening, maybe be on a mode for some break up on say rubbish. Thank you.
All right, thank you, my brother. Well, I don't think we'll have anyone that will comment to say rubbish. And when I say rubbish, I mean that's because people are actually free to come and express themselves. I'm not gonna gag anyone. And if we want to engage ourselves, we can do that in an intellectual manner. That's the way I want us to handle this, I think. But then again, I won't tolerate any attacks on any tribe whatsoever. We're just here to dissect these issues and base them on facts and figures. There is something I call Twitter hate speech, and I put it that way simply because it's coming from all sides. Okay. Igbo people are cursed. That was made in 2023 March by the Ando at Big Tinubu guy. And he said, Igbo people are cursed. Then in May 2023, Yorubas betrayed Nigeria. That was said by an Andu, let me see the name, at Real Obedient God. That's the name of the Andu. Yorubas are betrayers. At Real Obedient God. That was made sometimes around May 2023. So I consider that hate speech, and it's not just one-sided. It's not one-sided. It's on both sides, all sides. So not just one person doing it. Everyone is guilty of it. Everyone. I'm not here to take sides. You can come and defend your reasons for doing that. But one thing is paramount. These things are being pushed by our politicians, religious leaders, and traditional leaders. Karigo, you made a point saying the founding fathers created it. They did. And we could have easily broken our way out of it. But we've decided to use it as a weapon um, to keep oppressing ourselves, to keep sidelining ourselves, to keep these differentize ourselves. Um, it is difficult to put that blame on them. It is difficult to put that blame on them. It's a situation of saying you were once a slave. Do you want to remain a slave forever? Do you want to remain a slave forever? People were disenfranchised this last election, and it wasn't done in a cooled manner. It was done openly. Openly. They weren't saying Yorubas don't come out to vote, or Hausas don't come out to vote. It was categorically mentioned Igbo. In fact, if you look like an Igbo person, you're not going to be allowed to vote. It was that bad. And there were other statements like Lagos is no man's land, don't come to don't come to Lagos, go back to your villages. Um, yeah, it's on all sides. All sides. We've seen attacks on the Yoruba kings. We've seen attacks on a lot of Yoruba delicacies, Igbo delicacies. We've seen all sorts. Okay. But the point is this: while a lot of people go at each other on social media regarding this, it is apparent that the government is actually benefiting from this because they're not saying anything about it. In fact, they're encouraging it. The fact that the likes of Bayo Nobuga is still grandstanding based on insightful statement made in his position, I think that is questionable, honestly speaking. I think it is. Before we move on to the next person, Tudo, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Before you go there, there's something I want you to say.
So, Tudo, can you hear Karigo loud and clear?
Yeah. I think you did something.
Yes, I did. I got a two-way cable to connect the auxiliary cable. So yeah, I'm glad it worked.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Karigo, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay, I need to hear again. Hold on.
Our founding fathers from the problem we are in.
Okay, hello, Jimmy, can you hear me?
I would blame them is
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear Karigwe. I'll mute.
Yeah, all right. It's in human nature to protect one's identity. You can't find like 5 alpha lions, 5 alpha. What is that animal that I used to laugh? What is that animal's name?
Hyena.
Hyenas.
put them together in one place and you expect them to be in peace. What these people did is jam us together and expect us to live in peace. We are never going to live in peace as far as we are together. So anybody thinking that this tribalism and bigotry is going to stop is just living in the air. We must always find a way to bring it into the discussion. If Nebo becomes the president of the country tomorrow, the other tribes will go at him. If a Yoruba man is today and you see what is going on, the North is not even happy. When another was the president, some people was running mad. Then when Jonathan was the president, you know what happened. This is just, we will keep recycling this thing till maybe 100 years time. The only way this is going to go away is for us to go our separate ways. If we still love Nigeria so much, we will be a registered union. We will be a registered union. Then nations will kind of be members of the union in Nigeria. But if we are going to claim that Nigeria is a country, Nigeria is going to continue being a failed country. That is just what I want to say.
All right, thank you, Karibu. Well said. It's your opinion, and loud and clear, we hear that. Thanks. So let's do this. Prince is meant to go next. After Prince, Excellent, Investor, and Sir Ferdinand in that order. But I give privileges to people that comes on the studio. If you want to be part of the conversation, join me in the studio. That way, your voice and your submissions will be heard by people across the whole 5-6 social media platforms: YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, X, Facebook, and yeah, that's it. Twitter space. And that's it. Tudo, thanks for joining. Although I see you will take a quick one before we move to Prince, then we take the next cue from there. Tudo, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Jimmy?
Live and well, brother.
Yeah. I almost thought you were going to say, you always give priorities to the minorities in the house. So that was how it sounded in my ears. But yeah. So great show as always. Thank you for bringing this topic. Look, I'm just gonna be here in the room and chill with you and the space. By the way, greetings to everybody on the space on the show. Every time we have this topic, it's an interesting one because for people like me and those people like myself out there, the conversation, we know who
Tudo, hold on.
yeah.
Tudo, hold on. Sorry, guys, what was that? Oh, you can't hear Tudo? Oh, all right, Tudo, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear you now? Okay. All right, they can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for those of us that are minorities, even though I hate that word, but let's just go with that for now. We know who the elephants in the room are in this conversation. So I'm just gonna be sitting, listening, watching, and enjoying the conversation because oftentimes we have this conversation. Oftentimes, not in a binary format. Yoruba, Igbo, or you can throw in the Hausas, Fulani, and then we open it up to three horse race, forgetting that there are several others. That said, I like Odunayo's analysis. He gave a very detailed breakdown, and he's very right. He's very accurate. Jimmy, the reality is that kudos to Odunayo. That was good. That was really good. The reality is that we have never been one country, and I know that a lot of people will look at what Tinubu administration is doing. The first lady, Bayo Onanuga, all of those people, the Oba of Lagos, and it shocks us. We're shocked by their rhetoric, and the things that they say. But Jimmy, it's not new. These things are not new. If you go back to, it's just that we are the ones living through it now. If you go back to in time in our history, like Odunayo was saying, uh, our so-called founders, they acknowledge the fact that we were never one. Go by. I'm not going to rehash all the things they said. We all know, from the Sardauna, Madu Bello to Obafemi Awolowo, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. They all made statements to that effect. Nigeria is a construct of our colonial whatever. So we are nations within a nation, and we have never been one. And beyond those three, you go back to the audio recording. These things are all available online of Ladoke Akitola, right? Chief Ladoke Akitola talking about the Igbos, calling them Yomiri. He used that word for them because saying Yomiri. We don't mind them coming to do business. We don't mind, and they did these things for political reasons because he was on a campaign trail. He made those statements. So we don't mind them coming in and doing business and buying. All the conversations we're having today, the same thing they were having back then. So my point is, these things are not new, and it just goes to re-emphasize the fact that we are not one, and until we fix that issue, which is why a lot of people have been clamoring for a constitutional reform. The Nigeria that we have today was handed to us, and the constitution we have has been the series of constitutional conferences we've had. They've been built on decrees. Previous decrees were just been patching, joining. So we have not really come together as a people to say this is what we want. So the unitary style that we are running, where we pretend we have a president who's really like a king, and we're all just trying to appeal to the king to be nice to us in our region. I mean, you have Kwankwaso now saying Tinubu is focusing on the south, only ignoring the north, but when Buhari was there, that kind of comment, so there are fault lines, and these issues are not going away anytime soon until we sit together at the table and say, how do we want to coexist in this establishment? Until then, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna be here listening, enjoying the show, and as a minority, and hopefully the three majors. You guys, please be nice. Don't punch yourselves too hard. Thank you, Jimmy.
Right, thanks, Tudo. Thank you. So, yeah, I hear you. Shell, you can request for the mic and come up. So, no one is going to gag anyone here today, and everyone is free to come and make their statement here. I'm not going to be biased, and that's the honest truth. It is to some people difficult when I say that, but that's just the honest truth from my perspective. So, in as much as you've made your point clear to the Yorubas too will argue that different things have been said about them as well. I mean, um, they've I've heard things like Yoruba media houses are evil, Lagos is no man's land, um, and the Yorubas claim Lagos is their land, and that gets them angry for people from Igbo land to come and say Yoruba is not their land. That is what they consider as an insult. I'm talking about the Yoruba people now. They've said things like Yorubas are only good at dancing and backstabbing. Things like Awole Yoruba, Yorubas are thief. Um, Yoruba people smell. And these are tweets made by, not just tweets, words said by um, Igbos, IPOB. I'm actually checking through them right now. Igbos, IPOB, apologists. Yoruba people love slavery and they serve the North. I think that was in Amdekan. and Yorubas, the Yoruba betrayed Biafra, which some people consider as an insult. So for me, I think it's compilations of different things that have happened over the years based on our history that is now coming to play. But this time around, I believe the government is strongly behind it, like weaponizing it to let it stay. That is my own personal belief. If you think otherwise, no problem, it can come up.
No,
And
Jimmy,
like,
I sorry, real quick. I agree with you. I was just saying that that weaponization is not a new thing.
oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, so we have seen this movie before, except that we were not born at that time. So to us,
Right.
it's worrisome, it's disturbing. But if you go back in history, it is not new, is what I'm saying. And whether back then or now, it just goes to explain that we have a fundamental existential issue.
That's
And
correct.
that issue is not going away. No one is innocent, no one is a saint. We are all guilty of stereotypes, we're all guilty of name calling, everybody. But again, for the often time, it shows that we have a fundamental issue. And until we fix that fundamental issue, this matter is not going away. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. All right, let's move on with the hands real quick. People have been waiting patiently. So we'll do Prince, Excellent, Investor, and Sir Ferdinand in that way. Let's do timing to speed things up. 5 minute, guys. Prince, how you doing, my brother? Welcome.
I'm doing well, Prince. Good evening from Jimmy. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
Hope you are
Welcome.
good.
We thank God. We thank God.
Okay. I love this topic, but I think if there's a way these three things can be fused into one, I would think that is actually what is dividing us. I mean, religion, tribe, and politics. There's a way they can be fused into one. There's three of them, as the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. They are the three dividing us. Let me give a little background. I'm from the East. I left home when I was 17. And I lived in Lagos for remarks about Igbo people. He said it to my late wife's hearing. She came to me and I was like, "So this is what this person said." I was like, why will he make record of comments? Now, long story made short, I went to my in-laws. They are still very much alive. And I told them, said, if on that day, so and so person appears anywhere around that hall, not only will I walk out from that marriage, I will make sure he will not leave home. And they knowing that I don't talk, don't make it threats. One way or the other, that guy didn't attend the wedding. We have to go get somebody else to become the chairman of the wedding. Same thing happened on my own side. My people, my local government folks, the day I took my wife and the car to them, inviting them for the wedding. When I left, they made some kind of remarks. I wasn't there. Somebody, they didn't know one of my sisters, blood sisters were there because they didn't know that she was related to me. When later that evening, she told me, look at what happened after you guys. Now, the person that made that reference happened to be an elder brother to one of my best friends. And I was like, if I can do this to this person, then that means I can also do it. Then I called him on phone. I said, sir, I don't want to see you in my wedding. No. But many years after, whatever that was due me as an entitlement from that union, I didn't get it to us, even up to this very moment. So what I'm saying, I'm taking it back. This thing didn't start with the politics. We don't like ourselves. We are not one people. And I don't think we will ever be one. But we can make do, there's a way we can find a way to possibly manage our differences. But to tell, no, if anybody tells you this is going to go away in the next 10, 15, 100 years, that person will be lying. Because I don't see it happening. But what me will advise, if my advice is something so that can be taken, we can find a way to manage it. Now, like somebody has proposed that even going our separate way will not be a problem, because even within the Yorubas, some part don't like the other part. The same thing happens in the East. Some will say, okay, these people have been the dominant for why must it be you guys? So let me say it again. Among the Yorubas, you guys don't like yourselves. Among the Igbos, we don't like ourselves. Even the same thing in the North. The Hausas have a problem with Flanders. And there are a whole lot of other tribes still here combined. In rounding up, Jimmy, there's something you said about Wazopia. We have been doing Wa and Zo. The bear has been missing. As long as Nigeria remains one, until that beer is really, considered, Nigeria may not make progress. It is not a cause, but it's a lay down rule. If you want to do it between these two forever, then whatever you see is what somehow you put in the king. So that's the end of it, that's what you're going to get. I stay in Abuja. About 3 or 4 years ago, a friend of mine got a job with the federal government. She's from the Plateau. They asked her for capturing. And for you to be captured, they were asking them to pay money. When I followed her, when I got to that very office, what I saw was actually what got me. I was mad. They were charging them to pay based on where you were from. This is a federal government that was under Buhari, not even under this one that's there. And the one that came from, those people that came from the East were actually paying $1 million plus. My friend from Plateau was actually there about 350. Some folks from up north was actually being 50, people 700K. That is, the Nigeria that we found ourselves in. Let me say it again. Our problem is politics, religion, and tribe. If and when we are ready to really build a nation, it's either we make do with these three things or we find a better way to manage ourselves. But if we continue like this, we'll keep having the problems. 2027 will come and go. These things will continue. Make an Igbo man president tomorrow, the thing will continue. So let's find how best we can manage ourselves if we must remain one. I need the mic.
All right, thank you. Great submission. People who listen to you loud and clear. I've heard your submission a couple of times, and they're quite touching. But we cannot deny the fact that it happens across the board. The Yorubas too have actually faced things like that in the hands of some Igbos, in the hands of some Hausa people. But does that justify the generalization? Does that justify the generalization of the whole entire tribe? That's the question we're asking today. And as time goes on, I'm sure others are going to chime in I really want to know what is going on regarding this. Lagos is a no man's land. Again, I mentioned earlier on in my submission, well, welcoming monologue about how I saw some streets are being changed from Igbo names to Yoruba names. I don't know how true that is, but I'm looking forward to seeing someone with much more information regarding that incident. Again, for people in my DMs, please request for the mic. You cannot engage me in the DM. I'm not going to read the messages. I'll understand what you're saying, but request for the mic. I guarantee you, no one is going to attack you. It's a level playing field here. No one is going to gag you. No one is going to stop you. As long as we keep it civil, that's what really does matter to me. Thank you, Prince. All right, without wasting much time, we're meant to go to excellent. But although you've been waving your hand, you've spoken before, but let's have a quick one from you before we move on to excellent investor and Sir Ferdinand in that order. Although are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon. once again. Yeah, let me make it very clear to you. If your intention is to find a solution to this discourse, then you need to go back to the roots. And for any problem in life, you have to go back to the roots. If you don't go back to the roots, you are just addressing what we call window dressing. Just a window dressing you're trying to address. Everybody you see on Twitter today is because it's Twitter 2023. If Twitter was 2011, so if at least you can go back to Motua, you can go back to a lot of people that know a lot of illicit tweets, right? But it was not like this in 2011 because a lot of people were not on this game and there was no space. Today there is space, there's an advancement. And if they have more advancement together of technology, it will be used to exploit the intention of people behaving the way they are behaving. All of us are behaving this way because the system created us to do that. And I'm not saying it out of every right? I'm saying it out of the intention to solve the problem. If you want to solve the problem, you have to go through it. Because that's the thing, APC and the constitution, they want to constitution Nigeria. Tinubu said they are against Jonathan Constitutional Conference and they create their own. 2017, they created the Constitutional Conference headed by Nasir El-Rufai. He went around Nigeria and came up with the report. So today nobody knows what happened in the report. APC have been for 10 years because we don't want to tell ourselves truth. You see, if you want to tell yourself truth, that's the only reason why I'm here, right? That's the only reason why I'm here, because I know you to be a man of truth. So if I know you to be a man of illicit behavior, I will not even put myself to talk about anything I know, right? And so we have to be honest with ourselves. That's the first point of any discourse. I need to say it anytime that you cannot be correct. Then when you are honest, people will you are honest, you may be mistakenly, you may be making mistakes in your utterances, but you are honest in your utterances. That's all I want to see from anybody. If you want to solve a problem, you need to be honest with it. The current system we have today, if you finish from Tinubu manage to finish for 8 years, you will not come back to another person. That person will manage it again. The other person, you know what's happening? We are getting more people that are poorer. People are becoming richer, but they are becoming poorer. It's not about Tinubu alone, it's about the system. And 2023 is not just an idea. That's what I thought has come. Between 2023 till now, we have had more bigotry, any kind of language you can use to how the Nigeria is 2 years after. Do you think the direction? No. The direction has come and gone. People are still behaving the same way. But that's our behavior right now. Now, we have another tool to do so. You can see how the file and will be on TikTok. Why? They want to reach out to people. Go to that TikTok. I don't have it on my phone because the bigotry in that place is the highest level. Right? It's on Twitter too. So what I'm saying to you is if you want to solve a problem, what do you do to solve that problem? It's best is to be honest that there's a problem. Once I point that there's a problem, they will start addressing that problem. If you like, give anybody an agency. If that's why if you take article, maybe you'll be the way that I want to go Nigeria. But the idea with Nigeria is not about state police. It's not about self control. It's a fundamental problem. I need to be settled. I like 1957 Holy Commission. Holy Commission was intended to solve 2 problems. One is morality issues and issue of self control. You know what? 70 years after, this issue still remains very bad. Nobody is going to address this issue. 2014, during constitutional conference, 2014. You know what? They let these 2 issues and they address it. Why? Because they are afraid to talk about it. Anybody that wants to talk about it, someone will raise issues. This issue of tax control, tax issues in Nigeria was highlighted last year and was passed this year. You know what? They watered it down just to make this passage because the intent of it is not what was passed. But that part is just let us look for hands. Let us say what we are working on. Because the issue of Nigeria, there's no country. That's why anybody can push shirts, no matter how educated it is. Even if the person can push shirts and fight. But let me run on from this point. Nigeria problem is talk about all these things. Talk about all the things we're talking about. Everybody is talking about at the stem of this. Two things are fundamental. Ethnicity and tribalism. At the national level, we call it ethnicity. So who's what I look for? In your states, in your local government, sitting with your community, they have tribalism. You know what? I was born in Okijewu, Abuja. If they are selling pepper or selling salt in Okijewu, and somebody from Okijewu, right, get to collect that salt, they will remind you who your father is. I never want to share salt because I don't want to tell who my father was. You have to understand this thing and you give a piece it. Right now, I will tell you to be your first, be where you're coming from. Or Nigeria get the country. Right now, there's no country. It doesn't matter whether I'm not tell this thing. It doesn't matter whether I'm Igbo or anybody from the past. You know what? The king and the kill everybody. People will still come again and still make requests because the problem cannot be reachable. You just answer the question. It doesn't matter whether I'm 70 years old, 100 years old. The question of who is in Nigeria must be answered. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Odunayo. Yeah, that was good. But here's the thing: I'm not here to create solution. That's none of my business. I'm not here to come up with a solution. I'm just asking a question. Fathers of bigotry, is it the politicians, religious leaders, or
Jimmy is creating solution above your pay
I
grade.
mean, way above my pay grade. I'm not. I don't think I'm capable of doing that. So I just want us to focus on what is dividing us, and what Odunayo just said now is actually the reality. It is, and I've been clamoring. I've been talking about this for time. Even in, let's assume they come up with their agreement of, you know what, let's everyone go their separate ways. I kept saying it. I said even within the Yoruba tribe, there will still be a civil war. The Oyo Yorubas won't align with the Ogun or Abeokuta Yorubas or the Oshun Yorubas. They give themselves names. And if we break it down to even Ibadan itself, Ibadan Northeast, they probably don't want to have anything to do with Ibadan Northwest. And they can do it by family. What's the name of your family? We don't want to have anything to do with that family. They speak the same Yoruba from the same town, the same state. So the point you made is actually paramount. And until then, I think it's now getting clearer that Nigeria is not a country. It's getting clearer by the day. Initially, we are behind the illusion of football brought us together and all that. Well, yeah, the football is no more there. Back in the days, we don't care about what ethnic group. So my point is this: we know it's been there from day one, right? But it wasn't this bad. That is my point. It wasn't this bad. I mean, back in the days, we don't care about the football team. Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, all tribes are there. Anyways, let me not waste more time. Excellent. People are requesting for mine. Excellent. Thanks for your patience. How you doing? Welcome.
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Not bad. Jump in.
Good evening, everyone. I want to continue. Let me start with this premise first. From the beginning, right? Even people are Christians and Muslims, you can go to the scriptures, and from the beginning, we saw that when the people gathered and leading to the easiest way God scattered the plan and then abandoned the project was to do what? To change their language. So it was pretty easy. So what happened there is that what happened there was
Karibu, I beg, let him have his submission, I beg. Sorry,
okay.
excellent.
So all right, so what happened there was they couldn't understand each other again, and then everything went up and they couldn't continue with that agenda. So what I'm trying to say is that right from the beginning, we've seen cases that when we don't have when we have different ethnicities, there's likelihood of these people not coming together, and that's where the definition of nation comes from, which is a community of people with similar culture. Now, from that fact, we can see that Nigeria ought not to be a nation, single nation, because we have different ethnic groups. Now, leaving that aside for our colonials who have brought us together, knowing fully well that we don't have one ethnicity, we don't have one language, and they caused this problem for us. Then we cannot continue to dwell on that. So, what is really dividing us right now? The major issue here is that who started this issue of Wazobia? We have 3 major tribes in Nigeria. Now, from that alone, you have set a kind of bigotry already, because you are trying to say there are some tribes that are majority, they are more, and then this particular. So it can definitely be imbibed in this mind of these people already that, oh, we belong to the majority tribe, this one belongs to the majority. When you fully well that you have a nation where there are other ethnicity, close to almost 250 tribes, and then we have different ethnic groups. So that alone is good. And then we have currencies that actually represent these 3 tribes. We have Naira that have Igbo and Hausa, and then the Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba in it, which actually kind of bring a mindset that on its own is a form of bigotry. So looking at it in depth, people begin to see themselves associated as, oh, I belong to the majority tribe already, so I can dictate or pipe the tone of things in the country, and then you see yourself being special above another ethnic group. That is where this whole thing begins to come. Now, who are the fuelers of this thing? Things can only try when some people are benefiting from it. I'm trying to trace the roots. It has always been there from the beginning, where people have settled the religion and then they could not come together. But there are ways it has been managed worldwide and even different settings. But when people are benefiting from it, then you begin to see it coming up. Now, if you see the politicians today now, embezzling money, they don't even consider the tribe. They don't consider the tribe. So that means there's a particular thing that unites them at that level, which is corruption. And I like the fact that you made a certain points too here that when Nigeria was doing well in sports, especially football, we don't care who is from where or who is from a particular location. We just happy, we just want to, vibe together and all that. That means there's a value system that can go above language or ethnicity, and people can begin to imbibe it and look forward towards that without necessarily considering that. And that is what is missing right now in Nigeria. The level of unemployment, the level of poverty in Nigeria is actually fueling this ethnicity, because a particular politician says that this is a loophole. If you can push this narrative to a certain set of people, making them feel that if they are in power, you understand, their particular ethnicity or their group will benefit more, and then their poverty or their other level will be a little bit better than the other. Then that mindset on it will be automatically put more forth on that bigotry. And that's what we've been saying today. The bigotry we're talking about today now is more about, this particular tribe attacking this particular tribe just because a particular politician says so, or they are thinking towards that direction. And that's being fueled by hunger in the land. So you could see a situation where this particular thing is not going to live early enough until some actions are taken, until a specific leader can take a deliberate action on it. Of course, we know that we are not a nation based on different tribes and all that, but we cannot be dwelling on that continuously. We cannot continually dwell on that particular. Then we have to take a drastic step first. And one of the things I think can be done, if there is a leader that has a political will, is begin to work. Obasanjo did one thing. I'm not taking a particular leader or whatever, I'm just citing some specific examples now. When we have the OPCs trying to destabilize the country at a particular time in the West, and then Obasanjo was the president, but he took some drastic action, even against his own people, not necessarily thinking about the implication of the fact that, oh, this is from the West, and he dealt decisively about those people. Until today, that particular group of people were dealt with, and then the whole thing went down. So if you have a leader who will not consider the fact that is going to be my people that's going to be, who is going to be gone more, and then there's a decisive action about criminalizing hate speech against another tribe, criminalizing it, and then implementing and taking decisive action or using one or two people, including politicians, as an example or deterrent. I'm telling you, we will be heading towards the direction. Then before we can now begin to think of restructuring the country as well. Because if you don't take care of that, you cannot even restructure the country. Because if you call a group of people, if you call the leaders and say, let's come together now and restructure this country, because some people don't want the problem to be solved, they will say, no, we don't want to restructure. And that's what we've been having consistently. So let's first of all deal with it from the surface while we are going to the roots. Gradually, then we'll be able to achieve it. And I believe these things can be achieved. But first, we have to start cleaning away some things. Nigeria is a country that has up to like a lot of as in ethnic group. We should stop this Wazobia stuff. We should start it. It starts from there. We have other tribes, we have other people, and they should belong to it. Nobody is above any other persons. Even though we can believe that a particular tribe has no power, we should not sink it into the mindset of the world and even the world that exists. Thank you.
Thank you, excellent. That was beautiful. I love that. Don't capitalize on just the Wazobia. I love that aspect because the three of us we too do. We don't carry on for head for too long. And we have hundreds of tribes that could do even better than we can. But we've decided to make ourselves the key, right? The key tribes. We're so entitled, the key tribes. That is wrong. Absolutely. Thanks. That was a beautiful submission. So thank you guys for being part of this. I can see a total of 177 people on Twitter Space, and on my live stream, I have over 6,000 people watching live now. So guys, please let's get civil.
Jimmy, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, too.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just wanted to say one or two things about what the gentleman just said. I agree completely with him. Yeah, I agree completely. Huh?
One second.
Oh, okay.
I want to tell people to join me on in the studio. I give privileges to people in the studio over the people on Twitter because in the studio it's connected to the live stream, and I'm streaming simultaneously right now on all the social media platforms: Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Right, and right now we have over 6,000 people watching. We reach more people than just the regular Twitter space. I open the regular Twitter space for people that they're not used to the live stream. It's the pink looking capsule on the screen, when you open your Twitter app. So that's just what it is. Thank you as we keep listening. Tudo, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I just I'm here. I just wanted to
address the guy.
I'm sorry?
You wanted to address the guy that just
No. I just wanted to he made an amazing point about we uniting around the the issues that affect our lives directly, as opposed to allowing this primordial tribal sentiments to keep distracting us from the real issues. That's a great point. Right. But the thing is, it's not happening. So I agree, by the way, with this point completely. It's not happening. Our people, and I think that the assumption, we've always made this assumption that if we could improve things economically for all of Nigerians, even if that was possible, somehow these fault lines will disappear. See, I'm not sure about that, right? I mean, look at the Welsh and the British and the Scottish, and so on and so forth. I mean, these are economies that that by far the GDP per capita in those places, it's in a completely different universe compared to Nigeria. But yet, the sentiments they have towards each other, the deep-seated hatred is still there to this very day.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So I think that from a more pragmatic standpoint, we have to recognize that, like most people have been saying, these issues are not going away. We are who we are, and by design. And we're not going to substitute economic prosperity for our identity, because that is serious. It's a serious thing. Finally, a quick example, very recent example. Tinubu just appointed Nentawe Yewada, Professor Nentawe Yewada, as the new APC chairman. Do you know what happened? He's from Plateau State. Do you know? Do you know what happened in the, in the states after the announcement? The people hit the streets celebrating, carrying APC flag. They were singing, Tinubu Omologo, Tinubu Omologo, Tinubu. They were. Jimmy, can you still hear me?
Yeah. Bungalow. Can you mute your
Somebody's
mic?
mic is on. Yeah, I can see. I can hear it too.
Yeah. Hold on. Let we have a cue here, please.
I'm still hearing voices, Jimmy.
It's okay. It's fixed now. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was just giving you an example of finally on the guy that was just appointed in his hometown in Plateau State, Jimmy. Plateau State. Do you remember Plateau State now? Where headsmen are wiping them out like flies, like poverty, multidimensional poverty that is hitting them hard in that place. I mean, every that day we wake up, 200 people wiped out, right? But what is giving them excitement? Because one of their own has just been appointed APC chairman. That means something to them.
Of course, because they've been deprived of
exactly. They would rather celebrate that and be saying Tinubu Omologo, Tinubu Omologo. Because
even though that doesn't have any direct
it doesn't impact their lives directly in any way. But just because one of them has been appointed, that means more to them.
Means a lot to them. Like
Jimmy, this thing is deep. This thing is deep. Yeah. Thank you.
I didn't know about that, and that's another good insight. It shows how much they've been deprived of access to power, equality, and just the mere citizenship of a country called Nigeria. It all tends to the Wazobia. We think Nigeria revolves around this district. Right? It's sad. Anyway, it's not an echo chamber. I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have people here waiting to speak. Investor, the new Nigeria, spiritual herb, Adewumi, TG, and Abiodun in that order. But guys, I have people on the live stream in the studio with me. They get privileges over people on Twitter. So I'll do 2 in the studio and 1 on Twitter Space. But now let's go to Investor. You've been waiting patiently for a while now. How you doing, my brother? Jump in. Carry my day. It's in the studio here with me. Welcome, my brother. Welcome.
God bless you. God bless you. We are going to take him to a kid. I'm going to give him good pounded yam. Now, good conversation this evening, this morning, or whatever you are spacing for. I just want to say, when Nigeria, during the amalgamation that we are talking about, I don't know how old we are. I just think for myself, because I think to help what we are saying today, and a lot of people are saying how things are for themselves, which is good. I think, say, if you allow people to use, first person pronouns, and few questions like, ask yourself, would you allow your family member to marry from another tribe? Yeah? Would you, are you very tolerant to other people? See, no law say, make I love you. Either you are from my tribe, either you are from the east or north. No. But normally, I should be able to tolerate you. I should be able to say, now I'm someone day my next door. They do okay, they need anything. Do you understand? If they need anything, you okay? Good morning, how's everything? I'll work. Blah, blah, blah. See, the Oyibo people weigh my doors together. Not be there with the also for visa, come stay again. Do you understand? So all
Because I ask myself every time, because a lot of people will say, oh, the problem is from 1914. That was when maybe my great grandfather was living. I don't even know him. Why would I learn? Because Jimmy is from Anambra, I will not be able to tolerate Jimmy because my great grandfather was amalgamated wrongly. Now, the bottom line here is because Nigerians, almost 300 million people, are chasing few food, few services. You will make a very good point. Years ago in England, no Irish, no dog, no black. Have you now?
Mm-hmm.
But now, because they improve themselves, nobody say that time, you go see Scotland, they fight England. What did they happen? You know, go north, blah, 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 cut each other head. But now, what did they happen? They create a system for them to tolerate each other. You need to be able to tolerate each other. But our leaders created a country that a lot of people are chasing few gari, few epa. If you put, you go see one goat wey just born like this. As the little goat dey grow, if you wan eat from mama plate, mama go give her head, say comot, I wan chop. Na where we are for now. I'm not here to erase the way people have been treated in the past. Not at all. Not at all. I'll give you an example, Jimmy. There's a girl that come from the East that I met in UK. We did few things together. I went to say, I help and secure few things I help and secure job for him brother from Lagos. The brother come around. He trusted me with some money, we do few things. Immediately I tell him, say, what did happen? I said, make we do something, make we, I like you. We did the same field. The first thing that girl told me was, my papa must not hear this. This is 2023. And I look at her. She does not want that. She's not like that. But that's what papa will tell her. Spada Prince, we don't speak here. Prince, you still listen. And I hear you a lot when you talk your own. Say, some people, both sides, these things are going on. So I just believe that as young Nigerians, we should not allow our leaders, either political, either religious, either traditional, to put enmity, to put all these lines in between us. We shouldn't allow it. We dey too smart for all this nonsense. You see Oshibajo pikin go marry from the north. You go see Obasanjo pikin go marry from Anambra. Me and you get Twitter. You dey call me Yariba. I've never heard that before. Now I don't know what that mean. After I've lived for over 4 decades. Now I never know him. Jimmy, I wasn't aware of it. Now this guy who they do Bigotry, what they call him Harry. Now they are that one. I never heard about it. So me and you go sit here when we are clamoring for good country. We go sit here. We go allow this thing to happen. When this big boy, look at that guy for what they call him, chief priest. He don't go meet Tinubu. He don't live inside your bigotry. That one a bigotry so businessmen, Luther, they know where they meet. Me and you know they there. Me and you busy for X. They shout. We should be smarter than this. My both neighbors, as I'm speaking to you from my own house, my both neighbors are English and they're white. COVID. I had COVID myself. I couldn't leave the house. Came to my door. They stood to the road. They say, Olu, do you need any shopping done? What's going on? I said, I'm basic. We don't go visit your door, but we go do shopping for you. Can you understand? People should be able to tolerate that. I laugh like this. No wonder that leader when they there tell you say no tribe again, no, because they see waiting that thing cause for there. Guys, let us be smart. if you support Obi, if I support Showore, if you support Gagaban, if you support this thing, no bring bigotry enter am at all. Let's tolerate that. Beauty of democracy. If Obi enter, good. If e dey fumble from day one, we go so tell am say abeg dey go. Na our resources e dey spend. If Showore enter, if e dey mess up, oga, you dey craze. That's where we supposed to be. That's what we're supposed to be doing now. Guys, we are smarter than this. We should be able to tolerate each other. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, investor. Thank you. I know you are think twice, my beloved elder brother. Thank you. You made a very great point. And to be fair, the only reason why people started using the whole tribal sentiment when it comes to debates on candidates is simply because of Tinubu. Because he said it openly that is the tone of the Yoruba. And if they're to search for the credible Yoruba there is to represent that, it is him, his own turn. So I think that's the genesis of why whatever it is you're seeing people claiming to want to have a go at is based on that, simply because of that statement. Emilio Con. And
That's the opinion, Sha.
yeah, so it's not a matter of opinion. It's based on what happened. It's the fact. He did that video, and I'm saying this based on um what the video betted. So that video was the genesis of people having the sense of entitlement. So why is it not middle belters? Why is it not the turn of middle belters? If there's going to be anyone's storm, it should be the Igbo storm, because if we're talking about the Wazubia, the Wa and the Zo, they've been doing it all along. What about the Bia? In as much as that is even selfish enough, we have other tribes, hundreds of them, that are not even part of this so-called thing. Tudo just made a compelling point about how the Plateau people are happy about the new APC chairman. APC chairman, not a military general, not a police commissioner, APC chairman. They've been longing for relevance for a long time. So now that it's just like a crumb of bread, and they just jump up on it. They're so happy to get it. It's their brightest glimpse of hope to having power or getting close to power. And that's just what it is. So although I didn't say that based on opinion, I'm saying that based on fact. If you know otherwise, or if anyone knows otherwise, please grab the mic and come and speak. I'll welcome that. All right. Thank you. I think TG, are you in the studio with me? Is that you? I cannot hear you if you want to unmute your mic.
Yes,
Hold on.
I'm in the studio with you.
Okay, beautiful. So there's no point requested for mic here. So all right, let's do this real quick. After you, we'll go back on Twitter to take the new Nigeria spiritual herb, Adewumi, and Abiodun in that order. Okay, Adewumi dropped. Okay. But yeah, go ahead. TG, 5 minutes, please.
Okay, yeah. So very interesting topic. Nigeria challenges with this bigotry. For me, I think it stems from the interplay between politics, religion, and tribalism. And for me, if you look at our history, this has to do with our colonial history, our post-independence struggles, the 1914 amalgamation, and you also know that we have devised regions that was put together by our British colonizers, which created a fragmented nation. And unfortunately, they were ruling us through the indirect rule, which fostered that division. Now, key figures like that I can remember, I know there are a lot of them, but key figures like Ahmadu Bello, who is a northerner leader and a very key guy in terms of divisive rhetoric. Just like the way you give example with Tinubu, If you listen to a lot of his speech, you will see him issuing out some rhetoric that are very, very divisive. And this started like since 1960, statement coming from some northern Muslims, which fuel mistrust between now some of the northern Muslims and some of our other people across the country. Just like what Tinubu did say in 2023 have fueled some bigotry between Yorubas and Igbo, and that's what we see on Twitter. Now, politically, ethnic and religious identity shape leadership selection in Nigeria. And with parties, most times, if you look at what the parties do, the parties always revolve around Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. Again, if you go deep, like what you see in the north, where you have the not supposed to be believed to be Muslims, but still we have places in the north that have significant number of Christian. Now that's where now the religion concept now comes in now. Beside the issue of north and south, even within the south now, you hear some Muslims also trying to raise up their voices, right? Just like what you have in the north, where you cannot talk about this, you cannot talk about politics without talking about Sharia debates in the north. You can talk about politics. You can talk about Boko Haram in the north. You can talk about politics without saying that we have over 250 ethnic groups in Nigeria, but so far so good. It's only Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and Fulani that have held some like. In fact, in politics, there are some positions that are exclusive to these people. In reality, even though on our law and on our paper, that is not the reality. Now, corruption and poor leadership and bad governance has worsened this divide, thereby making resource allocation. You heard what Konkoso said, whether true or not true, that is shaping the narrative, right? And then you hear what they said about Tinubu appointing just national APC chairman, and people. By the way, Jimmy, as they are celebrating, a part of just part of Plateau was attacked. About 47 people were killed. So while people were celebrating appointment of one individual, a professor, to be a national chairman, a group of a certain community in that same Jos is being killed. So you can see how we have even forgotten the value of life just because of this bigotry, because of this politics, and then because of bad governance. So to me, to sound it all, ideally, since we know where we are coming from, which we know how people value their identity, we could have had leaders who could use this our identity in equity and fairness and justice while focusing on competency, and then try to come up with programs, policies, uh, initiatives to take the best out of all these tribes and then have a certain representation. Not really saying you must have Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, but at least if there's justice, there's fairness, there's equity, then there's likelihood of people to even be identified along the way, rather than what we have right now, that because of the bad governance that we have and the poor leadership that we have, leaders who could not show their potential using this equity, fairness, and justice, they now go behind and use tribalism and use bigotry and use religion to cover their failure. So for me, of course, you say you're not here to talk about the solutions. For me, I could have said whenever we can get competent leaders who would give leadership and governance, putting at the center stage competency, equality, fairness, justice, then people will begin to align. Because the truth is, I don't care that Tinubu is the Yoruba man. For me, I would prefer to have a Yoruba man at the federal government, but I will have these few things I mentioned: justice, fairness, equity, and good governance. Than for me to have somebody from my village who is a Minchika man as the president, but these few things are missing. That's my thought. Thank you, Jimmy.
All right. Thank you, TG. Thanks. I can see you're actually on video. I'm not sure if you realize a lot of people are actually watching you. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, now you're muted. Your mic is muted.
Yeah, sorry, I put video because people keep saying that I am not from the north, because I see a lot of things on my timeline that I am an Igbo man trying to pretend to be from the north. So I am from the
Right.
north, from Adamawa in Maiduguri, Borno State. So if you want him to speak Hausa, Babur, Minchika, all these northern languages, I speak like 14 or 15 northern languages. Anyone who wants to challenge that I am not from the north, that's why I put my face so
Oh,
that we can talk. Thank you, Jimmy.
all right. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Chizzy. That was beautiful. Wow. 14 languages. That's impressive. I only said that to call your attention to the fact that um, it's an international platform and a lot of people are watching you, so you don't get carried away with the video. They're actually seeing everything you do on the Twitter. Well, not just Twitter, all the social media platforms, so they can see you visibly. So thanks for that. That was beautiful. All right, without wasting any much time, let's go to the new Nigeria. Is that what it is? Sorry, the new Africa. The new Africa. How you doing? Thanks for your patience. Jump in.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Wonderful conversations. Who is the father of bigotry and father of bigotry? Regional tribe. So, like a lot of people have made assertions here. I think somebody's mic is on.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry,
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay. So, like a lot of people have made assertions here, and we talked about the formation of Nigeria and how we got here in the first instance. And honestly, to me, what I really feel was that the intention for the colonial masters and when they actually came into Nigeria, I think it was pretty well. They were trying to consolidate their own positions, like making sure that other imperialists does not poach their own land. I think to their own interest, they were just trying to achieve something like let's consolidate our interests here and see all of this land, which brought about the amalgamation. And a whole lot of us would have thought, well, our founding fathers, when they were fighting for the independence and trying to get that sovereignty away from the colonial masters, one would have thought one of the best time would have been able to try and work together like a union was what we're doing in the regional government then, which led to the civil war. And after Decree 34, it has been like we're just bumbled up into one particular. So I will feel in order to address this and a working solution that would have been all okay. Like somebody came here and said, probably maybe we would have split into three like a union. So just like we have United Kingdom when you have Wales, Scotland, because there was a time like Scotland were not having it, they didn't really want to see it, and they actually look for a solution within themselves. So we would have thought about the same thing as Nigeria. And what if we move like a union and we put some contribution down to the federal and we still continue to operate which we're doing at some point? Because the more we keep on looking at it, the type of governance that we are actually practicing with this democracy means that, like you all said, Jimmy, you said the zoo, you understand, it's just been going around deep, and maybe at some point, south, okay, you because the sense of belonging would have been like probably for us to like feel we want to have that sense of belonging across all board. A geopolitical union arrangement that would have made power to go across the whole six geopolitical zone. At which point would have been like, okay, power would have gone to the northwest, the northeast, the middle belt, it would have come to the southwest, and it would have gone wrong, like metaphor used to always see it in his own something. So I think in that way, probably we would have looked at the present constitution that we have and what we have all been saying, like we all know it is very clear to us. Whatever solution we have in our constitution and how long we have amended it to this point, it's not really working. It's not really working. Like somebody has said about the way report, the 2014 National Conference report that was never looked at. And we're already hearing news like they're about to do another one like this next coming day. So it's based for the same answer. And how do we continue to address this? Because one generation keep on passing this to one generation. I've been in a situation whereby I know I've also seen some of my own uncles, dad, and mom will tell you, oh, don't marry from social place. Don't marry. Why do you people say this? Like, how can you be so ignorant? I was even talking to my dad when I was doing something. I said, the last time you had a problem with your wheel alignment in your car and we went somewhere to go and fix it, they told you the only guy that has this particular specific part is from this shop. And he was an Igbo man. Why can't you say, okay, because you're an Igbo, don't do my wheel alignment? I saw you there, you were literally begging the man, laughing and trying to say that you have been to this before. But you come back home and come and tell me, no, no, that's double standard. So I feel it's not nice. And for the fact that in this particular generation we are in, the young generation now have access to information better than, I mean, in the early 21st century, they can go online and read historical context. Somebody talked about Rwanda, and you can see, I think, if you look at how the trend has been going across Africa, there is actually a clear evidence. And in Rwanda, when it happened, when the Hutu extremists were pursued out by Kagame, the same thing when you go to Ethiopia and Eritrea, they have that kind of a working solution. I think till now, they are still like separated. The same thing happens with North Sudan and South Sudan. So in the long run, probably as this country continue to progress, we would have come to that understanding like, wow, we need to actually is either we structure the country and let power rotate within the 6 regions, and by which point it would have been easy for every minority in that region. If it comes to Middle Belt, for example, it would have been easy for that minority to have at least give us a valuable leader that has visionary, because I don't believe visionary is only extended to one side. There are visionary leaders in all the six geopolitical zones. And that would have made a way for a sense of belonging into the country. Or probably maybe we'll now go into union, like we'll form ourselves in union, maybe probably would have divided into 4 parts and still contribute some part into the central government. So I believe it's still the same, because until we do that, that's when we'll be able to address the issue of insecurity, address the issue of food agriculture production, we address the issue of tourism, we address a lot of issues, because locally now people can now look for inward solutions, because that would have led anybody that not if it is being sectionalized like that, you would have been able to look for internal solution within yourself. So at the end of the day, we will have to sit down on this table, because for me, probably one thing that is still like holding us together is that maybe our main source of revenue, which is the oil. So in the nearest future, if exploration got to that extent whereby oil is now being discovered in the north, because I know there are still some a lot of effort by federal government to actually do some project there looking for oil, which is going on. And if at the end of the day, this natural gas that Nigeria is trying to harness and we are able to make him go in natural gas, and which we have in several parts of the country, is now becoming the major source of revenue. If these leaders have not seen it in that sense, they would have put an easy solution to like, okay, our source of revenue now, I think is all over the place. Like that now may be the right time to decentralize. So I believe that particular oil is a blessing and a curse, because the oil was the major factor. It's a blessing and it's a curse. Probably if we have been able to explore and find in the northern part of the region, it would have been a good reason to separate in the first place long ago. So I think as time continues to go on, the people that can address this and to make us probably we can manage it maybe the next 50 or 100 years, we'll not get to that point where we're not like, no, let us just go separate ways. But for the meantime, living together and trying to go away from this hatred rhetoric that is not going to lead us anywhere, it is our political leaders that can address that particular situation. There was a time when National Education Agency were talking messages about unity in Nigeria, yeah, and a lot of all that. So I think our political leaders, instead of, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. If you can wrap up in a minute.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. So I think our political leaders, the diversity can be a good source of way to unify us and an advantage. And at the same time, it is a tool of division and ruling for selfish purposes. So I think it is a double-edged sword, and that is the position we find ourselves in. So I will just yield here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The New Africa. This is New Africa. Thank you. That was beautiful. So there's one part of your submission I picked up. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I noted it down. You said youth can read about the past historically, but my point is you're emphasizing on how people can get themselves educated while enlightened about what had happened in Nigeria, the issue of Nigeria and all that. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but here's the problem. We have people editing the history, rewriting the history in a way that will favor them. We have people tampering with Wikipedia. We have people tampering with articles, rewriting and altering some words to um, favor different tribes, not just one tribe. They're doing it across board, and that is dangerous. That is absolutely dangerous. It is one thing for them to read about history. It's another thing for them to read the right thing, to read what is actually the real truth about the history. Because when history is rewritten and it ends up in the wrong hands and they read it, what they read is what they react on. How they react, we cannot hold them back on that. We
And
can.
I think that is where sources and reference comes into points. Like reading from the right sources and the right reference.
There
So
you go.
like
Exactly my point. I was
deep
gonna point
research.
that out.
Yeah, you are meant to get your reference, and you are meant to you need to sectionalize the reference, and you will still even give a table for your references. So I think that
You're talking about reference in the country of a country where half of the population are illiterate.
Okay, Karigwe, this is what I'm saying. Like now, literally, if you go to YouTube, there are some channels like they are very, very reliable, and their context on whatever they are saying about a particular story, you would have gone to like 10 or 5 or 7 places, and the story is still like the same. Literally, will you find it hard from somebody deviating from the truth? So you have like I know Gibella is one guy. It says a lot about history, and there are some also history channel on YouTube, National Geographic Channel, Kings and General. There are several reliable sources there. I think for once, I've listened to the same story from different channels, and literally they are actually saying the same thing. So for those that want to twist it, fine, it may really be there, but at least to a large extent, the good ones are more than the bad one out there. Especially for YouTube. I don't know, maybe like maybe somebody waiting from other TV channels there.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I just had to mention that. Thanks for that. Thank you. Beautiful submission.
Yeah, for this your topic, go colonization for colonizers for yes.
Yeah.
Because
So
politics, religion, and tribe, colonizers should be among them. That's an opinion, though.
yeah. So I get that argument. Fathers of bigotry, politics, religion, or tribe. What's dividing us? So you're talking about colonizers. They probably done whatever it is they did and they left. We could have or we should have um, pulled out of that, but we decided to keep going on that. We decided to stick to that. I mean, they're not forcing anybody to remain the way they were colonized, right? Um, but the leaders kept on to that because it favors them. So they can teach you what to
And
do.
Jimmy, you cannot rule out the colonizers still indirectly in sponsoring this before.
Sorry, say that again.
I said you can't rule out the colonizers still indirectly sponsoring these our leaders.
Karigo, your mic is bad. Is it me or Karigo's mic is bad?
Can you hear me very well now?
Yeah, I think it's better now.
All right. So what I said is that you cannot rule out the fact that there is still the colonizer's handwriting all over our government today. they are still benefiting from the divide we have. So they indirectly sponsor the wrong people to be in our government. So those colonizers still say it. You cannot bring two father serious fairness in them and put them in the same roof and expect them to be good with each other. We were flawed from the roots. Jimmy, you're a scrum master. When you want to do a project, solve a problem for a company, the first thing you do is to do a root cause analysis. And when you do a root cause analysis on the Nigerian issue, you will find the issue spread from our foundation. It started in 1914.
Right.
That's where the problem started. And if you don't solve 1914, the problem that 1914 created, we are not going to solve the problem. Then who is the best people who created 19? So they are, for me, they are the real fathers of our people. Not fathers, they are the forefathers. Then these ones we have to be their offspring.
Okay, fair enough. I get what you mean. I understand your point now. But then again, before I could even come up with this concept, I had to cut out based on the characters accepted on Twitter, topic for spaces. So I wasn't able to put more than this. I was going to use political leaders, religious leaders, and traditional leaders. But there was no space enough for that, so I had to improvise. But yeah, I think you made a valid point. They did what they did back then, and their kids took over, and they're still controlling that narrative up till now. Yeah, that's a very solid point. Thanks for that. Oz, you're with me in the studio. Are you there? Oz, are you there? Okay, Oz is not there. So let's move on to the next person. Spiritual Herb. How you doing? Thanks for your patience. Jump in. After spiritual, we take Abiodun and Grandmaster in that order. Spiritual Herb, welcome. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Jimmy. First of all, I always give you credit for what you do in your own way, creating the environment for us to have difficult and important conversations. So thank you for that. Also, I don't want to have a new argument, so I'm going to basically support most of the arguments that align with what I believe in. So like starting with Reverend Karibu, who just basically spoke, I agree, the topic I think should most appropriately would be politics, religion, tribe, or colonialism, or neocolonialism. What's dividing us? I think that would be a fair topic. I spent my own submission trying to align to the fundamentals and foundations. Mr. Odunayo, I don't think he's here anymore. I always align with him when he's on spaces, and that's the fact that to solve Nigeria's problem, who is a Nigerian? That core fundamental must be addressed. Who is a Nigerian? What does that mean? What brings the 371 plus different ethnic groups together to say we are Nigerians? And to do that, we'll start from 1914, Northern Protectorate and Southern Protectorate being joined together by the colonial masters. Obviously, it was a big deal because these were two completely different regions and protectorates. The people were different. Okay, that's gone. The argument can as well start from the founding fathers. These are what we call foundation fundamentals. What did the founding fathers of Nigeria agree on? That should be the first question. What did they agree on? Okay, what they agreed on, are we still practicing the fundamentals which our founding fathers agreed on? These are the fundamental questions that must be answered. The Patriots, which is recent news, about 700 quote unquote Nigerian stakeholders They just finished not too long ago their 3 days meeting in Abuja, trying to prefer a new constitution. According to San Mike, let me butcher his last name, Mike San Ozekome, I think that's his last name. They have been pushing for a new constitution, and that might have been consistent to say we need a people's-driven constitution, which leads me to the next important part, the 1999 constitution. For the people, by the people, which people? Is it the 50 generals that sat in a room and wrote a constitution? Should be Minister of Information, when Obasanjo swore in, said he did not even read the constitution that Obasanjo swore in on. He did not even read it. Okay, we are moving on. We are patching, which to me, I like, okay? Amending constitution, trying to reflect our realities. For example, the last bill where they said let the presidency be rotational amongst the 6 regional development commissions, that was thrown out. I would have expected that to be a major topic we're having as Nigerians. Say, for fairness, justice, and equity, let the zones all have mandatory opportunity through rotational presidency. To round up, not to take so much time, my main solution or support is towards restructuring. We must be restructured. We must have this referendum. Everybody has talked about it. We cannot ignore it. 2014, National Conference. It was expensive. I followed that conference. Jonathan said he begged Buhari that please implement this thing. They didn't implement it. Is it now we should be talking about state policing? But it's the reality. We cannot cover up this fundamental problem. We cannot. Anyways, to round up before I use the mic, the regional development commissions, I hope that this should be reflected in the constitution, because right now it is not. So basically, my submission is that the development commissions, they reflect the closest realities to who we are. And I'm just going to go through them very quickly and then round up. The Niger Delta Development Commission, the first commission, obviously, it shows that it draws at 20 to 25% of the people there. The Ibibios and the Anants, 15 to 18% there. Urobo and Isoko people make up 12%. Ishekiri, 5%. Efik, Yorubas, Igbos are also part of the Niger Delta Development Commission, meaning states like Edo State is there, Cross River is there, even states in Delta, Anyoma and Equity rivers. Northeast Development Commission contains 30% Kanuri people, 25% Fulani, 15% Hausa. It contains the Berber, Shua, Arabs, the Tis, the Junkuns, and other minorities. This is Northeast region. The Northwest is Yorubas. Northwest region is Hausa 60 to 65%, Fulani 20 to 25. The Gwari people, which is the Gwayi people, the Zulu people. North Central is where the Tis are, Ijoma people, Nupe, Ebira, Okun people. After that is the Southeast development, Southeast region, which is obviously quite homogeneous Igbo region. Same as the Southwest, homogeneous Yoruba region. These are the way we should be addressed by our indigenous nature. Say, okay, who are the people that are indigenous to this land? How many percent of these people are in this land or in this region, quote unquote? If we don't have these fundamentals reflected in a constitution that tells us to erase our indigenous identities and not embrace the British colonial created identity called Nigeria, then we will never progress. And on that note, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Beautiful one. Passionate. So, real quick, out of the three I mentioned now, what is really dividing us? Is it politics? Is it religion? Or is it tribe?
Yeah, I just like Reverend Carigwe said, for me, it is neo-colonialism. The answer is not above.
All right, thank you. Beautiful. Thanks for that. Abiodun, jump in. Thanks for your patience. Then we'll take Grandmaster afterwards. Then we'll take a new cue.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. My sentiments exactly. Jimmy, this topic that you have brought up here tonight is very important. I think this is the kind of topic that most Nigerians ought to be engaged in, brainstorm, deliberate on extensively, because this kind of topic shoots straight to the core of the problem that Nigeria has, whether anybody like to believe it or not. But Jimmy, look, to tell you the truth, I take politics as the chief instigator of bigotry and tribalism in Nigeria. But why do I take politics? Because what, in my opinion, many Nigerian ethnics are looking for is self-determination. That's just what they're looking for. Self-determination. We can even see by every slight opportunity they give an ethnic group to engage in government. It seems as they just won the lottery. Like what people just explained here. It seems as though they just won the lottery. Even if they give them the list of the government office in Nigeria, that particular tribe or ethnic that has never seen that before seems as though they just won the lottery. What every ethnic group in Nigeria is looking for is self-determination. So please go and check the definition of self-determination, and you see that this is essential for any ethnic group's well-being, growth as an entity of their own. So what Nigeria really needs to do is to give all the ethnic groups in that country that natural, inalienable right. And that does not mean that they are now succeeding from Nigeria. No. In fact, even within a country, a group or ethnic of people can self-determine themselves. I think our founding fathers got that quite right by allowing the regional government system to thrive in Nigeria. And we could see the difference between then and now, although the regions were quite very few. But we saw the progress that Nigeria made within that short time, because they allowed some of the ethnics self-determination. So to solve this problem, really, sorry about that. I just had an incoming call from my colleague. Why is he calling me tonight? I can't do nothing tonight. I'll see this guy Monday. Sorry about that. Okay, well, I think the Nigerian government just simply needs to allow all the ethnic groups their right to self-determination within Nigeria. And that is not calling for Nigeria to be divided. It's just calling for proper management of Nigeria. Let all of them determine themselves, let them govern themselves, and let Nigeria manage this arrangement properly. It can be done. There is no definition on how the self-determination should be. That you must be some sort of a country. No. You can't. In all these ethnics can self-determine themselves, even inside Nigeria country, right there. And I don't mean that they're going anywhere. They can govern themselves. Anyway, the Nigerian government can set up a system of governance that allow all the ethnic groups to govern themselves, and all their individual government is attached to a federal government. Because that's what all the ethnic groups need. That's what all the regions in that country needs. To self-determine themselves, to develop themselves, to govern themselves. And I don't want to in the world as far as I'm concerned. And we're doing this map. We are actually determined to through the map we're doing that this will be successful. We are just rolling back to the First Republic. a little bit of change here and there. The cause of bigotry is the current political governance system that Nigeria is using. And if Nigeria continues in this path, it might eventually, destroy itself. Because I repeat again, what all the ethnic regions of that country is looking for is self-determination. They want to govern themselves. They want to develop themselves. They want to advance themselves. So let them do it. Let them do it. Just let them do it. Yeah, and problem is solved. But I think the political elite in Nigeria will not allow that to happen, because if they know that happens, many of what they benefit now from this broken system, they will lose it. Yeah. Okay. Well, and I even think that Tinubu's already started his own way of, enticing people to support him in 2027. And I don't mean digression there. Because that's what they are doing right now. They go to all these vulnerable people that have never seen any sort of power before, and begin to entice them a little bit above, and those people think that they've actually won the lottery. What these people are asking for is to self-govern themselves. The Nigerian government will just allow that to happen. You see how Nigeria will, if a Nigeria economy will shoot through the roof. That's why we'll end. But everybody already knows why I'm saying this, because of what we're already doing. This, I'm just letting you know, Jimmy, this is a solution to Nigeria's problem. Just simply roll back to what our founding fathers established. They had reasons why they did what they did in the First Republic. So I will end there now. But Jimmy, in fact, I'm even talking about this. I want to invite all of you to come and join us and discuss with us. We can kill two birds with one stone. We can kill two birds with one stone. Nigerians really need to rise up and begin to really try to address the real issues in our midst. So while we are doing what we are doing, let us also recognize that there's a broken foundational problem here. And regardless of the government that appears on Aso Rock, if this foundational problem is still there, the government will be frustrated. The government will be frustrated. And I know this because, first of all, we even have so many rogues in our parliament that may even frustrate any well-meaning Nigerian president that arrives in Aso Rock. Frustrate his bill for anything that would snatch that greed away from them. They'll frustrate it. Nigeria has a broken system. We need to fix that foundation. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have the same problem. Bigotry, and as long as people just trying, all of these ethnic groups just fighting with each other, it's because they want to self-determine themselves. They want to govern themselves. And if the Nigerian government doesn't allow them to govern themselves, Nigeria's problem is solved. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Abiodun.
Jimmy, if you don't mind, when you finish, I would like to engage a metaphor, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, sure.
When you're done.
Yeah. Actually, go ahead. Don't worry, Tudo. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Metaphor. I know this subject has been very dear to your heart. You have been doing some work in this area, and I've always been curious. So, in search for a solution, and I know this is not an easy question by any stretch. What is your view? What is your idea of the ultimate solution? Balkanize the country into what, 350 compartments, or 700? Going by the number of languages. Yeah, take it from there.
Okay, Tudo, we are currently doing some investigations in Nigeria. Today we just got feedback from people that are gathering information from us, and they just told us now that Nigeria actually has about 30 main ethnic groups. So far, what they've gathered, Nigeria actually have about 30 main ethnic groups. So how did they define the main? They define the main by population and diversity of ethno-linguistic tone. So an ethnic group might not be large in terms of population, but you find out that they have different tone India. For instance, you find about three tribes speaking about similar language. They are in an ethnic group. So altogether, we're able to break down, we find about 30 main ethnic groups using these statistics. 30 main, but Nigerians actually think we have 3 main ethnic groups. But there's 30 main ethnic groups, and this is just what we've gathered so far, but we're still checking. And in fact, there might be even a lot more. What I am saying is that all of these ethnic groups, you will not find out that they all come from different regions. So when all of the, in fact, we also found out that Nigeria may even have more than 14 ethnic groups. So I bet the first ethnic group. So more than 14 regions. More than 14 geopolitical regions, not 6. That information came to us today. So, and then you find out that all of these main ethnic groups actually fit into these 14 geopolitical regions. Each of these regions can be can self-determine themselves. They can be a regional government of themselves. Now, if you go to our website, yeah, you will see what we're already breaking down here. Each of these regions can actually be a regional government. But like each region, you might have like 12 or 10 or 20 ethnic groups. They can each of these regions. Let's say once we complete our investigation, we come up with about 18 geopolitical regions in Nigeria, and maybe about 35 or 40 main ethnic groups. You will find that all of these main ethnic groups, they are scattered among these geopolitical regions, and each of these regions can be a regional government of their own. That if the Nigerian government gives them that is, the Nigerian government have actually given them their right to self-governance, their right to self-determine themselves. Problem solved.
All right.
So I don't know why this is only complicated.
I get you. And I think, again, the question remains, real quick, if I may add, whether it's 350 or the 500 languages, I mean, the formula remains elusive. But Jimmy, thank you, Metaphor. Let me just add this real quick. Isn't it funny that the people who gave us Nigeria, who put Nigeria together, thought that regional was the best way to go? Our first constitution was actually 1922, the Clifford Constitution. And at that time, I mean, it was all white people. No Nigerian was even there in the council. It was until 1946 when we had the Richards Constitution. That was the first attempt at actually, giving us, regional control. And it was Sir Bodilon who actually brought the idea. And when Bodilon retired in 1944, Richards took over, and actually they designed that framework for regional autonomy. And then we went all the way to Macpherson. Macpherson came in 1951, and it went from there. Fast forward all the way to the coup, where Ironsi came in, and we know for obvious reasons, the Decree 34 came in and practically decimated regional control. And of course, we know why that was done. My point is that unitary foundation is what has been used to create subsequent constitutional frameworks up until now. And that is why the Nigerian president is operating like a king. So I just wanted to say finally that isn't it funny that the Oyibo people that actually pinned this whole thing together believed more in regional autonomy than our own people that are ruling us right now. It's a shame. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Tudo. That was educational. I know about the Clifford Constitution, then Richards. I think the next one is Mark Fencing or something like that. So before they now switched to the little team in 1954, and eventually we had the independence one in 1960. So the 1961 is the one people are mostly addressing, which is the one, we the people. So which people? And I think that's what spiritual herb and metaphor is actually referring to. Metaphor. It will be interesting to see the outcome of what you guys are working on. And you said something. You said we should join you. Do you guys have a space you hold like weekly or thereabouts?
Okay, yes, Jimmy. For instance, next week we will discuss again extensively. If you go on my handle, you see what we're going to be discussing next week. A couple of days ago, we discussed this again, and we will be discussing this periodically on Spaces until October. In October, we will be presenting a proposal through the current people that are doing this constitutional review to the Nigerian Parliament. Yeah, that is the House of Representatives. In fact, 3 of the House reps are actually waiting for it. I'm in a public space, so anybody can come up and say, this is a public space. It is actually really happening. And we are preparing these projects to give it to them. If they accept it, they will, prepare a bill and, present it to the House. It go through several readings. That is what we are trying to do. We are trying to make it propose that this is what really Nigeria should look like. And that's why we actually have a website where everybody can go and see what we are doing. You can say, for instance, on that website right now, you see what we've already, some of the basic foundation we've already created. Yeah. And this investigation is still ongoing. So Jamie, I'm inviting all of you, come and join us on that conversation. Let us have this conversation because we're actually talking about this real restructuring and what we think the Nigerian government should do about Nigeria geopolitical regions. In fact, we think that all these geopolitical regions should be regional governments of themselves. And of course, Nigeria can still have a federal government, a central government. But what
somebody's fight is messing this up for us.
Hello. Sorry. Metaphor. Go ahead. I fixed it.
Yes. So in our region, in this project that we're preparing, the central government still remains there. However, the power of the central government is grossly reduced. In fact, the power of the central government is equalized. And in our proposal, we are proposing 5 federating units. Please go on the website and see what we are doing. Yeah, we're proposing 5 federating units. The power of the presidency is grossly, in fact, it's equalized. We have the regional premiers, we have the presidency, we have the national legislative, we have the national judiciary, and we even have the central bank. The central bank that is currently under the executive right now is no longer on the executive plan. It is now a federating unit of itself. We have the regional government that have, premiers, and all of these, legislative, all of these federating government powers are equal. So, and that is what, in our opinion, all of these regions, they need to govern themselves. And we can all look in the Nigeria idea. This was the ideas of our founding fathers. So we just think that should be the solution. And once this is done, bigotry disappears. Because then all of the regions have their government. And their premier is who they look up to. And in fact, there's so much to this. But Jimmy, I want to invite all of you to come in. Not join us, so I don't take up time on this place. Yeah, I don't want to breaking this. This is going to take some time. But come on, if you have the time, join us in our next conversation. It's huge. There's so much to discuss. There's so much to look at. Like today, we just got today that Nigeria actually has 30 main ethnic groups. And in fact, we even believe that there's more. Because some of our guys now are not even going to some places in Nigeria. There's a lot more. In fact, we might even have up to 14 main ethnic groups in Nigeria, or even more. But one thing we notice that all of these ethnic groups are scattered across all the different regions. And to solve that problem is quite very easy. Just make regional governments. Case closed. But Nigeria is huge. Nigeria has so much population. Nigeria has so much ethnic group, and we just have one government. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Metaphor. Can you put the link on the Jumbotron, please? The link to the space, please. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. Grandmaster, thanks for your patience. Let's have Grandmaster Peter be publicist and Sheon in that order. Grandmaster, welcome. Jump in. How you doing?
Big dog. What up, man?
How you doing, Jimmy? What's good?
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Jimmy, see, maybe my phone you will give me 5 minutes, I beg. I say I don't come from this place. I listen, I sit back, listen to what people want to talk, and so I can understand exactly what the whole thing is all about before I give my submission. So please allow me to speak on this issue because I always like to be very elaborate. But I'll be very conscious of time, please. Just let me just get to it.
All right, no problem. Go for it.
All right, thank you. My brother Abiodun, Meta, how you doing? I greet you. Meta, you don't say I don't tell you before. This your, obsession with geopolitical zones. I don't understand where it's coming from. The geopolitical zones are simply just that, geopolitical zones. They have no bearing on, ethnicities in this country. There was no concentration of ethnicity when these geopolitical zones were created. So I don't know how you can link ethnicity to geopolitical zones. Even if you create 20 geopolitical zones, it will never be enough to capture all the ethnicity in this country. And just to give another correction, please, my brother metaphor. It's not as if I'm trying to contradict you. Nigeria does not have 40 ethnic groups. Nigeria has 200, more than 250 ethnic groups. I did not say tribes, I said ethnic groups. We had this discussion before. Please, I think you should research a little bit more on this. And this is not about, groups that are related to each other, like Igbo and the Sokos, or let's say the Queries and Igbos, talking about distinct ethnic groups. Let me now say this, please, Jimmy. I want to say this. This is my own opinion. I'm not speaking for anybody. I'm speaking for myself. As an Igbo person, I don't think we need anybody's sympathy. This is my own understanding. I have listened to some of my brothers and sisters who spoke here. I don't need to say brothers because I haven't heard anybody speak. And I see, some of them having this sympathy for Igbos, no, please don't. Do not have sympathy for Igbos. I don't think Igbos are the ones that demand or need the sympathy of Nigerians. Igbos are very powerful people, extremely powerful people, not just within Nigeria, but in the African context. They are very powerful and they will be fine, right? I don't think Igbos ever ask for sympathy. What they always ask for is level playing field and equality. That is what they have historically asked for. This is who they historically are. If we want to, give sympathy, I think we should reserve it for so many other ethnic groups in this country that have been forgotten, right? I remember when you were speaking about Mozubia, who was thing, and I kind of hit me. I said, yeah, I can't think about it. I don't think, remember what I told you that time, one of the spaces that Plateau State alone has about 38 documented ethnic groups. I'm not saying tribes, ethnic groups. Most of these groups are not known to you and I. I don't think you've ever heard about them. And every 10 years to 15 years, many of these groups go extinct. Extinction means that not that they all die off or something, but their culture or their language gets overshadowed or overwritten by a dominant culture and religion and language. I think these are the people that need our sympathy in this country, not the Wazobias, not the Igbos. I don't think the Igbos need our sympathy. Igbos will be fine. If you look at it, critically, some of these groups will never understand what it feels like to have someone that looks like them, someone that speaks the same language as them, represent them at the National Assembly, or represent them as a president in this country. That is how bad it is. You need to go to the Northeast. So I think these are the groups that I think we want to pass sympathy to. Please, let's remember these groups. Not Igbos. Igbos will be fine. Trust me on this one. Anybody who thinks Igbos need their sympathy has not looked around Nigeria. Right? You have not looked around Nigeria. I don't think Igbos are looking for any sympathy. All the Igbos always ask for is give us the level playing field.
I know Nigeria very well. Nigeria is so skilled. They will never leave that in play. But let me just leave it at that for now. I'll get back to it. Now, I think I don't want to repeat what many people have already said in this room. I think many people have touched on, the foundation of the country, the amalgamation, and then, what happened after the amalgamation. The amalgamation was out of convenience. It was never out of love. It was out of expediency for the British. They were really literally lost in the northern part of Nigeria, and they needed to find a way to, to offset the loss they were running into in the northern part of Nigeria. And they looked at the profitable south and said, what if we now join these two, protectorates together? I don't even want to go deeper because we didn't just have the north and the southern protectorate. There were more protectorates, but let me just leave it at that. Before there was the southern protectorate, there was an amalgamation that occurred in the southern part before there was the southern protectorate, and then another amalgamation occurred, right? Then that formed Nigeria. So looking at Nigeria, it was sudden. A lot of these groups did not know each other. Historically, possibly did not really have much interaction with each other, right? Let's look at something like, groups in the northwestern part of Nigeria. Possibly may not have had any, encounter with people in the, what we call the south part of Nigeria today. Let me say case in point, the Ogoni people, right? But the amalgamation of Nigeria brought everybody to the center. And this brought a rush for resources. And this is one of the first points I want to make here. You see all these things you are seeing today. You see all this, and by the way, before I go forward with that, please, I think we could have free my guy, Batista, Harry. I think about 3 people have mentioned Harry this show. Harry is not the cause. Harry is fighting something. If you want to mention Harry when you talk about it, because I've come to realize that in this, on this app, whenever they discuss bigotry, it is always the guy's name flies around left, right, and center. Like, so I think one of the brothers gave me a speak
No,
about.
Grandmaster, I think you misunderstood. When they mention Batista, they're not talking to Harry particularly because the Igbo faction of the fight doesn't have a general name like the Removes. We now call all of them Batistas. Not they are talking about Harry.
No, Harry, I'm a very good listener. As much as I listen well. You understand? My memory collect things. I have paid very close attention to all the solution in the issue. And people have literally mentioned Harry by name. One of the brothers came up here, said something about he heard the name Yarepa the first time from Harry. You see, these are the kind of things, hypocrisy that we indulge in. Even sometimes it's not very obvious to us that we are hypocrites, but we are hypocrites. While the brother was speaking, he consistently kept calling the Igbos, right? But he was quick to realize that Harry called him Yarepa. But he is comfortable calling the Igbos, even after the Igbos have told them countless times, our name is not Igbo. Our name is not Ebo. Our name is Igbo. It has a meaning in my language. Igbo has a meaning in my language. They still consistently call Igbos, but he is fretting over the fact that Harry uses the name Yarepa. You understand him? But anyway, let me leave the hypocrisy now. So let's please spare Harry a little bit, so it doesn't seem as if Harry is the catalyst for bigotry of this app. There are people more daring than Harry. We never mention them, maybe because we have our own biases. We tend to see things, from a certain angle. When it affects us, when it doesn't affect us, we don't see it. But let me just leave it at that. Let me get back to what I was saying, right? First of all, let me even say, before I go back to what I was saying earlier, you see, it is not wrong for people to be sentimentally attached to a certain degree to their own group or to the group they belong to. It is natural. If you look at nature, it is the same thing. If you go to the sea or the ocean, you find out that different schools of fishes actually swim together. You will not see a tilapia swimming with a goldfish. Tilapia will back together and swim only with tilapia. Sharks will swim only with sharks. Whales only swim with whales. What do you call this one? Killer whales will only swim with killer whales. If you come to the land, you find out that elephants will flock together, lions will flock together, hyenas will flock together. It is the natural order of things, and that is not wrong. When people say, I identify with my group, I identify with certain traits and characteristics that are found in my group, it is fine. The problem now arises when you now push hatred towards another group. It is no longer you trying to identify with your own group. You are now deliberately going out of your way to antagonize other groups. That is when it becomes bigotry. Hate towards other people because of who they appear to be. That is where people draw the line. Now, I spoke about resources. If you notice, and let me even correct something, because I've heard a lot of people come up here to speak about, the days that were when we had the regions and it was all roses and peaches. I am sorry. Nigeria of today is even more tolerant than the Nigeria of the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Sometimes we come up here and we speak as if we do not know that it was in this same Nigeria of the 60s that a genocide almost occurred in this country. That Nigeria was so divided and sectionalized. It was so divided. You need to go back and read up on the politics that were played in this country between the 1940s, the time the NCSC was formed, up until the time independence was granted to Nigeria, and even after that, it was some of the most divisive, hateful politics that were ever played in this country. At least today, because of some level of advancement and civilization that we have witnessed, people try to, and because people have to understand consequences, actual consequences, they try to pretend. Back then, they don't. And if you think what I'm saying is a lie, I will provide you evidences and videos of politicians campaigning with outright bigotry in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s. Many of you do not know this, but the first programs that happened in this country happened in the 40s. Okay, it happened in the 40s. So let's kill that, mentality that this Nigeria of the 50s and 60s was this utopia that everything was fine because we had regions. Yes, the regions helped to a certain degree. You understand? In reducing the tension at the center. But the point is that the moment Nigerians from all walks of life found themselves at the center, the fight for resources began. And that fight for resources will continue. It won't end. Because, like we always say, resources are finite. And as resources continue to dwindle, people will continuously want to outdo each other to be the ones that will be the ultimate beneficiary of those resources. And that is why today, when you look at government today of Tinubu, you will notice something very clear. It looks a different way. If you look at the government of Buhari, it looked a different way, right? So one of the things that bring this bigotry, this tribalism, this hate is actually the resources that we are all striving for. And that's why I keep saying, see, for the Igbos, leave them, they will be fine. What about these other smaller ethnic groups that will never have a voice in the fight for these resources? That is number one. Now let me get to number two, my second point. My second point is this. You see what we are witnessing today as Nigerians? It is not peculiar to Nigeria. Many countries across the world have passed through this phase. Many, including the United States of America. In fact, even till today, America is still at loggerheads with each other. But America's case is different. Let me use more advanced societies found in Europe. Places like Germany, places like Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, places like Russia. These people had the same thing problem we had. The fight for dominance amongst them. Many of you do not know this. When you speak about Germans, people think that Germans are homogeneous. They are not homogeneous people. There are different groups within Germany. And each of the groups see themselves as a more powerful group. So you have the ones from what do they call them again? From Hanover, they are called the forgotten what they call them. They feel like they are the supreme Germans. At the same time, the Germans from Munich, Bavaria, think that even within Bavaria, the ones from Munich think they are more superior Germans to the one from the other outskirts of Bavaria, right? The ones in the western part of Germany see the ones in the eastern part of Germany as like how would I put it? Like how do you this guys call this the tainted blood? Because during the time of the what do you call it? During the Iron Curtain period when there was the communism in the Eastern region, a lot of mixing happened between those Germans and the Slavic people from the East. So today they see them and view those people as more tainted Germans. So there are these distinctions among them, but do you know what united them? What actually made them see their differences? These people saw the difference, sat down and discussed it. Dialogue occurred, agreements were reached. How do we go about these things? How do we see each other? How do we understand our differences? How do we govern ourselves? These discussions we are having. This is the discussion that Nigeria consistently run away from. They consistently run away from it. Now, you agree with me that after the Civil War, right, a lot was promised. It was supposed to be one Nigeria. We are all supposed to be seen as the united country and everything. There was supposed to be reconciliation, reconstruction. You are now be welcome back into the fold. You are now part of the group. This discussion was never had. It was all mere words, right? Till today, Nigeria has refused to sit down and ask themselves, these people, numbering close to 250 ethnic groups with different systems, different way of life, different beliefs, how do we form a more cohesive union where we all respect each other's differences in the way or the other and ensure that everybody gets a part of the cake called Nigeria? They are refused to have this discussion. So what we have are people who want to be more dominant, consistently imposing themselves on other Nigerians whenever they have the opportunity to do such. That is why today in Nigeria, a certain part of this country, if Tinubu completes his 4 years, would have had 12 years as presidency in this country, one single ethnic group out of 200 and something, right? Plus another 8 years of vice presidency. Jimmy, sorry? I can't hear you. Jimmy, did you say something?
No. The time just went off now. Yeah.
Okay. Should I run off?
Yeah. 1 minute more. You should be fine.
Okay.
Because you're about 11 minutes now.
Okay, I will round off, Jimmy. I'll round off. Maybe I will actually use my hand up because I still have a lot to say, but I'll just give you the opportunity to speak. But
no problem.
Let me continue what I'm saying, right? Because we have consistently refused to have this dialogue. Now, this group that has had 12 years of presidency with 8 years of vice presidency still think it is okay to consistently antagonize other groups in this country and tell them, you understand, you will never be president in this country. And when people hear these things, what do you think the result is going to be? What do you think the outcome is going to be? It is going to lead to more division, more anger, more hate spewed at each other. So let me end with this. I think one of the biggest problems that we have in this country is that we have refused to tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria needs to dialogue amongst itself, from the most amongst us to the one we call the least amongst us, the one we call the minority. Everybody must be seen to have a stake in this country. Nobody should be seen as a cannot follow in this country, right? Nobody, even if the ethnic group only numbers 5,000, they must have a say in this country, and their voices must be recognized. And this is one of the reasons why I respect the United States, because when you look at the collegial system of election they have in the US, it is designed so that the voices of the majority does not swallow the voices of those who do not have the votes. Everybody will have a say who represent them at the end of the day. And I think until Nigeria as a country comes together and seriously have this dialogue, not all this nonsense, hanky-panky we are doing here, patchwork we are doing here, pretending as if everything is fine, when we can clearly see that nothing is fine, right? then I think we continue on this trajectory. And as the days go by, it's going to get worse. As the resources dwindle, this country is going to devolve into more madness and hate. It's the only time that's going to tell where it's going to end. Thank you very much, Tina.
Thank you, Grandmaster. That was lengthy, history lane. That was beautiful. You said a lot. You said a lot. So I made that statement regarding the Igbo people, not from a pity side. It's just based on equality. Um, and I made the argument that everyone deserves equal playing field, and that's just what it is for me. And I also mentioned about the fact that couple of um, couple of streets, roads in Lagos that had Igbo names on them are now being changed to Yoruba names. And another part is, by the way, I'm still waiting for whoever thinks otherwise to come up with facts, please. And the Ari one, I mentioned Ari based on the amount of tweets that's been sent to me, and I just use it as a reference that sometimes they will send me a tweet. I'll be like, "What's this for crying out loud?" And when you go on the TL, you'll see something worse than what I retweeted, and you'll be like, "Okay, so what are you going to do at that point in time?" Like one side is not ready to pull back, the other side is not ready to stop, and now it's almost as if you do something, you hurt me, I'm going to do something that will hurt you more. So they keep increasing the volume over and over and over again. So that's a different topic entirely. It was personal, it is still personal, because at a point in time, they started putting Irish kids in a coffin and his mom's face, and it was messy, right? But I'm looking at the bigger picture, the fact that it's not personal anymore. It's now the whole generalization of the whole tribe. And what bothers me regarding that is the current administration cannot claim they don't know what is going on. Though I heard at a point in time they're working towards um, enforcing a law that is going to stop bigotry. I'm not sure if that was just a rumor. I'm not sure if it's been implemented. I'm not sure if they're even serious about it. But again, the likes of Bayon Oluga makes tweets about Igbos learning their lessons, things like that. And these are people in the administration. This is someone that has the hairs of the president. And you expect, as a leader, you expect better from them. The point is, when people at that position do things like that, people looking up to them, they get emboldened to keep going. And that's the problem. So I'm not actually looking for a solution, as I mentioned earlier on. I'm here to just ask the people, are the politicians the problem? Are they the founders of bigotry in that country? Or the religion leaders? Or a traditional or tribal rulers and leaders? Are they the problem of bigotry in Nigeria? Who is fanning the fire? Who is making the escalation go deeper? That's the question. There are hundreds of tweets, screenshots of bigoted statements, hateful speeches on all levels. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, everyone is involved. In fact, if you're from the southeast, some of the middle belters, they just pack everyone together. And if you're from the northeast, not they just pack everybody together. They don't want to know which one is which. They focus on the three tribes: Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. I love the way you broke down your submission and you took it one at a time. Thanks for that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to come up, but I'm not sure why. So coming to my DM is not going to solve it. Again, everyone is free to come and speak on my platform. If you're new on my platform, you're probably wondering the same Jimmy Hawk, you used to know is the one hosting this. It's an equal playing field here. There is no basketball, it's just intellectual conversation we're having here. And you're welcome to come have your say. No one's gonna gag you, no one is gonna interrupt you. Everyone is gonna have their go. Thank you, Grandmaster. That was beautiful. So Tula, you wanted to say something?
Jimmy, could you kindly give me a moment, please? I just want to quickly say something to Grandmaster.
Okay, so we're meant to go to Peter Obi, publicist, and Shield. Peter Obi, publicist, Shield, and King Easy in that order. All right, so let's do this. Peter Obi, publicist, hold on. Shield, hang on. I see you guys. You'll be going. I'll give you guys enough time to speak as well. Abiodun, you have something for Grandmaster. Can you do that within 2 minutes, please?
Even less than 2 minutes. Thank you. Grandmaster, everything that you have said is the reasons why we are vigorously pursuing this project. As in everything that you have said is the main reasons why we're pursuing this project. And we started since 2024. Remember, when we started, we only had about 6 geopolitical zones. So far now, we have uncovered 14 geopolitical zones. Remember when we started, we only had very limited amount of so-called main ethnic groups. We even came on the spaces to tell us that, look, there's a lot more. Some of the arguments that you've made and other people have made have forced us to go do further research. And now we have actually uncovered that we have 30 main ethnic groups, and the investigation is still ongoing. So when this whole thing is completed, we might find that we have way more main ethnic groups than what we already have. But we are trying to do something to solve these problems, all of these problems we have just highlighted here. We are doing something to solve it. So Grandmaster, I'm appealing to you, come and join us. You're an intelligent man. Come and bring in your voice. Let us brainstorm. Let us look for a solution. Because if we don't find a solution, the problem will persist. We're only just going to talk about it. And the problem might escalate to a point that, it might even, become even more fatal. Thank you.
Don't worry, I'll join you very soon. Make I find the PC finish. And if you see my worry from now, I'll join you later.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you. So without wasting much time, Peter Obi, publicist, join in, please. How you doing? Peter Obi, publicist, are you there? Okay, it's not. Chill, thanks for your patience. Jumping, how you doing?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody on space. Beautiful submission, beautiful space. So basically, I'll go right straight to the topic. Fathers of bigotry. I'm really not going to be speaking about the solution because personally, I don't have a solution on how we can eradicate bigotry from our politics. But I'll be going down memory lane to speak on why it is the way it is right now, why we are where we are today. And I think it will be probably myopic of us to just look down probably from 1999 or thereabouts, because me personally, I believe in the ideology that there is nothing new under the sun. As a matter of fact, when you say something is new, it's probably an old experience happening to a new generation. So, bigotry in Nigeria has been in existence since as long as Nigeria has been in existence. So I'll be using illustration to portray my point. I'll be using two different illustrations. First of all, for us to understand Nigeria as a country. You know, Nigeria is not a natural country. Nigeria is a formation of course, the colonial masters. And the first illustration I will use to describe Nigeria, probably with this illustration, we're going to have a better picture of what Nigeria is. Yes, Nigeria is not a level playing field, but I'll be using the first illustration I will use is the marriage illustration. Nigeria is like two like you bring in two set of people, like someone, an elderly person or an elite, matchmaking two people into marriage. You bring them to the table and be like, okay, I want you guys to build a family and be as husband and wife. Even though you come from different backgrounds, you probably might have known yourself, probably you grew up in the same neighborhood, but you don't really have much similarities, but you just bring them together and be like, okay, are you going to get married? Well, this is the opportunity, and probably those parties involved look at it from a bigger picture and be like, okay, let's get married and build a family. But you know that a working marriage, when it comes to building a family, it's not all about personal interest. At least you relegate your personal interest to some side. You put the interest of the union, the family, as the number one priority, and be like, every decision you're making, your personal goals, your personal ambition will be primarily to the success of the marriage, of the union and the family you are trying to build, while your own selfish and personal ambition can be by itself, at least because you have a family to build, you have a union to pay attention to. But in the case of this union, the parties involved look at it from an economic point of view and be like, okay, if I get married to this person, what is in it for me? How can I use this marriage for my own prosperity and prosperity of my extended family, to make sure that my extended family and me also reap the benefit of this marriage? So it's a self-centered union. That's the kind of union that Nigeria is when they merge us together. Another illustration I'll be using to describe Nigeria is like a group of people sitting around a table, and you put a big bowl of rice in the center. And these people sitting around this table have different sizes of spoon. Some have big size of spoon, a bigger spoon. Some have medium sized spoon, while some they just have teaspoon just to use it to scoop. And you know that in a setting like that, some will be eating much better compared to others. In that setting, you probably say three people have bigger spoon. The three people, I'm talking of the three tribes, that the three main tribes, in terms of population size, in terms of their land mass, you can say politically have bigger spoon. You now also have another set of people. Okay, of the three tribes currently, you can say two have bigger spoon out of the three. The third one has a smaller spoon compared to the two. We now have another set of people who have, you can say, they have medium sized spoon. Those ones who within, okay, let me try to probably break it down. The three main people I'm talking about, of course, are the Igbos, the Yorubas and the Hausas. The Igbo, the Yorubas and the Hausas, you can say, have a bigger sum compared to the Igbo. And you now also have another set of people, maybe like who have a medium-sized phone. You can say the likes of the Ijaws, the likes of the Ibiras, the thieves, even though they don't have the kind of political power that these three main tribes have, but at least within their own state or geopolitical region, they exercise some level of power. And you now have some with very, very, very small spoon, like maybe like the galas or all these minority groups that maybe their size is not even more than 3 local governments or thereabouts within these settings. So in a setting like that, it's not going to be a level playing field. It's going to be the survival of the fittest. That is, these people are looking at this union from the perspective of how can I use it. First of all, the players are looking at their own interests. Then they are looking at the interests of their geopolitical region or their ethnicity, whatever the case might be. Then the last interest is the interest of the union. It's relegated at the back. But in an ideal union, it's supposed to be the interest of the union that's supposed to be at the top. In an ideal union, it's supposed to be that was why I brought up the illustration of marriage. I started with the illustration of marriage. And this has always been the case since independence. Please, can you mute your mic, sir? Okay, so this has always been the case. Even pre-independence, we see ourselves as rivals, as competitors, especially these three main tribes, that even when they were controlling the region, they had their three main regions, they were controlling the regions. They had this hegemony that they manifested under on the minority tribe under them. They manifested those hegemonies, those supremacy on the minority tribes under the region that they were controlling then. That those minority tribes were groaning under them. It was part of those groanings that led to the Midwest region being carved out of the Western region. It was also part of that groaning that led to the agitation of the COR state, but it didn't come into fusion. The COR state was the Calabar, Ogoja, Rivers people. They wanted to have the COR state then. They were groaning under the Eastern region that the major tribe there were showing they were showing their hegemony over them. And the same thing also in the north. I can even say to some extent, probably the main tribe in the north was even more successful in that aspect, because if you look at the states that were under that region, one of the ways that they show their hegemony in different ways, but one that is very visible for everybody to see is in the area of the language. That you see that in the states that the northern region used to be before, every tribe in those states right now speaks Hausa, even though they are not Hausas, but it was based on that hegemony back then in the days that the main tribe showed them. And when it comes to national politics, the tribe that had those controls of power back then opposition will claim that they were showing nepotism or favoritism to their own people. And I believe that those who were in the opposition back then would not have done anything different because the Western region back then, who were in the opposition, used to claim that Zeke and the Eastern region are taking majority of the job, that there are people that are in the civil service and blah, 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 and stuff like that, and in the area of appointment as well. Because in the Western region, one of the things that caused a lot of controversy was the appointment of someone like Kenneth Dike, the first indigenous VC of UI. That appointment caused a lot of rancor in the Western region back then, that there are people of Western region extraction that are more qualified, are even senior Kenneth Dike, but of course, and it was based on this thing that a lot of people were opposition, the like of Akintola and Awolowo, they are using to campaign their people. And personally, I believe that they won't have done anything different for what the Zeke and his people were doing, because, like I said, the foundation from the outset has been based on competition and survival of the fittest. Back then, I can say the spoon that the Igbos have in the Fourth Republic was probably more bigger than what they have currently. Probably what the spoon that, hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you want to wrap up in like 1 minute? We've been on for 10 minutes now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I don't know that I've gone like 10 minutes.
Right.
Okay, let's try to round it up. Let me try to round it up. Sorry for that. So, you can say probably back then, the politics, they play the politics better than the politicians of those dispensations, the way they play the national politics. So, they have a bigger spoon at the national level. So, opposition, of course, they are envy of that. They want to do the same thing as well, and they use it to campaign against them. So, in a situation like that, just like I have explained, bigotry was one of the tools that politicians of those era used, because the difference between then and now is that now politicians of those era, the kind of rhetoric they make to campaign, politicians of this era cannot make those rhetorics. They now have people that will make those rhetorics on their behalf. It's just like what Saldana said against people of Western region, or the rhetoric of Akintola when he was trying to campaign. An average politician cannot say that in this current dispensation. But they still have that ideology as well, even though they cannot make that rhetoric. There are people to make that rhetoric on their behalf. The only difference is that in this unitary system that we are in, politicians first of all look at their own interest. Let me say their own interest probably takes like 40%, then another 50% or 40% is the interest of their own geopolitical region or ethnic group. With probably 10% or 5% is now the interest of the whole nation. And that's why we are where we are today. And I believe we are also going to, I don't see it changing, because it's a tool that has been effective to politicians, to elite, in holding on to power. Personally, I don't think it's going to change, and it's going to be on that path as well. Probably, it might probably change in the next dispensation, maybe 50 years from now, things might evolve. But in this current dispensation, bigotry in our politics has come to stay, unfortunately. So that's my own formation after.
All right, thank you. Shield, thanks. That was something else. The analysis you made about a bowl of rice and spoon, kind of tricky though. But my first question is, who put that bowl of rice there? Who put the bowl of rice there? And normally, when you want to eat, whoever is entertaining you will give you spoon, except you bring your own spoon from your house. So why would the host not give equal spoon? Why do they have different spoons or different sizes of spoons? Um, to me, it's almost as if you've shared the entitlement of each tribe by that analysis, the analysis you made. And it sounded simple, but what you meant by that is there is a bowl of rice. The bowl of rice is not just going to disappear or appear there. Someone put it there. Let's say um, the colonial masters, right? They put it there. So are they responsible for sharing the cutleries? Were they the ones that shared the cutleries to different people or to the Wazobians? Because from your analysis, you said some people had bigger spoons. So I want to know if that's what you meant by the description you made. If you can do that real quick, sure. Thank you.
Yes. So, like I said, I think it's based on the architecture of the colonial masters. Colonial masters, of course, during colonialism is based on divide and rule, and one of those rules is that the colonial masters use religion and ethnicity, and also I believe the sizes of phone also is also dependent on the way based on the political sagacity or the political strategy of these tribes. And I will also use that illustration to explain further. For example, now within this group of people eating from this bowl, those with smaller spoons will probably notice that wow, when I see this you get this set of people they eat fast also, they find a way to make their agitation known. One way is the judge when they make their agitation known through the bombing of pipelines and stuff like that. And we got to some extent that okay, the whole nation were like okay, calm down, and they brought them to a negotiation table to find a resolution or negotiate with them. Okay, we are going to do this. Probably why we have 13% derivation and stuff like that for compensation. You can say that after the 2015 election, you can say the spoon that the Igbos had was reduced. The spoon got smaller. And one way that they made their agitation known, I don't know, maybe it's effective, maybe can we tell?
So who made the spoon smaller?
Eh?
Who or what made the spoon smaller?
What made the spoon smaller was based on wrong in that case, it was based on wrong political strategy. Like you can see that from the onset, the spoons were not shared equally based on colonialism. But moving forward, the size of spoon changes based on how each region or tribe are able to navigate their politics.
Yeah, so right? What yeah, I get that point. But yeah, I get your point.
People from the western region, southwestern region will be like say, okay, we are where we are today because we learned from the mistakes of Awolowo and stuff like that when they were playing their national politics.
Right. So I guess someone is trying to call you. So what I got from your point is this: whatever it is they want to eat, you claimed rice, and the spoon were distributed by the colonial masters. Fair enough. But guess what? From history, we came to realize that one of the people there eating that rice, they saw and cited that, look, our spoon is small compared to these other spoons. We are not interested in eating this rice anymore. It's not going to favor us. We want to go and cook our own rice and eat it. But they don't want them to leave.
Yes, they are not going to allow it to leave because that union, like I use two different illustrations.
So it's not a union. It's not a union. It's a situation whereby a bowl of rice was placed on the floor, on the table, whatever, and they were given spoons to eat, three of them, right? And they somehow find out that some spoons are bigger than the rest, right? In this case, the Igbo spoon is, in fact, they had teaspoon according to you.
No, so I don't think they have.
Okay.
I think they have a spoon that is a little bit bigger than the medium spoon.
Okay.
They are still that medium size.
Whatever the size is, it's not as much as it's not as big as the
Not as
others.
much as big as the two main
There you
size.
go. There you go. So they figured out one month. They figured that much, and they thought, you know what? We want to go and cook our rice. We are not interested in this rice because it's giving all shades of cheats, right? We want to go and cook our own in our own way. If we are going to use hand to eat it, we'll use hand. If we are going to use this same spoon to eat it, we will eat it. But at least we will know that someone, no glutton, is around eating more than we are supposed to eat. Do you get that part? So why are they not allowing them to leave and go cook their own food? That is the question.
Well, probably the way I can answer it the best is just they're probably trying to maintain the status quo of how the whole thing was arranged by the colonial masters. And of course, that situation the colonial masters will try everything to maintain that situation. Just like we did during the Biafran War, the British did everything to supply Indian government enough ammunition and to make sure that the union does not break. So I think it's just beyond the decision of those people within that table. Outside forces, they also want to do colonial forces, they also want to do everything to make sure that everything is intact. And as well, the people who have the bigger phone, they also want to make sure that they keep everybody in place in their table. So it's just the survival of the people.
So that's another angle of how am I gonna put it? Self-centeredness. So the other two, they saw that this other guy's spoon is small, and they're not fighting for the fact that he has a smaller spoon. They're not even telling the colonial master, why you give this one smaller spoon and we get different.
That's why I said it's a survival of the fittest, all man for himself. So the only way that probably the other attention is probably making your just like I use the case of the judge, for example.
Right.
The judge in that scenario, I can see that they have a medium sized spoon.
Right.
A smaller spoon, which was probably upgraded to a medium sized spoon because it kind of makes a form of agitation that makes other people within the table to pay attention and be like, okay, what's the problem? How can we resolve your issue? The people as well have also made agitation. Have also found a way to make that complaint. I don't think it has been at least to the extent that the others will pay attention to them. One of those agitations is the IPOB, for example, the emergence of the IPOB and the discipline, because it notice that politically, the Igbo were a little bit relegated politically. The level they had was a little bit reduced after the 2016 election when the political structure changed a little bit. You can see that the spoon that they had became smaller. and a kind of agitation arose after that period of time. But that agitation has not reached the extent that it will catch the attention of other and won't be like, okay, what's the problem? But another strategy can also be like, okay, these people don't get big phone. What can I do politically to get a bigger phone like them? To get a phone like them? How can I go to the drawing board to strategize? So everybody have a different way of making their discomfort, choose kinetic means or non-kinetic means.
So let me ask this final question so we can move on to other speakers. Now, if you were in the position of the Igbos with a smaller spoon, all sentiments aside, put yourself in that position of you are the one with the smallest spoon. In all honesty, what would you do? Because at that point in time, you've realized your spoon is irrelevant, and they don't want you to leave. What would you do?
Yeah, and I will use what is happening right now within the obedient movement as an illustration for my answer. Right now, with this coalition, you can see the obedient movement with this piece. There are some people who are clamoring for to be or nothing, and there are some kind of obedient who are like, okay, we are open to being vice president, because the obedient movement is a group of people with different agendas. The people support Obi with different agendas. There are some people who truly believe that Obi can deliver the new Nigeria. There are some people who support Obi for Igbo presidency. Let it just be an Igbo president. And a lot of people with that agenda are mostly people for Southeast extraction, that it is our own turn.
So I believe.
Let me round off that.
Yeah, you will. I just want to eradicate the point you just made now, because I support Obi and I'm from the southwestern part of the country.
Yes, you are not part of that. You do support Obi because of you believe that it can deliver new Nigeria.
And on the other hand, I support him simply because along the line he's been using a small spoon all along. So now I want to push him to a position to use a bigger spoon.
Okay, good. I'm going somewhere.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, like I said, there are two agendas that no. There are people who believe that he can deliver new Nigeria, and there are also people who believe that it's time for the Igbos, for Igbo presidency. Majority of people that believe in the latter for Igbo presidency, of course, are people from the southeast extraction, that it is our own turn. People like that don't mind Obi being vice president to Atiku. At least our own person will be there within the corridors of power. Our school will be upgraded. Even if it's a vice president to Atiku, yes, we want him to be president. But even if now vice president, we don't mind. But people who do not have that agenda of people president, but who truly believe that we can deliver new Nigeria, majority of them are not from the southeast extraction. Majority of them are non-Igbo, but believe in this man that he can deliver new Nigeria. Do not even want him as vice president. They want him as president. They are the majority pushing for Obi or nothing. I don't know, maybe you get that explanation right now. So people there are some people, majority of people obedient who are Southeast extraction, if they see an Obi ticket to as vice president, they will go for it. Even though they don't really, it might not come from them, but they would like at all nine back pass. At least they are going to be within the corridor of power, and our school will be upgraded.
All right.
So that is
bro, who gave you this statistics? Please?
So, Karigwe, hold on. Let him wrap up. I'll allow questions and engagement. Let him wrap up. I want us to keep it civil that way. I see you, OZ. I see you, Tudo, on the live stream. Guys, please bear in mind, it's an international platform. A lot of people are watching right now. We have 6,700 people watching. Let's keep it civil, please. Sean, I've heard every single thing you've said, and it has created a lot of reactions that people are going to react. They're going to ask you questions, and I would love you to stick around and answer those questions, please. We'll take it one at a time, please. And I respect people that just joined as well. We'll take a new queue, but first, I want a reactional response to what Sean said. I believe Tudo wants to say something in Caribou. So let's do Caribou first and Tudo from the studio. Caribou, jump in.
And my own is just a simple question. He keeps saying that the people that believe it's the turn of the Igbos to produce a president don't mind if you do his vice president. And I want to ask him what statistics gave him that illusion and the illusion and the color. Because if really people want me, I believe it is the turn of an Igbo president. We can't say we want vice. What you're saying is two contradictory things. So I want to know whether you've done actually a research and you have findings for all these things you're saying.
Right, Cheryl, do you want to answer that?
Okay, yeah, let me answer that. Although I've not done anything based on my own observation, and also probably if I would think if I'm also an Igbo person with that mindset, with that agenda of Igbo presidency, that okay, if someone I want an Igbo president, but if it didn't happen, if it is vice president I see, someone from my own extraction, at least we are going to be within the corridor of power and it will be a step closer to the presidency. You understand? And I believe that most people who are deviating and thinking that way, that's their thought process. I don't want to mention name, but on the political, Nigerian political space, my observation, based on my own personal observation, that majority of people who are, especially from Southeast of Africa, who be like, okay, we don't mind articles, because I believe that if you pay that special year out, come across people like that as well. Right. They are pushing for article, they don't see party or be winning the ticket in ADC. So they'll be like, okay, let him do vice president. When article is we'll get to president.
All right, thank you. You said something about the Igbo presidency. Is there anything wrong in having an Igbo president?
Absolutely, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have anything. Like I said, Nigerian politics is like a game. Okay. Although it's not a level playing field, but it's a survival of the fittest.
All right.
So if the ethnic group is doing everything possible to make sure that they get ahead, I don't blame them, considering the fact that I know how the reality of Nigerian politics.
All right. Thank you. Tudo, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to say something. I saw the.
No. I'm good. I'm just listening.
All right, beautiful. All right. Thank you, Sheo. I believe a couple of people still have questions for you. I see Otumba is up, Ambassador is up as well. This is New Africa. Please don't do that again. Please don't do that again. Okay. Thank you. Do you have a question for Sheo, the New Africa?
No. I think I'll take on that. I just want to point out that from what I say, all of us was talking about.
Yeah.
We are still going back to instruction.
Right.
It's still the same instruction. All of us are still going back.
There you go. Okay. That's a good observation. Okay. So I'm gonna take a new cue now. Osarity is going next. Peter Obi, publicist, ambassador, and Otumba. But before we do that, let me just use this opportunity to welcome everyone listening in and people on the live stream. I have thousands of people watching right now on all the social media platforms: Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Welcome, guys. It's Friday night. Um, around some of you's location, it's afternoon, morning around some of you's location, but you've decided to be here with me. Thanks for being part of this. I do this every Friday. And thanks to our sponsor, OBG Foods. They're here listening and paying close attention to the conversation. Let's take a word or two from our sponsor, then we come back to the program. Thank you so much, guys.
Give me better
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad. Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients for our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sealed, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, oha, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obgfoods.limited.com. Website www.obgfoods.com. OBG Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, welcome back, guys. OBG Foods. There you have it. Thanks for always being there for us, sponsoring our program every Friday. I do this every Friday. We should be getting more vouchers. I'm waiting on other vouchers before we start doing the freebies to our dedicated listeners. Thanks for being part of this, guys. Let's just go back right to the program without wasting any much time. Osaritin is going to go next. Peter will be publicist, ambassador, and Otumba in that manner. Osaritin, how you doing, my brother? Jumping.
I'm blessed. I'm doing good. Jimmy up. The Lord is the strength.
Thank you. Welcome, my brother. Go ahead.
Suda in the studio. That's my enemy, my friend. The only enemy and friend I have is Suda. Sorry, you guys are doing. I want to go on I like everybody. All the discussions so far. I think they spoken well, and they spoken according to the way they view bigotry, politics, religion, or tribe was dividing us. These three things that are listed, they are all actually dividing us. And it is only dividing the poor of the poorest, So they have majority also in the middle class. But why? It is because the elite, they drive the narrative they want to drive. So narrative can be driven into the mind of people through what they see and what they hear. So when you talk about bigotry, which is this is my own personal person, whichever way it looks, let it be there. I remember in Lucky Millennium time, after 1999, the 2003 came, those who were angry because the expectation was so high. You know, the dad was doing the soup kitchen industry, the dad was, a philanthropist. So people were expecting the son of a rich man of that nature, the person of the millennium, that the son, then the dad had no father. If the son come to power, he's gonna do too good, when they messed up. 2003, the people were ready to send him off. So he escaped. So his first year, there was a move of impeachment. A message came, and that message came from the traditional ruler and said in the Benin parable, there is an adage of the cocoyam. They said whether the cocoyam, then if you understand that, why I want to bring this out there, the reason for that is people don't eat cocoyam. Cocoyam was for slaves. Why did I even say slave? Cocoyam was for people who would take as like a kaite, somebody you take from a poor family to come and be assisting you and your children at home. So when they pound yam, they put cocoyam in one side, they eat cocoyam. So either they eat cocoyam or eat plantain. They don't eat pounded yam. They pound the yam, but they dare not eat from it. So it was like food meant for. So the adage that came, whether you like cocoyam or not, let it be on the ban. Keep it among the yam in the ban, when you put this in ban. That was the statement that came. So the impeachment of Dr. Benedict was hot. What was that? Tribal. The language came that, it's from my own town. And one the rain that falls among the beneath. That was tribal and its politics. But I want to go to the genesis. Because we have all these things from the macro to the micro. The genesis of all these things is because of the way we were living. That's why we're going to fit into this Western democracy. How were we living? We're living as clans and we're having a ruler about the Oyo of Alafi, the Dis of Ife, the Oba of Benin, the Dada of Okobo, the this and the that. So everybody was living in his own clan, serving one man who will believe that the gods placed them there, or who we, our own naturally choose to be one head, and everybody organized around him and become, So that has been the system. So when democracy came, because this thing is already in everyone's blood, but you can't topple these traditional rulers because most of them were heritage. Those that were not heritage, it becomes the survival of the fittest. So when politics came, the people that had money took advantage of it. So what did they do? They let the people know that this kind of democracy that comes, it has to be your own person that is there that will remember you. So that was the first knowledge that goes in. One thing is going to cement every one of us in the national bet. Your own tribe man is much more important. So it has been in our own local palace that even if we are calling everybody, is your own you have to call. So everybody is not struggling like everyone has been. So that mentality of rulership and subordinate, that is those they rule now. If there has been a gap of submission from those that they rule, and the people that are only there are kings, you go to the palace, you lie down, you prostrate, you breathe, you do that. So that same spirit was carried into politics. Because politics in the where we are coming from, it was not politics. It was the king and his subjects. Now we came into democracy where everybody is one. Power does not belong to the king, that belongs to the people. So they quickly hijack it and make a U-turn and bring it back to that old ways we were living as a clan. I have not come to the macro now, talking about the small one now. So everybody, they not brought it to that small level. The power does not belong to the people. Power belongs to we who rules over them. So the table didn't turn because it was a battle of you sending a narrative to a larger scope in the macro way. So I want to be a president. Then I need more money on radio jingles and everything to go across the nation, blah, 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 make myself known to people. Nobody can deny that fact today that Peter Obi, the way he was known at the time he was a governor, even people that are above 50 do not even know how he governed until he came out in 2022. They now knew there was a man governing because everybody was beclouded with devils all over the states. We have the likes of Lucky and James Bobby, Lucy Spree, do nothing. So nobody even knows that someone like Peter Obi was there because it was pure darkness. Nobody was seeing light. Get to know somebody from the door will be looking at Anambra, no, or somebody from Kwara or Casina will know whether there's somebody in Anambra, no. But 2022 people knew it now. Now in 2025, you can tell me that the scope that his whole movement has gotten to is broad now. Why? It's sending narrative. The narrative we have sent so far has entered so many people. We know the give CC was a narrative. We need to buy vote was a narrative. Come and take bag of rice, bag of salt, that is your portion, is a narrative. So all these things coupled together came from the roots where we are from, where everybody will put their tubers of yam and make 10 tubers. I will take 2 to the palace. Imagine 50 of us need 20, 30, 40 tubers. We are taking 2. So we will take 5. Eventually, he will have more than us. So that has been the pattern before democracy came. So when it came, our orientation couldn't change. But those that were ruling over us knew. So they began to take advantage of that local palace where we're coming from, and they began to use it in our democracy. Now, I want to give you a narrative. Why did El-Rufai has to lie that, Peter Obi, let me not use the word lie. Let me use the word that why does he have to say? Because political statement, people see it as it's not lying, just the pattern of you bringing your opponent or sending a narrative. Why did he say that, Peter Obi arrested me and I was detained for 48 hours? That message was not to me in Edo, was not to you, Jimmy, in East or West. That message was to the Northerners, to give them that perspective that, look, these people, Onyamiri, are still our enemy. Even when he was a governor, he dealt with me. So it's a no-go area. So that message, as small as brief as it is, it was to reawaken the 1966 school and the characters of these 3 main tribes, that these people are still an arch enemy. Because this time there was a wedding going on between the Muslim secret, which is their religion, which are sorry, you could see that it was a narrative. It was a way of pushing to the people for them to know that this is our pattern. Because the people El-Rufai was talking to, El-Rufai knew that when they grab this only letter heading, they will be satisfied and say that one is a no-go area. But today we see them together now. That is to tell you that there is no separation. It is just a pattern. So, because there's already a laid down foundation of narrative that will take years to be eradicated before people can get it in. I watch most of the northern part people now. Where Obi sells more now? Obi sells more faster in the university atmosphere, which is the school, the scholastic atmosphere. The people grasp the understanding of it will be more than those petty sellers or people who are that class that are not learning, quote unquote. Why? Because they could comprehend, because they know what democracy is. It's no longer the clan and religion where they are coming from. So it's a pattern. When somebody was expatiating and letting us know that, there is a bigger spoon, everybody is struggling for their fair share in the middle. The conclusion of the whole matter that we must grab is democracy. if we continue in this pattern, which we all knew this is not democracy, and they call it nonsense because we learned it in the wrong way, bringing it to the right way is becoming difficult. You find out that what we have is going to be difficult to right the table and make it turn. And the people that are turning the tide are these people that are called obedient and other people that are saying a new Nigeria is possible. Why does that word change? Because people were tired of the status quo of this, that, and the other. And you find out that the little ethnic groups buy this one more. Because as an adult man, before I can be a president with the status quo, it's going to take forever. But a new Nigeria is possible to be a president. It will not take forever. Because this time, everybody is looking for the best to be there. That is the new Nigeria that is possible that people are clamoring for. In order to wipe off. You want to say something?
Oh, no. The bell just went off. You can wrap up
Okay.
you can wrap up in a 1 minute.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So people tend to wipe off this bigotry, this religion, and this strife. But we could see that fast in all this, religion is fast eroding. Why? Because there is a big difference between the Islamic religion and the Christianic religion. Because an Islamic chapel belongs to nobody. But the Christian side, you have the Winners Chapel, the ROCCG, so it is of different body. We come to the Catholic, so it's of different. There are different ownership and there are different body, not like the Muslim side. But now, firstly, religion is wiping off in. It's wiping off from this very democratic system that we are practicing. That is why you find the heat of this Muslim ticket was like, what? Can this one still happen? Well, they only know what they are doing. They want to make everybody know that this thing still exists. And they saw the heat that came against them, despite their minimal rigging votes. So they saw that this thing can no longer be welcome. It was all against it because Nigeria don't want to go in that direction. So then when it comes to tribe, I wish there is no Yoruba in obedience. I wish it was only Igbo, certain other people that are not Yoruba that voted in Lagos. No, it was cut across border to tell you is wiping up with speed. Is wiping off with speed. And this thing, within a short time, all these things will come to an end. And no one can tell when it's going to come to an end, but the journey has just begun. We'll keep pushing. These three things have effect, then it must come to an end. Thank you, David.
All right. Thank you, Musariti. Beautiful as always. Thanks for that. I love the way you took it away from the three major tribes and you went to Edo. That was beautiful. Thank you. It's high time the three major tribes get to realize that the country is way beyond them. It's not just about the three major tribes. Okay. We should start including ourselves, different ethnic groups within the conversation of the so-called Nigeria talk anytime we dive into it. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Without wasting much time, Ambassador, jump in, and after Ambassador, there's going to be October, and we'll take a new cue from there. So whoever wants to engage Otumba or Ambassador, just please kindly write it down. I'll give everyone the chance to engage them. I'm going to be writing, I always tell people, a pencil and a paper when it comes to off the cuff with Jimmy. It's an intellectual platform. Please, guys, always have that at the back of your mind. And no one is going to be interrupting anyone. No one's going to be gagging anyone. Please, let's be civil. All right. Thank you so much. Ambassador, jump in. How you doing?
Yeah, good day, Jimmy, Comrade Jimmy. Shout out to Tudo in the studio. every other person that's in the audience, and those who have spoken before me. I want to first appreciate Osaratin for his breakdown. His breakdown is related to what I will be talking about also. So you see this thing called bigotry. I know we've highlighted politics, religion, or tribe, but it cuts across other spheres. You see, there are different spheres of influence that shape the human narrative and what people know and believe currently. And if we're going to really look at this thing, we have to go back in history. You know, if you've taken some courses on human civilization, you'll see how different civilization rose and how they also crumbled. Okay, so this bigotry has existed for a very long time, not just in Nigeria. Now, you see, Nigeria is a complex system, and many people argue that even from the formation of Nigeria, it was already lopsided. The initial plan by the forefathers of Nigeria, for lack of a better word, might have been a very good plan. But there was this book I read some few years ago when I was in Onisha, and it was talking about the people who went behind the back to incite some other kind of change. So I'm coming from the perspective that there are a lot of interest. Okay, Osaretin talked about macro level and the micro level. I like to look at things from the macro level, and I appreciate other people who can look at it at different levels. You see, for Nigeria to work, we need each other. Everyone cannot do everything. So each of us will have to specialize in different aspects for things to work. So I do appreciate this breakdown. So you see the spheres of influence that we have. Yes, we have politics, religion, we have tribe. Someone made some example about culture. There's also relationship, there's family life. There's so many things, and people will try to divide themselves across what they believe in, and what they believe in is based on what they know. You see, many of us were educated, we've gone to school, but many people don't read. I just want to use this opportunity to encourage people to read. But also, when you read, do not just look at it from one point of view, try to look at it from different points of view. So, this bigotry now, okay, you eliminate some certain groups of people, some tribes, and other things like that. Yes, we've seen the history from the tribal rulers to where we are currently, democracy. Yes, it's a very big and complex issue. Someone was saying some people want to support Peter Obi because he's Igbo. Yes, some people will definitely be among that group. Yes, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the majority of the people want a better Nigeria and they want change. And as Osaratin clearly stated, that many people supported Peter Obi, and also the other political candidates out there, many people support them for different reasons. But a time has come where a lot of people are getting educated, they are beginning to understand that, okay, this thing is not working in this particular way. And as he clearly stated, that for a president to come out from his own part of the country, it's going to be very, very hard. On a different space I was listening to, I think Tudu was present, someone was saying for him to become a governor, not even talking about president, a governor of maybe Benue State, being an Idoma person, it's very hard, and things like that need to change. Okay. And but what I'm trying to say is we should try to look at things from a bigger picture. If we are looking at someone, we should look at someone that has a nationalistic viewpoint, someone who is not necessarily affected by tribe, culture, religion, and all these things. Yes, the person can belong to a particular group, but the person should be able to transcend beyond the limitations of the mindsets that is plaguing the people in that particular sphere of influence. So yes, the North has been known to weaponize religion, and different people weaponize tribe and all those things. Yes, it does happen. But let's talk about the fathers of bigotry. It's not one. There are many things, and they affect each of us at different levels. I believe that all of us that we are here, we are seeing what's going on, and we thank God for social media, which have been used as a tool to help us see things. We also have the AIs who help us, in our search and verification. There are also papers that are out there that people have written regarding certain topics. Now, my final point is with regards to these interests on the macro level. You see, there are many, aside from the internal powerhouses that we have within our country, there are also external bodies who are invested in the affairs of our country. Okay, not just Nigeria, other parts of Africa, it's always like that. Unfortunately, some of these people are not known. Okay, I mean, I'm talking about the groups of people who play, the politics of the world like a chessboard. You understand? If you understand the game of chess and you play the game of chess, you understand the analogy. So there are people who move pieces on the board, okay, and they shape the narrative. I'll use the case of maybe the United States, for instance. One popular person is Rockefeller. Yes, one person is Rockefeller. Another person, you understand, is Dave Carnegie. Those guys, they influenced the Industrial Revolution and how things happen. Some of them invested also in.
Ambassador, you want to wrap up in 1 minute, please?
Yes. They also invested in education, and that shaped the way the educational system is currently. So I want us to understand while we are fighting, across party lines and across all the different lines, religion, culture, and all these things like that, we should also not take our eye off the ball of the external influences that we have. Understand? And many of those external influences have their voices in our country. And yes, the media is used also to shape the narrative, educational system, and all those things like that. This is just a general thing. I just want us to have a nationalistic view of everything, of how it's happening, and anything that is not going to work for the majority of Nigerians. And I'm not just talking of population, because if you look at population, you say some tribe is more than some other tribe. No, that doesn't work anymore. We're talking of the common man, we're talking of the middle class, we're talking of everybody down to the market woman and all those things like that. I'll just end it here. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. There's a lot more I'd like to say, but thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, you can hang around. There's still time. You can hang around.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah, Chido, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, okay. Let me just say this. You can hang around, Ambassador. Yeah, we can come to you afterwards. We'll take all the cue first. So after Ambassador will take what's it called? Otumba, King Eze, Peter Obi, publicist, Ade Omojola, the Trailblazer, and Doggy in that format. But guys, you already know what it is. I give privileges to people on the live stream in the studio. So they can come in. They're not going to interject anyone, but they can speak before anyone else. If you want to join me in the studio as well, you have those privileges. To do that, check on the Jumbotron. The link to the studio is there. Tudo, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Jimmy. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
It's echoing. I'm hearing myself.
That's because you're still on Twitter with another phone, right?
Okay, hang on.
right. So, okay, it's back here.
Can you hear me?
What about? Yeah, I can hear you now. What about now? Is it still echoing?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tudo,
it's
I
good.
can hear you. Okay, all right, go ahead.
So,
So,
I can see here myself. I don't know what the problem is. Let me leave
I
and
don't know
come back.
why that is. So, I want people to be able to hear you on Twitter. I don't know. So the mic is on. I don't know why that is happening. Maybe we should try another bit. The whole point is for people to be able to hear you on Twitter. Otherwise, they will not be able to hear you. Anyways, let's give it one more try before we proceed. All right, Tudo, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
No, it's not.
No, it's
It's
not.
not fixed.
It's
Don't
not
worry.
fixed. Don't
Go
worry.
ahead. Let's just
Go
give it some
ahead. Let's
time.
just give it
I'll
some
try
time.
later.
I'll try later.
No. I think Jimmy, you have to mute your mic.
Okay, so all right, so let's do this. Let me mute the mic first, because if I mute the mic, I want to be certain you guys can still hear him. That's my concern. All right, Tudo, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Okay.
Hello?
It's better now, right?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Don't worry.
Okay,
Carry
so
on.
it's definitely from your side.
Yeah, maybe later it'll fix itself. I'll
There
come
you
back
go.
later.
Yeah, because I've been doing it like this since. So what I normally do is I lower the volume of my microphone so
Okay.
people on Twitter space can hear you. So that's how we've been doing it since.
Okay.
So there's something wrong from your side.
All right. Let me
All
try
right,
later
let
then.
me try later then. All right then. Otherwise, just probably do it on Twitter because I really want to hear what you have to say. All right. Otuba, jump in. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, okay, I'll want to go on or I should hold on which one?
No. Go ahead. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you. I might hold it, but I need to be sure.
Crystal, everyone can hear you.
Okay, I've been here for a while, and I'm up with it, and I believe everybody really wants a better Nigeria and how this place can work. I will not really take much time. I wrote some points down. I wanted not to jump in, but I was like, okay, let me just drop my take before I leave. At first, I want you to understand that although a lot of people have said this, but let me just do a reminder that we are not one nation. We are nations of nations. So it's just like different nations living together under. Someone asked me that, what is Nigerian food? And I said, there's nothing like Nigerian food. We don't even have Nigerian language because you have Yoruba food, you have Igbo food, you have Hausa food. There's some food in Nigeria that I cannot eat, despite I'm Nigerian. So if you remove English language that we're using to communicate here, I don't think we need to communicate with ourselves because this is our language. What is Nigerian language? Some people say pidgin. How many people can speak pidgin? So just imagine remove English and pidgin. We can't have conversation here because I don't understand Igbo. Neither some don't understand Yoruba, some don't understand Hausa. So when you understand these kind of things, where we are coming from, that's another conversation though. I served in the north, I served in Zamfara state, which is a Sharia state. If you live in that part of the world, you ask yourself again, is this Nigeria? The way they live their life in that part is quite different the way we live in the south. I have place where I'm going. I was also traveling, it was a guy I was traveling. I was going to Sweden. I met this guy in the plane. And this guy, they were speaking Yoruba. I was like, wow, that's why you guys from the south. And the guy said they're not Nigerians. I'm like, I don't understand. They're speaking Yoruba, I'm a Yoruba guy. He said, no, they are from Cuba. Really? He even said his tradition, his religion is Ifa. And they're like, wow. And I hope maybe your father is Yoruba. I said, no. He said my great grandfather and stuff like that. That's why I said we are nations of nations. So when we start to first fix this thing from the beginning, then we can make progress. But trying to our problem is not leadership. When people think it's just leadership, let's just change leader. It's a lie from the pit of hell. You can put anybody in that place. The moment some people feel that you are against them, they will come at you. Just like, for example, in the north, they have Hajj that they always do.
and the government subsidizes for them. Now, if someone comes in, coming from the south, let me use Peter Obi for example, and becomes the president, and say, okay, this is waste of money, 90 billion, let me stop it. The moment you try that, they will come for you. They will come at you. You will not enjoy that government. So it's not about either you're good or you're bad or whatever. They will try because they don't do. This is something that's so sacred to them. Which to us in the south, you might not really give a help. Like I was hard. You are the one going on the trip. Well, you go and do the thing yourself. Why should government pay for your trip? That's another part. Okay, because I really love this down. Okay, look at the constitution they're trying to pass now. I don't know if you're following up, Jimmy. They said they want to council indigene in states like if you spend 10 years, for example, but Osama has spent 10 years in Yoruba, he can also integrate and become indigene. That's like another chaos in waiting, in making. Until we come to understand that we are divided people, but there's beauty and diversity, that we can move forward as a nation. But trying to rope us together and say we are one nation, we are one this thing. We're just joking, we're just deceiving ourselves, and we're not going to go anywhere. And also I want to have a take on what you said about Tinubu on the local. Also, as part of this one, I also requested for Mike to set that record because we have a lot of spaces to correct this thing. Tinubu had that meeting in the state, and it was with a party member. And you have to understand politicians when they go into agreement or coalition, just like what the opposition are doing right now. And they always have something, they have agreements. When you are going to coalition, it's not about your competence, it's not about your integrity, nobody cares. The moment you enter into coalition with criminals, with thugs, with thieves, everybody has the stake. So who is going to win the election? Then what do I stand to gain? What is my interest? If my interest does not align with your interest, they will send you out of that room. It doesn't matter the kind of integrity or you are the holiest man in the room. So Tinubu was making that a local to his party people that we and this guy we had an agreement. This guy came to me 3 times. He cried, and I supported him. We had an agreement, and I said it is your battle. So he was not referring to the Nigerians that people now can't like, oh, he's saying you Balocon. He was talking to his party, just like the way some Southeast guys to say that the PDP people, why don't they zone their ticket to the Southeastern guys? Because they were supporting PDP in China. So which you can also refer to like the Young country. But that's with the PDP, it's not with Nigeria because there's a lot of parties in Nigeria. So I think we just have to set that. So I will just wrap it up. There's a lot of points I wrote down, but I don't want to go into details. Also, when we're in people's land, I said in Zamfara. Zamfara is a Sharia state. If you don't go, there's some certain things you can't do in Zamfara state in the south and say, oh, we are in one Nigeria. They will beat you up. Either you are a Muslim or you're not a Muslim. So when you're in Rome, you behave like a Roman. I watched a video just now before I came here. Basketball went to OAB. And if you want to perform on stage in Ife, you must prostrate them. It doesn't matter if they are children. He prostrated because this is their culture. So when you not go there and say this is their culture, I know they prostrate, it's not my culture. They will make that performance great for you. So when we go to people's land, we must learn to respect them. Now let me give you breaking news before I wrap up. Charlie Boyd bus stop in Lagos has been renamed to Bado bus stop. Now, do I like it? Yes. Am I happy with it? No. I'll tell you why I'm not happy with it. Because it will send another narrative out there. But why am I happy with it? Because it will teach Charlie Boyd a lesson. There's a post Charlie Boyd did about and said, I first change Charlie Boyd. I posted that thing. Now they changed it to the Bado bus stop. So these are the things. So when you're in people's land, people have honored you. You must respect it. There's a guy I know when I was in because I went to the State University in Ado.
Sorry. Can you put that Charlie Boy's tweet? Can you put it on the jumbotron, please?
I'll put it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a video. You watch this. There's a video. They made a lot of streams. So now there's a guy I knew when I was in Ado then. This guy he's an Igbo guy, very hardworking guy. This guy started his business with wheelbarrow. From wheelbarrow to shop. This guy has complex now in Ado. He speaks Ekiti dialect. They love this guy. If you are from Ado, you know the guy. They love him. Now, you cannot even try and play Bigotry with the guy. Because the guy who speaks to that, people love him. Tomorrow now, the guy now say, now we make now something. This land is not your land. You are calling for war, for anarchy. That's why I said when you're in the room, you act like woman. That's why you say, oh, bigotry going on. You are saying Lagos is no man's land. Oh, we have bought your land. Oh, we are this. Oh, we are that. You're just looking for war. And at the end of the day, it will take us to anywhere. And that's why I said, I'm happy that that bus stop was changed. But is it something I love? I don't. But I can teach a lesson to others to respect people in their homes. I don't live in Nigeria. Every country I visit, I try as much as possible to avoid trouble and to maintain myself. I know my home is part of this place. It doesn't matter what I'm about to myself or whatever. I won't go there and start misbehaving and talk anyhow and make the indigenous feel anyhow. They will come at me. So the solution is, before we even talk about leadership or whatever, we should respect ourselves. So Nigeria's problem is not just about the leader in Asoro, but anybody there. The moment is that they will go after him. Then the last one, restructure this country. This type of system of government, even though I support you, I'm saying restructure Nigeria. This type of system of government will never keep us anywhere because it's only region versus region. I don't know if you know Ordaz. The day Tinubu became president, Ordaz said something. He said two tribes that are very loud, outspoken, vocal. They are not going into government. One is in government, one is in opposition. Yoruba is in government, Igbos are in the opposition. What do you expect? People don't have clash of titans. That's what's going on Twitter. Bigotry has always been done for all time. People calling Fulani cows, but it was not this loud. Why? Because there was no that's those. It's not that maybe the thing started in 2023. People are calling a lot of Fulani cows in this place. We just want to deceive ourselves on this place. But while you're getting feedback, you can't try that with Yoruba. They will come at you and be able to don't agree. And that's why you see it's so loud now. It's so tense. So if truly we want to, it's not just about politicians. That's what people are never supporting to them. But anything Yoruba like they are there, they will scatter you. You know, nothing concern.
Right, we're losing you, Otuba. I'm not sure if you're getting a call.
Yeah, I'm done. But let me post the thing on JT.
All right.
All right, Jimmy, can I just do the submission I wanted to do here?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna come to you because
Okay.
the what's it called? The live stream. I don't know what happened, but yeah, go ahead to
Okay, look, first of all, before I even say that, because I suspect this conversation is going to be binary. I said that we have space, Igbo versus Yoruba, and then once in a while we throw in the third leg. Well, some of us are still here that don't belong in those three camps. But let me simply say this Lagos is no man's land. I mean, who actually has the claim to Lagos? Let's forget the Constitution of Nigeria, what it actually says. From history, we know of their worries, and then we know of the repatriates from places like Brazil and Cuba, following the slave trade. So, any Yoruba-speaking person who is claiming you are the owner of Lagos, where did your ancestors come from? Where did they actually come from? So, I think we have to be careful about, you are a guest in Lagos. We are the original owners. What does that even mean? But that's not what I want to talk about. The other gentleman that spoke, he brought up Benue. That's why I actually wanted to speak. And it's an interesting thing because we talked about the Idomas, right?
You mean ambassador?
Yeah, I think that it was him. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a great point because it's. I like it when someone references we're still part of this equation. Don't forget us. So, and it's funny you mentioned the Idoma person becoming governor. And I've always been at the forefront of this issue.
Right.
In Benue State, for instance, Benue State was created in 1976, so that would make it almost 50 years now in existence, of its existence. In those 50 years of existence, if you strip out the military administrators, every governor that has come from 1979, Apa Aku, that was the first guy that was elected office. Up until the current governor, Heinz Aliyah, they've all been TVPP. All of them, since creation, they've all been TVPP. Benue has over roughly 30 ethnic groups, distinct ethnic groups. Of course, the thieves control 14 out of 23 local governments. They have the larger, they have larger control of the state. So, but the politics of Benue
it's always been controlled by the thieves. In fact, the governor of Benue, like I said last time, was asked this very question. How do we fix this problem? Why is it that everybody that wants to be somebody in Benue has to be TV? Why must you be TV to be somebody in Benue? Like me now, by extraction, on my father's side, I'm Idoma. There is zero chance that I can be governor of Benue State. Like, you know what I'm saying? So these are the issues. So even within Benue State, this issue persists. How do you solve this? Right? In fact, the governor was talking about, the former governor, Samuel Otom, he was talking, they divided Benue into 3 zones, zone A, zone B, zone C, and all he could say is, I've always said, let's all come together, stakeholders, let's discuss, blah, blah, blah. But the reality of Benue is that, teams control Benue. That's why if I talk about Benue, the image that comes to you guys that are not from there, the image that comes to mind is the leopard image, black and white stripe, because that's the image that been projected on TV as Benue. But the likes of Two-Face comes, oh yeah, there's Domas, and there's the Guineas, and then So these are the issues. That even if you set the national issue, even within states, there is still the question of marginalization that has to be solved. But on a national level, and it has been proposed by series of constitutional conferences, we can make the center unattractive. That is the solution. Send us back. If you go back to the region, and to buttress the point, that it wasn't like regional days were glory days, but it's the beginning. Now, so that I'm not complaining of, I'm not part of what's going on in the center. The center will become so attractive that I'll be more invested in my region. And then whatever other sub-regional issues we have, we can go figure it out, down the line. But on a national level, the reason we all want to get to the center, when a man says a minocon, right? When you say a minocon, what does that mean in the context of Nigeria? Because there's a problem with that. So a minocon as a Yoruba man, are we going to go through all the 500 languages or 300 and something ethnic groups in a minocon in 300 plus ways? It doesn't solve anything, right? So the problems are there, the fault lines are there, and we can keep kicking the can down the line, but it's staring us in the face. At some point, we're going to have to face the issue. We are not one. We're not one, and I don't believe that we could ever be one. But for now, let us keep, pretending like we're one and allowing the 2-3 major ethnic groups to keep running the politics of Nigeria. But eventually, the cry for self-determination by the sub-regionals, it's going to get louder. It's not going to go away, and that is the reality. All right. I just wanted to touch on that Benue issue because the other guy mentioned it. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Tudo, I want to ask you some please. Today.
Oh, sure.
All right. The current governor of Benue State, he's not a thief guy.
No.
Yes, he's thief.
Is he?
So that is all the way from 1999 has been thief all the way.
1970. I can give you all the names.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting the feedback.
Sorry.
If you put your mic. I don't know who is. Yeah, okay, thank you, Jimmy. 1979, Apa Aku. Then we have military intervention. Then we have Moses Adasu. Then we have George Akume, right? The current governor, the current SGF. Then we had Gabriel Suswan. Then we have Samuel Otom, and then we have Kaisin Aliyah, right? That's the lead. All those names I just called Jimmy. Since 1979, they're all thieves. In fact,
not a single Idoma.
Our current deputy governor is half thief and half Idoma. So can you see now? Thief Samuel Ode, thief Mosidege. You see what I'm saying? So it's a shame. And these things are not going away. You cannot subjugate a people forever. At some point, the cries are going to get louder. It's sad. All right, thanks.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that. Oh, wow. I wanted to say Idoma. I mixed it up with the T. So, man, my goodness. So it's just one tribe that's been actually ruling that.
Exactly, Jimmy. One tribe. In fact, the thieves forget that they act, I mean, with all the respect out of, that they are amazing people, they forget that they're not the only. Sometimes when they're addressing people, they speak their language. Sometimes when the governor is talking, he speaks his language. He forgets that there are other people who don't even speak his language. And that has been the politics of Benue State. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Thanks to which is exactly the point Otumba made earlier on. Otumba says, we don't have a Nigerian language. We don't have a Nigerian food. Because there are some foods in Nigeria. I mean, I've been around. I've been to over 16 states in Nigeria. And there are some foods that I would not put in my mouth. No offense, right? I'm not going to mention tribes, but the sight of it, I will not put in my mouth. But it's their own delicacy, right? They love it, they enjoy it. But do we have like a national dish that we can say this is a Nigerian food? No, we don't. America has hot dog.
Jollof rice. Jollof rice.
Jollof rice. Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, jollof rice is not even Nigerian food. It's meant for the world. Everyone can claim it. I mean,
I know what I can do.
yeah, I mean, the British, UK, fish and chips, they're known for that. America, hot dog, or maybe burger. Italy, they know them for pasta. What do we have as a nation? We don't. And the language, let me focus more on the language because Tudo mentioned it now. When one of the governors or the governor is addressing, he speaks in a specific language, as if everyone else understands that language. It's concerning, to be honest. It is, and it's that sense of selfishness and entitlement. It is sad that just one particular ethnic group has been controlling that state, and the one that happens to have, is it Idoma, had a little bit of teeth inside, TIV, right? It is bad. Anyway, I'm not the judge of that, and that's why we have platforms like this so we can enlighten, educate, and learn from ourselves, learn and unlearn some certain things too. Without wasting any much time, let's go straight away to King Eze. You've been dropping on and off. Guys, if you can just drop the hands, don't worry, I've already listed out everyone accordingly. Eze, 1 minute. I've listed out everyone accordingly. If you can drop the hands, no problem. So when someone finishes speaking, if you want to engage, then you can raise your hand. That way I will know people that wants to engage the last speaker. Please, if you don't mind. I've already taken the list of people that will be speaking. I know King Eze is going next. Peter Obi, publicist, is going. Ade Omojola is going. Doggy is going, and Odolayo, in that order, please. So when someone speaks, if you want to engage the person, raise up your hand and we'll take it from there. Thank you so much, guys. Eze, jump in. How you doing?
I'm doing very good. Sorry for dropping in and out because I went outside to ride bicycle and it's mountain here. Currently in Switzerland, so it's hills everywhere. So the network was going up and down. So, so the first thing I want to say is that the biggest problem in this tribal issue in Nigeria, from my perspective and from the stories and histories that my father taught me, is that Nigeria used to be a very nationalistic place, at least from the leaders. Hence the reason the likes of Azikiwe, even if he benefited the Igbos more during his time, he decided the clause of a tribal region seceding from the state, should not be added to the independence document and so on. But even after that, we see all the way until Abacha's time, with all his flaws, he was so nationalistic to the point that tribe didn't matter to him, because it was under him that Ibe Onyarubulen became the administrator of Ondo State in the 90s. And then
he was in 98, he was transferred to become the administrator of Edo State. So that nationalistic mentality does not exist the way it used to, at least. It has really gone down. It's almost non-existent. Everybody is, oh, my man, it has to be the person. We hear people, oh, I vote for this person because they are my tribe, or I will vote for this person because they are my tribe. And that sense of, okay, I'm a Nigerian first, because if I'm to do anything officially, I'll be asked, where am I from? And what I will say is, I'm a Nigerian. I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, Hausa, TV, or Efik, Ibibio, whatever, will come after. It's when people are trying to trace your origin before they look at that. And for Igbo people being marginalized, if you will, I wouldn't put it that way, because I believe the reason the Igbo tribe are now in the backseat of Nigerian political stage, I think it's because the Igbos lost the Civil War. Again, it's not something I am taking very lightly. It's a very heavy event, because my own father sustained injury in the war, and in the middle of the war, was captured as a prisoner of war. So this is a very serious thing to me personally. So when you lose a war, it becomes very difficult for you to be taken serious on the table of power. We know until very recent.
You don't see this as marginalization.
Let me finish. I'm still coming. We can see that it's only until very recent that Germany started to rearm after they lost the war in 1945. And that's because of they are using the issue of Ukraine and Russia to rearm recently. They've been technically occupied by the United States, the same thing as Japan. Japan almost have no army, if we are being honest. So just to address what I think is Tudo asked me, I'm not trying to say it's marginalization or not. I'm not trying to justify anything or to defend or to criticize. I'm barely saying, from my perspective, that's one of the reasons the Igbos are in the backseat. There's no temple. We have over 4,000 recorded religions in the world, but people worship snake, cow, you name it. People worship water, all sorts of things. But there's no temple built to worship a defeated people. It's unfortunate, like I said, it's a serious story to me, my family, from a personal perspective. So it's very personal. And that is the position that the Igbos has been relegated to. Because you see, when Igbo people complain about anything, we all know Nigeria. I met people outside Nigeria that came from the Niger Delta to study. When I left Nigeria about 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, I met people here who were from the Niger Delta who got scholarship and all sorts of things during Yaradua time. And when Igbo people, be it IPOP, you name it, if Igbo people now complain of anything, oh, they want to bring back the late 1960s again, because people now frame any complaint, any talk, any movement, any agitation, any protest from the Igbo people, they look at it through that frame of 1967 to 1970. And that is what I'm trying to say. People in the North can go out and protest and say they want Arewa or whatever. They will not be treated as terrorists. That's what I'm trying to say. People in the West can say, oh, we want Oduduwa nation or something. They will not be treated first as terrorists. People will say no. Of course, people will go against it. But the first treatment they will get will not be as terrorists. So from the way I've seen the way Nigeria has turned to over the years, from the perspective of that conflict, the Igbos start going down in terms of trust, the capital that they have. Things are changing, seeing the popularity of Peter Obi and so on. Things have changed a lot, but it's mostly among the younger people. And this is something I've thought a lot I've thought about it a lot, and it's very difficult to navigate because this is all over the world. When you go into a conflict, be secession or you want to divide, you might as well fight to the end, because if you don't achieve it, you will have backseat. It's just the way people are being treated. We saw what happened in Sudan until now. We have South Sudan. They are two countries now. If they have failed, they will take backseat. That's what I want to say, and maybe later I'll have something else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kingeze. Beautiful submission. DG, you raised your hand. You want to ask him a question? DG, you there? Whoa, your mic. DG, are you?
I'm not ready for a question. I just want to make my own submission to what this.
Yeah, so you go after Odwayo. Please check the connection or check your phone properly. The statics is, man, mind blowing. All right, without wasting any more time, thank you, King Daisy. That was beautiful. Peter Obi publicist. Afterwards,
Jimmy, I want to engage King Daisy for a minute.
okay. Peter Obi publicist. Hold on. Let's take a question from Ade Mojola to King Eze. All right, Ade, go ahead. 2 minutes, please, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Eze, you spoke much about the reasons why Igbos are, supposedly marginalized in Nigeria. First, I don't think we can claim marginalization when Igbos are receiving their share of oil allocation and VAT allocation every month, despite being one of the least productive parts of the country economically. But I think that I think we need to begin to tell ourselves the truth in this country if there's going to be any hope, because it's the truth that has set us free. Recently, you must have heard the controversy with an Igbo man that was attempting to create a kingdom in Ghana, an Igbo kingdom specifically, and the uproar and the responses were from people there. Let's go back to Nigerian history. In the 1940s and 50s, the way Igbos flooded the South area with large numbers and began to effectively dominate the governance and control of that space. Let's go back to Nnamdi Azikiwe, who said that the God of Africa had created Igbos to lead the black race, right? Let's go back to Charles Onyema, who said that Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. I'm giving you references. Like they say, you can go and verify.
So Ade, do you want to ask a question or you want to give me submission? You can do this in your own submission time. But
wait now. I'm laying the premise for the question.
Yes.
Okay. So let me proceed.
All right.
So I'm laying the premise.
Please make it snappy. We need to move on so you can get to your turn, please.
So having laid that premise, right, I'm giving you a pattern of behavior, and let's go into the conduct during the Civil War, right? Concentration camps, massacres, things like that. Do you think that with this kind of conduct and behavior patterned through Nigerian history, Lagos no man's land, that kind of stuff, do you think this kind of conduct endears other ethnic groups with Igbo people? When you talk about marginalization, that's my question.
All right, thanks, Mr. Ade Omojola. First of all, Omojola. First of all, the first thing I want to say is I said political backseat. It was Tudo who asked me a question saying marginalization. If you remember, if you were paying attention, you would catch me saying I didn't want to say marginalization, more of political backseat. It's important to know that. That's one. The second thing I want to say is this. There's a lot of misconception about Igbo king or whatever. You see, the biggest and greatest philosophy of the Igbo people is Igbo Nweze, which simply means Igbo Loba. Let me say it in Yoruba, Igbo Loba. Hence the reason Yoruba people say Igbo people don't respect their elders. The Igbos don't have kings. And now, let me now explain what Ezendigbo is. Sorry, Jimmy, just a minute. Let me just run through it. Having an Igbo king is not king in terms of royalty. All these things they are doing, they can't try it in the East. But even when they do, it doesn't mean it's a royalty position. It's more like a caretaker where Igbo people, it's mostly traders that goes to those people to discuss when they have issues between them when they trade. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just trying to explain it. I'm not here to tell you you are right or wrong. I'm just trying to explain. That's a misconception. In Igbo land, forget this thing of your furniture, whatever. They do not hold power. Igbos, the reason they say we are not united is because we are not followers. That's the reason Ekwere Madu was beaten up in Germany. He went there to eat yam. And we've seen that with other Igbo politicians. It's important to understand the philosophy and the mentality of Igbo people. From that perspective, again, I'm not saying we are perfect or something, or they are not people who will come and challenge you also. I was born in Ondo State. In fact, I have a certificate of residency of Akure in Akure, which I got from Akure South local government. Now, does that mean I'm indigenous to Akure? No. Now, based on my age, I'm from Ebonyi State, but I'm older than the state. So if I speak to some Enugu people, they will tell me, oh, Igbo Onyaba, which means you are from Abakaliki, right? But I'm older than the state. So where am I from? I was born in Ondo State. My parents came from Enugu State. So, and they now created Ebonyi State, which was now where we are from, our hometown, was added to Ebonyi State. So now let me ask you, where am I from now as a Nigerian? Where am I from? Am I Ondo? Am I Enugu? Am I Ebonyi? Where am I from?
You are where your ethnic group is from. You are from Igbo land.
No. As a state of origin, I'm asking you. Where am I from?
But don't have to answer the question.
Okay.
But I'm not dictate my response to your question. Now, you're asking the question and trying to frame the conversation according to your politics, which I'm not going to play along with. I am Yoruba. My state of origin is less important to me than my ethnic group and Yoruba land as an indigenous ancestral space. I can understand why you may not appreciate that, because your politics are such that you prefer a situation where perhaps you prefer statehood. And maybe you have an identity crisis. That's an issue you have to deal with. If you prioritize your Igbo or if you're not clear about your identity, ethnically versus statehood, that's an issue that you have. I don't share that.
Are you going to let this guy just be having somebody on stage?
Hold on a minute. I got this. I know where it's headed. I have
No, Tudo, please, I'm okay. Yeah, it's okay to hear from people.
Yeah.
It's okay to me. I'm open-minded.
So
the reason I asked that.
Sorry, can you give me one minute? 1 minute. So the reason why I allow that is simply because it's between him and King Eze, right? So and it's not meant to be, a submission. It's just meant to be a question. I'm gonna be more strict on the engagement. Now it's not going to be more than 2 minutes. So whatever it is anyone wants to say has to be within that 2 minutes. I think it's only fair, and I allow that for not just for the purpose of people on Twitter Space. 6,800 people are watching live from all social media platforms. It's an educational platform. What everyone says is being heard by thousands of people worldwide. You're responsible for your own actions, and everyone can listen to you, they can hear you. And that's the reason why I allow that. People come on my platform to learn and unlearn. I'm not going to gag anyone, but I always tell people, let us be civil. Okay? I will not tolerate it if you want to go the whole basketball stage. A lot of people are still requesting for Mike. I want that to happen. So please, let's treat it as such. It's not your it's not your right to speak on my platform. It's a privilege. Let's treat it as such, guys, please, and let's be mature about it. Thanks for that, too. Ade, please, let's be cautious, right? Easy answer that so we can move on to the questions, submission,
First of all,
and get it.
First of all, sorry. First of all, I don't want to sound defensive because this is a Nigerian issue. In fact, I might not make it to the footnotes of Nigerian history to begin with. So my point here is that since we are talking about Nigeria as a nation, and we start acting this, oh, this person is from here, this person is from that. Many people, including Mr. Ade himself, if we start digging his background and state and stuff, this question will also be relevant to a lot of people. In fact, to a lot of Africans, when we start looking at the map of Africa, it's important to ask yourself, in the construct of Nigeria, people saying this person is from here, this person is from there. The reason I ask that question is if we say we are Nigerians, so someone who was born in this state before that state was created and this and that and all this division, where is that person truly from? Because if you look at the constitution, I'm from Yoruba and this and that, the place where you live, if you go and do something in Nigeria now, the reason I won't say much, internationally, first you're a Nigerian, and another thing, if you want to do some things as a Nigerian on international scale, where you live is probably more important than where you originate from. Hence the reason I have the certificate of residency of Akure when I got that certificate. A lot of people might not, I know myself, I know my age, I know the things I've done in life. So the more you start moving on international scale, nobody cares where you originate from as much as where you live in Nigeria, where you were born, and your passport as a Nigerian. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that. Without wasting much time, let's move on to Peter Obi, publicist, and then we'll take Ade, Doggy, Odoayo, and DJ that order. Peter Obi, publicist, go ahead. 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been off and on, and I've been listening to the conversation. Very exciting, very educative. Let me speak briefly, about bigotry and the problems. So much has been said already, and then I'll be moving to the solutions. Now, bigotry in Nigeria, especially Nigerian politics, has been complex, right? It has a very long, complex historical roots, and certain factors contributed to the development. The question is it politics, religion, or tribe? What is dividing us? The answer is it's politics. It's not religion that is dividing us. It is not tribe that is dividing us. It is politics. However, politics is using the antics of religion and tribe to further divide us. Right? If we were an educated people, politics will not take advantage of religion and tribe to divide us. Right? Now, how did bigotry start, or where did it start from? It actually started from the colonial era, right? The British colonial era. These guys introduced divisive policies, right? And they had separate electoral systems for different regions, right? And this fostered both region and ethnical identities. This created, people from different regions who were like gods, who every other person had to look up to. And so the ideas and the machinations and the desires of these people, were now cascaded down to the ordinary members of this region, and ideologies were formed from there, right? So after the colonial legacy that had already built this bigotry, kickstarted it, it now moved to military rule, Nigeria was ruled by military for a very long time. And these Nigerian military regimes, they kind of increased or exacerbated ethnic and regional tensions. Any action taken by military personnel, instead of being read as military, it was read in terms of, ethnic. It was given ethnic connotations. And that is why you found, what caused the Civil War between 1967 to 1970, were some military people that took over power, killed some people, and the interpretation was that it was ethnic. So the other region said these are Igbos who had to kill and take over power. And what they did was to retaliate by killing, Igbos and, military formations and took back power. And then the onslaught started, right? So the military, by their actions or inactions, increased regional tension. And even when they were in power, within the period they were in power, they favored certain groups. Because you find out that long after the Civil War, it became basically the North military. In fact, the military took over for a long time, but now we read it as Northern military. And that's why you find a lot of people saying that the North has ruled us from 1970, till now. Why? It wasn't the North that ruled, it was the military. But the people had to give it ethnic connotation again, because even the military, had favoritisms and they were giving favors and all that to a certain region of the people. Now, after military, the third factor was electoral politics, competitive elections. Elections itself is what has created ethnic and regional bigotry in Nigeria. Elections itself. If there was, let's take a premise. If there was no president ruling us, ruling all the regions together as one, or if there was no need to vie for presidency from various regions, then I won't have any reason, to have problems with the North. The Southeasterner, the Southwesterner won't have any reasons to have problems with the South-Southerner. But because there is an elective, position, a competitive elective position, now people begin to look at who is going there. If it's a Northerner, then the Southerners will begin to agitate. If it's a Southerner, the Northerners will begin to agitate. So the most powerful force behind bigotry is elective politics, elective competitive election, right? So after that, it now created massive ethnic and regional tensions. And because there are distinct cultural and linguistic and political differences, it now also entered into religion, right? And politicians began to arm themselves with tools to begin to sway the people to achieve what they want. Okay, so the northern politician will now say they are Christians. We are talking about Muslims. Muslims should be in charge. While the southern politicians will say we are Christians, we are being marginalized. So religion and ethnicity wasn't the problem. The problem was politicians, elected positions, using these tools to be able to achieve their goals. All right, and then from there, it now went into political manipulation. Politicians exploiting these differences in order to gain power, in order to gain advantage. In fact, when they are the losing end, they begin to fuel bigotry. They begin to polarize the people because divided they win. Right? Some of the political manipulations, were something, examples of political manipulations were things like our turn. It's our turn, it's my turn, it's the turn of the Southwesterner, it's the turn of the Southeasterner, and everybody begins to agitate. The other weapon is marginalization. So when you are beginning to lose, you now begin to whip up sentiments. You are being marginalized.
we are being marginalized by the other region, and then it fuels problems. The third one is poverty. Poverty. So somehow, even the leaders, even the leadership, didn't go there to help the people, didn't go there to develop the nation. They went there, to empower themselves, keep the people in perpetual poverty, because you need that poverty to be able to gain advantage when the election cycle comes around again. Right? And so we had all these regional differences and ethnic differences and all of that. Now, what is the solution? Because if we keep talking about all of these things and we are not talking about the solution, then we are not going to have any headway. We're going to come back over and over again. Right?
But I'm not interested in the solution, to be honest with you. I'm just asking a question. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and talk about the solution within 1 minute, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, so let me quickly just hit on the solution. Government has a very important role to play in the solution, right? And that is the last thing the government wants to do. That's the last thing a political party wants to do. Because if he solves this particular bigotry problem, then we will be headed for a free and fair election. And so it is a tool that they want to use every time. But the solution must come from government. First of all, it has to be a multifaceted approach. So instead of explaining them, I'll just list them because of time. Number one is promoting inclusive politics. I want us to go back to the period of Abacha, when Abacha wanted to solve this problem of regional marginalization. Go back to the video. You can go on my Twitter profile. You will see that video there. Go and listen to Abacha. The reason why his solution was not adopted is because of his personality. Because he died abruptly, people were saying, look at the man, Abacha is the bad person. Leave the personality, look at the ideology, listen to what he said. That was the solution. But it wasn't taken because he died. He died on time. If he didn't die, he would have included it in the constitution. Right? Now the second one is education and awareness.
30 seconds.
Education and awareness.
30 seconds. Your time is actually over. 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds now. The third one is strengthening institutions. That was what Goodluck Jonathan wanted to do. When you strengthen the institutions, it helps in nipping bigotry, in the bud. The fourth one is encouraging inter-ethnic dialogue. And that is where you come in here. That is where you are doing a great job. Because we have most of the ethnic groups here. We have Hausa, we have Yoruba, we have Igbo, and we are coming together to talk. We're coming together to dialogue. And people are listening to the other people, hearing their perspective, beginning to understand their own side. And it helps to shape your mindset going forward. The fifth one is supporting civic engagement. And then the last one is implementing electoral reforms. Even though that one is another problem that we need to solve. Electoral reforms will help in solving this. Thank you so much for the time. And I'm an business today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Jimmy, I have an appeal to make before any other person goes.
Okay.
Yeah, the appeal is this space is a neutral space. I know it's not my space, it's Jimmy's space.
Right.
It's a neutral space that is asking a question. It's not a space where you come to play the victim card or play the blame game. Because I've had people trying to blame one tribe for the problem. That is not what we are trying to do. Because when you start throwing that blame game, it will become a visible space. Don't come here and make it a one-sided stuff. Come here and answer whether it's politics, tribe, or religion, or maybe colonial. Don't come here and start saying if these people post it, or it's your people that post it, or is these people's behavior, or the other people's behavior. Let's just keep it neutral. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that, Karigo. That was actually necessary because I've been receiving some DMs as well. I'm not sure what they were referring to, but I have a lot of DMs. I'm just taking them one by one. And King Eze and Bitobi, if you don't mind, I want to bring up more people. If you guys need to speak again, request for the mic and I'll answer you. This is New Africa. Do you have something to say? Okay, I guess not. All right.
Jimmy.
Right. Chudo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to quickly chip in something. The gentleman, I mean, brilliant submission.
Right.
But the Abacha recommendations were not exactly like what's the one I'm looking for? Panacea for our intractable problems.
Right.
The only thing we got out of that constitutional conference that he authorized 94-95 was the 6th geopolitical zone. You know, it was that conference that gave us the 6 geopolitical zones. But every other thing, in fact, they rejected the idea of destruction. And they talked about creating more states, and then the rest was just hogwash. The gentleman agreement was also talked about. They recommended enshrining in the constitution, but power rotation north and south. My point is, let's not act like it's the best thing since sliced bread. It still doesn't solve our fundamental issues, because those 6 geopolitical zones. I'm here. I'm going to be speaking for the Northwest region, because that's where Nigeria says I'm from. And by the way, I love the question of King Eze. He was born in Ondo State, and then the way he laid it out, his parents are from, I think, 2 other states. Where is he really from?
Before they created the state.
Before the state was created. Thank you. So where is this guy really from? And are they in his usual fashion try to lampoon the gentleman? You know, talking about he has identity crisis, which is ridiculous. They're laughing, but you know what you do. I see you. So, but that is a real question that we need to be able to answer. Jimmy, I was born in Lagos. I lived all my entire life in Lagos before I jumped out from Nigeria. I went to school in Lagos, worked in Lagos, contributed to Lagos, but I cannot run for office in Lagos. When I was leaving Nigeria, I applied for something. They told me to go and get my state, what do you call it, document that shows where I'm from. Local of origin. Thank you. State of origin, yeah. I had to go to the Benue State office in Lagos.
Liaison office.
Yeah, liaison office. Thank you very much. I have to, like, in states that I don't even have much connection to. The only thing I know is that my father is from there. How about my mother? I'm half Yoruba. My mother is from Osun State. So I should just forget the fact that my ancestry is also tied to Osun State. So here I am, Jimmy. I'm Idoma, a minority tribe in Benue. I cannot be anything in Benue. I cannot be anything in Osun State. I cannot be anything in Lagos. Jimmy, do you see my life? Where am I really from?
You are from the earth.
That is the problem of Nigeria right there.
Yeah, it sounds funny.
Okay, so let me say something.
Peter, sorry, hold on. You've actually had your go. We need to move on, but I just need to say
No,
something.
I'm supposed to respond to what he said. Remember, I mentioned the Abacha and he brought up the Abacha issue.
Yeah, okay.
So I want to highlight something right there.
Fair enough. All right, do that in 1 minute, please.
Okay, 1 minute. Now, one key thing in that Abacha solution is that he divided Nigeria into 6 regions. And he said power will rotate among the regions equally in a 4-year period. 110, 4 years. Every region will have their turn before it starts again. Right? And it is for an interim period of 30 years. Right now, we have almost done 24 years, right? We have almost done 24 years. So if we had gone by the Abacha, system, we will do 30 years and then we'll review whether this works. But I think it would have worked because if we were going by region, the first region was Southwest, which started with Olusegun Obasanjo. But he altered it because after his first 4 years, he said he wants to go for another 4 years, which was debated, but was agreed. And then, South 4 and then North 4. I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty, but the point is, if Southwest have done 4 years, Northwest do 4 years, South do 4 years, North Central do 4 years, Southeast does 4 years. This bigotry, all of these things will stop. What it means is that when it gets to your region, the entire country will choose the best from that region. And if somebody says that, what if the better candidate is from the north? You have intelligent people from all the regions.
All right.
There is no way you can't select the president from every region. So when it comes to a region, the entire country would analyze, review that region and pick out the best. And it's just for a 4-year period. If that had happened in 30 years, all the regions would have gone. I would have been good.
All right.
Except that when they get to the Northwest region, real quick, which is the most diverse region in Nigeria, how do we solve that conundrum? Because I just presented the Benue problem. And in that case, what happens to people that are Idomas, that are minorities in that state? Because we already know what's going to happen in Benue State. When the moment it comes to that point, let's not talk about the other states, Plateau, Taraba, and the other southern Kaduna, and all those other places. So, I mean, I see what the gentleman is saying, but I think it's just a lot more complex than that. But it's a start. It's a start. I still think the other solution.
Let me say one word. Go back to that constitution. Look at it. No, that constitution said it's not just about
the constitution.
No constitution, sorry. That recommendation. It was recommendation. Yeah. Now go back to that recommendation. That recommendation did not say for presidency alone. That recommendation said for every political office in Nigeria.
Yes, I understand. All I'm saying is that we still haven't solved for X, which is even when you go sub-regionally, you are still going to have some existential fault lines in each state and in each region. How do we solve that? So what I'm saying is that the solution emphasizes the center too much. That is why we all want to go there. The ultimate solution is decentralize and make the center unattractive so that we are more interested. We can all go back to those regions and focus on that region. I don't care what's going on in Asoro or in Abuja. If I make it part-time job, so that when that goes there, we focus more on national security and all the foreign affairs, all these other things. And whenever we have some general aggression, we have the federal forces to take care of that, and the local forces can handle them. Police, for instance, we need to decentralize policing. Why should we have a federal police and you send a commissioner of police to a state that the guy doesn't even speak the language there? He doesn't even understand what is going on locally. So these are the issues. Make the center unattractive so that we can all focus on. I shouldn't worry or care about who becomes president. The reason the current president is saying a Minoko is because so much has been arrogated to that office. That's why everybody. But how many iterations of a Minoko Jimmy are we going to have to go through in Nigeria? So, anyways, Jimmy, answer my question. Where am I really from? Are you?
All right. Beautiful engagement, guys. I love that. So,
Thank you so much. So, Tudo, you're not the only person that should be asking where you're from, because me too, when I was born, every state was not existing. So I was born in Anambra State. So where am I from?
Anambra was created in 1976.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm saying Enugu State wasn't in existence when I was born.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll figure out.
You have a lot of problems on your hands.
Yeah, we'll figure out. We'll sort out the birth certificate thing later on. Don't worry, guys. I got you all. We'll sort it out. So the live stream will be shutting down in the next 30 minutes. But I want to take the people remaining on the speaker section. Then I'll shut down officially on the live stream. Then we can resume on the Twitter. And yeah, officially we can resume with the gospels. We'll leave it at that for now. But we need to take Ade Omojola, Doggy Oduayo, and DG in that order. So when we're back, we'll just move on with the Twitter Bastos while I wrap up with the live stream. Thanks to everyone listening and watching from all social media platforms. Thanks so lot. I so much appreciate it. We've grown to 6,854 viewers across all the social media platforms. Thank you so much, guys. Without wasting any much time, Ade, please jump in. 5 minutes, please. I know you don't like interruption or when you speak. Whoever has question, just write it down. When it's done, we can start the back and forth.
You know, Ade is gonna light up this place.
Of course. I know so. I'll just ask him to be civil about it. I wish I shut down the live stream before I actually let him speak. Even me will start the passports myself. But yeah, we want to keep it civil for now, guys, please. So yeah, and then go ahead, guys.
Well, Jimmy, like the reason I made that appeal I made is so that you'll be able to shut down somebody that is trying to go outside the space scope.
No, definitely.
If somebody's going outside the scope of the space,
Yeah. No, that one is solid. The topic of the space is still there. That is solid. We're just asking a question again for people just joining. I'm asking if it's the politicians, the religious leaders, or the traditional rulers. It was due to the amount of characters allowed in the topics. I couldn't put all that up there. That's the reason why I got creative and I put it this way. So let's stay within the topic, please, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, listen, I just want to respond to what I've heard thus far. My name is Ade Omojola, and I am a Yoruba Nigerian. Yoruba first, before Nigeria. My elders, my parents, when you talk about identity, right? You should not be questioning who you are if you know who your people are. States can be drawn or redrawn. In fact, countries exist and then they break apart. I can give you several examples. But the ethnic groups were there before the country, and they will be there after the country. They were there before the states, or they will be there after the states, or any kind of structure that you find yourself in. So when you play this superficial kind of game of, I don't know who I am I this state or that state, you are not fooling anybody. I'm a Yoruba Nigerian. Shall I say that my parents or my elders who have been Yoruba before Nigeria existed, that we say that they have an identity crisis? It's ridiculous. I think sometimes we are just fooling ourselves because we are driven by our political interest, economic interest, and we allow that to blind us to the reality. The reality is that Nigeria's biggest problem, if I had to solve one problem with Nigeria, it is that we are a multi-ethnic country, not even a nation. Nigeria is a nation. Nigeria is a country. The different ethnic groups are individual nations. We are a multi-ethnic country that is not structured to reflect that reality. That's our biggest problem. So I was asking the lady, I said, look, if I have children, right, and I want to pick, you have limited food, and who's going to eat first? Your children, or if I have children, or my children? She said, of course, I'm feeding my children first. Yeah. So expand that to a macro level, and you realize that Nigeria is just a game of ethnic politics because we have not been structured appropriately to reflect that reality. You see, let's examine the interest, okay? And Azuko was saying to Sarah Sokoto that we should forget our differences, right? That was his position. Let's forget our differences. It's a fantasy, it's a fallacy. Sarah said, no, we're not going to forget who we are, our differences, we're going to respect them. We respect our differences. If Nigeria had continued on the trajectory that it was, which was we saw the carving of Nigeria along ethno-linguistic regional lines, northern, Western, which was homogeneous Yoruba, and for the most part anyway, and also the Eastern region. And then came the Midwest region. I can bet you that other ethnic groups would have been demanding their own regions as time from. And as I once said in his book, I believe that to be maybe page 51 or thereabouts, he said that he talked about the United States of Nigeria. Each ethnic group would have been a state. So when we talk about you are in Doma and you are in Benue State and Tiv are always governing, what's the better than Doma State? Then you're in Doma in region, whatever you want to call it, governed by Doma people. Then there's no issue of Tiv are always governing because you have your own state to yourself. Localized governance along ethno-linguistic regional lines, that is how multi-ethnic countries should be structured. But there are some people who want access to the ethnic ancestral lands of other people. Those are the ones that will say, just motivate them all one, they're all one. Only because you want access to their lands. You want to have indigenization laws that make you an indigene of their land. So that you can have equal and you can begin to try to control and gain what their lands have to offer. But you have your own land. And it is this desire, we try to legalize it, let's make it law and make everybody just one country. Or we have tried NYSC, we have tried federal character, where everything we have, even with national presidency, which have not been, trashed. Everything we have tried to force ourselves to be one union, one people has failed. Because that original character of Nigeria being a multi-ethnic country is not going anywhere. You see, if we weren't playing ethnic politics, we would admit that all our politicians are dirty. They are corrupt. All of them. Should I give you the long? Because people come and tell, oh, Peter Obi is a saint. Are you kidding? If I begin to list all these issues now, you guys will begin to start doubting because you can't take it. But you would claim he's a saint, even though he privatized the other person's money for his personal business.
Are they stay on message? Stay on message.
Are you there?
Is this speaking or see? Oh. The universe did us a great favor. Isn't God marvelous?
Ade, are you there?
Maybe he has network issue. I wanted to ask him a question.
Jamie, the host of heaven.
Yeah.
All right, so
wait, let me land. So
Ade,
this
idea
that
Ade, 1 minute, hold on. We lost you for like 40 seconds. So we didn't hear anything you said for the past 40
seconds. No, Jimmy, if you leave and I make you just conclude, you go back to
No. I don't want us to miss anything. I want everything he says should be recorded.
It's good readers the bad rubbish. Let me just continue.
All right. Ade, you have 1 minute left. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was using Peter Obi and the hypocrisy around his candidacy as an example of Nigeria's ethnic politics and its demerits. For example, Tom said it was great, so good that we didn't hear about his exploits while he was governor. Where are we in Anambra? Where are his latest projects? He privatized Anambra's money for his personal capital as business, right? He held money in banks where he held shares. He used it to invest in his business next. There was a scandal.
Message now, please.
It's lacking. How can you be talking about something different about Nigeria? Talking about
yeah. So
I know understand though. That is right.
Guys.
That's what you know.
Guys.
How can somebody be talking about that now? And that is the discrimination we're talking about. You can see what they're talking about. Yeah, we're talking about something different. They are calling God. How does that be?
Guys.
You now. You can't talk about Nigeria as a country in any sense.
Guys.
People are using reasonable discussion.
Man, 6 hours, 47 minutes. I did not use the mute button. Damn, you guys had to make me mute the button. I beg. 6 hours, 47. I didn't mute anyone, please. Ade had about 30 seconds left. You should have let him land it and let all hell break loose. Please, my goodness. All right. Apologies to people watching, listening on the live stream. These are the Twitter people. We're actually engaging them right now. It's not usually like this, to be honest. It's just we trying to get people back on track when they get derailed from the message we're pushing across. I see people requesting for the mic. I should be wrapping up the live stream in the next 12 minutes from now. Then we'll focus on Twitter. And that goes to everyone on all the social media platforms. You can join us on Twitter. We do the after party of the live stream afterwards. So thanks for staying tuned, guys. I so much appreciate it. All right, so let's go back to Twitter and wrap up the conversation before we take the next speaker. The requests button is now red. The request has gone up.
Yeah, can you give me 30 seconds?
You
Thank
have
you.
30 seconds to wrap up. You've already riled up a lot of people. So stay on topic for the remaining 30 seconds and we'll take it from there. Thanks.
I was listing the flaws and the demerits and the of Peter Obi, including the 250 million naira cash scandal that was caused with his age, to show that we are all playing ethnic politics in this country. Because he is your man and you want to favor, is why you are making him seem like he's
I am a follower of Peter Obi and I am not Igbo. Now what?
Oh, please stop, Joe.
I am not Igbo. I am not Igbo and I'm following Peter Obi. Now what? You and your bigotry, eh? You beat you up one day.
So bigotry is defined as the stubborn and complete intolerance of any creed, belief, or opinion that differs from one's own. Here I am, stating a different opinion from yours, and you cannot tolerate it. You are bigots.
My friend, shut up, shut up, shut up.
No,
Karibu
is okay.
Karibu is a law.
So the now we admit that Nigeria is just ethnic politics all around. We can tell ourselves the truth. We need to restructure Nigeria. Linguistic regional government is what we need. Devolve power from the center to the ethnic regions. Let every ethnic group govern their ancestral spaces for themselves, by themselves, and we can unite based on common interests like national security, a military alliance, a trade union in the Niger area, things like that. Not to try to jumble everything into one and think we are one country. It's not working.
All right.
Are you? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. My goodness. Wow. That was okay. So Ade, you derailed from the topic. You did. In fact, 4 minutes of your time you used it to talk about something else entirely. 4 minutes of your time. And the remaining one last minute, you used it as a way to attack Peter Obi. All right. Dougie, jump in. Dr. O, I see you going next.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question, if it's possible.
I beg now, I beg.
Please.
Let me continue, please. You know, as I was there, you start from the beginning again with the year rubbish. You don't retire. My God. Jimmy, please, I will then that you give me a bit more time. So this have been said that I want to actually talk about. And okay, let me.
Yeah,
I'll try to rush over it. I'll try to rush over it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So somebody said that he was born in, I think, Ondo State, former Enugu State, now Igbo State. Where am I from? And I just started to have an identity crisis. Is the guy actually having an identity crisis, or are they trying to keep his ethnicity? Which one is happening here? Is it the latter or the former? Anyway, let everybody answer the question themselves. I was born and brought up in Delta State, later Delta State. My father is from Anambra State, and I asked the same question: where am I from? But in my own case, and I now live in Lagos from Nigeria. We're living in Germany, but when I'm in Nigeria, I live in Lagos.
But anyway, in my own case, I am lucky. The place I am from, the place I was born, they love me like they love me. In 2022, I was nominated as because I'm almost in the whole WhatsApp group of Oshimile North, people of Oshimile North. I mean, I never political forum and the people of Oshimile North and everything. I actually follow their politics more than that of Anambra and everything. I was nominated to campaign for the ambassador of people of Oshimile North. After after some grassroots, they insisted that I must campaign. Because at the time I was like, no, I'm not a campaign, it's not an They insisted. So I'm nominated, you must campaign. And I was hearing something that made me love these people so much that I will always speak good about them. The elders in that forum were like, when some people will say, no, he's not from here. That which you can one time in here, what I also, for those who don't understand English, a child we trained, he ate our food, drank our water, sucked our breast. Though my mom is not from the other side anyway, but by the nature of being born there, they use that word. He is our son. We train him as our son. You cannot try to throw him away. And I contested and I won. And I won with landslide against an Oshimile person. They showed me that love. Will I tomorrow start talking bad about them? So when I hear these things like, you have to respect us, are you also respecting the people that you want to respect you? It is vice versa. It's always vice versa. Anyway, let me shift away from that. But one thing that baffles me from the question they asked, and some people have talked about it here, who want to keep their ethnicity. I live in Germany. I have German passports. I'm a German by virtue of assimilation and integration. Jimmy, possibly you're an American. Possibly Bolanle maybe, I don't know, maybe a British. I think that they may be a British and otherwise. So I leave Nigeria, go to Germany, assimilate and integrate. I become one of them. I don't care their skin color, their religion. My neighbor may be a Turkish. The other neighbor may be a French. The other one may be Bosnian. The other one may be Polish. The other one may be Chinese. The other one may be American. And if I am lucky to have a Yoruba as my neighbor, I feel at home with him or her. And possibly there's, okay, I also need to travel now. Maybe another one from Calabar or from Edo, from wherever. I feel at home, my brother is here. But when I come back to Nigeria, I don't remember we are not one. We are the problem. It's we that are the problem. Because we don't want to appreciate what we have. And I've had people say here, we're not a nation. We are a nation. Yoruba is a sub-nation in Nigeria. Igbo is a sub-nation in Nigeria. Nigeria is the nation. Go and check the meaning of that word nation and come back and tell me. And I had people say, oh, we don't have to. Jimmy, stop it. Brazilians are now advertising akara that they learned from us. Moi, Suya should have been an international delicacy by now if we can appreciate the market well. If the Italians did not market their spaghetti, it won't be in the world today. If the Germans did not market hamburger, it will not be in the world today. If the Turkish did not market donut, it will not be in the world today. We have these things, we have food. Any food that is native to us in Nigeria is a Nigerian food, whether na Yoruba, whether na Igbo, whether na Hausa, whether na Edo, whether na any place. As far as it is Nigerians that have it, it's a Nigerian food. What are we saying here that we don't have food? Why are we denigrating ourselves so much? And why are we separating ourselves so much that we want to always bring out this fact that we are not one? And after separating ourselves, we then start looking for who to blame. We are Nigerians, and those foods are Nigerian foods. When they do a Jidoba, if you see me, they retreat, you can say, my life depends on it. If they do the Igbo cultural, whatever, you see me, they retreat. The one for Anyama, they retreat. The one, I don't care, I'm a Nigerian, and people are showcasing my culture. They are showcasing my culture. See, Jimmy, I'll come back to you. What is bad, void of who it is done to. It is not bad because it's done to you. It is bad because it is bad. Adora, please hold on. I will soon round up. When a Yoruba person make a tweet like because that tweet against the Igbos now, you see like 15,000 likes, 10,000 likes, 5,000 retweets, and otherwise. Who are the ones retweeting it? People from Nouakchott or from Ouagadougou. They are Yorubas. When Igbo people do the same thing in opposite, 10,000, 15,000 likes, who are the ones? Are they from Cameroon or from Ghana? They are Igbos. But guess what? Those Igbos that are liking that bigoted tweets against Yorubas are the ones now crying that the Yorubas are saying Kimiko against them. Those Yorubas that like the bigoted tweets against the Igbos are the ones crying that, oh, look at what they're saying against us. If you don't like bigotry, condemn it. Don't fan it. If somebody make a bigoted statement and nobody likes it, nobody patronizes, nobody projects, nobody, that thing will die off. They will get tired. But because you are patronizing them, that's why they continue. That is why they continue. So it is we. It is we. Tudor and Jimmy, I am dead sure that if I say that it's P2B that is telling you guys to go and do bigoted statement, though I've not seen any of you do bigoted statement, I'm just making a difference. I know that two of you will chop my head. So I don't know how comfortable it is to say that Tinubu is the one that is sending people to go and do bigotry. None of them is sending anybody. It is we that are doing it. We are here. We are here on this earth. Because I don't know how much Tinubu, I don't know what Tinubu will do for me to go and do the statement against Yorubas. Well, I know I have friends who are Yorubas. Gone on my head, I won't do it. Though I know everybody is not me. Now, in conclusion, no matter how many things to say, how many things have been said here. Jimmy, there was something you said, many people have also said it, which is not true. Wazobia, first, concentrating on the threat, because we're talking about discrimination here. Sexism, bigotry, racism, xenophobia, all falls under discrimination. And we're talking about discrimination. When we are putting these three big ethnicities in Nigeria, thereby downplaying the others, we are discriminating against those ones. Nigeria should be a level playing ground where anybody must have the chance to vie for election and win based on their competency and not based on their numbers. But at the end of the day, the numbers determine the election, not the tribes. So if you can lobby the support of the bigger tribes by making yourself viable, making yourself sellable, and they can market you, that's okay. In the last election, Wike and Amechi were seconds. If they had made the first, two of them would have contested from the same tribe, and one would have been the president, although they're one of the minority tribes. So this thing must be said. So what I'm saying here is, Wazobia, from that three major tribes, now only one has gotten the presidency. Only one. Zo hasn't. Zo has not. I want to know the name of that democratically elected president from Hausa. Fulani and Hausa are not the same. Igbo and Ijo are not the same. How do you want to tell the man in Sokoto that Igbo and Ijo are not the same? How do you want to do that? They are not the same. Hausa have not been the president of Nigeria ever. And if you say they have, tell me the name of that particular president that was Muhammad is aware. Okay, Muhammad is hold on now, hold on. I said democratically. Hold on now. I said democratically. I said democratically elected president. If you bring Murtala Muhammad, you bring that you don't see. Ojoro Council Ojoro. But I said democratically elected president. Yeah, definitely. There has not been one. So when we say this, it's only Yoruba that have produced from the three major ethnic groups. What is it called? Democratically elected president. But at the end of it, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care where they are from. If you're competent, if you can lobby, you will make yourself marketable. the political party will support you and you will be president. So in conclusion, please, because I think we, the masses, are actually amplifying and advertising corruption in the sense that we want the president to be from our place. Because I am dead sure that if this presidency should be for service, just go and serve. Serve. We need somebody to go there and serve, dedicate 2 hours for you to serve. Before your son want to go and be a reverend father, you see the moment they cried. So that's why it was service. They were not proud. It was literally the money added to it that now parents are proud for it. It is good to go and serve. All of us no agree. Make one person go there. But because we know that something coming from there, that is why we are looking for those juicy appointments. Oh, they not give our people juicy appointments. Oh, they not. If they are giving juicy appointments, how many will they give to accommodate the whole tribes in Nigeria? How many? Let us be telling ourselves the truth. What do we want in this country? Is it service? Is it that our brother go there and chop? And while our brother is chopping, we are happy. When another person is chopping, then we are mad. When the North is in power, they are okay. The South is mad. When South is in power, the North is mad. Why? Because we want something from the national cake. If we don't want corruption, let us die that national cake and make sure that people who are putting there are people that are going there to serve. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Doug, you spoke for 15 minutes. Let it be on record.
No verse.
James, thank you so much. Let me.
One second. You're going next. Don't worry. 1 second. I need to say this real quick, and I'm gonna be serious about this. So I'm just going through the comment section. Everybody knows my space and what I stand for. I'm not the partial kind of person, and the only reason why I allow people to come on my platform to give their submission as an equal playing field is because I believe whatever it is we had on political spaces is different from what I bring on my personal platform here off the cuff with you. Someone is in my DM now saying, "Oh my God, don't you get sense?" So I'm being honest, and this is not the first time I'm hearing it. In fact, the first time Doggy spoke on my space, people are like, "Why would you allow an APC person?" It's not happening on this particular handle off the cuff with Jimmy. People that I've blocked on my usual handles, they still come here and they give submissions on my platform here. But one thing that I will not allow on this particular platform is this. People know you for who you are. You came here, you insulted the Igbo tribe. You spoke down on Eze in a rude and disrespectful manner. I blocked you on all my other accounts. And this is the only account that I've not blocked you on. You are now the officially first and hopefully the last person I will ever block on off the cuff with Jimmy account. You could have made your point and stay back and listen to be dished out the same disrespect you dished out to people. But as a coward, you did that and you ran off. And that's the only reason why I'm blocking you. You've chosen to disrespect people. You use the platform. Over 6,000 people are watching and listening right now. And you think you can get away with that. And that's just the reason why I'm doing it. You thought it was an advantage for you to come and talk down on Peter Obi. That's not even a topic. People requested the mic to have a go at you. But as a coward that you are, you had to run off. I'm getting messages from people that I've never even met before, international viewers saying that dude is a racist MF, is he a Nigerian, and some other comments. People that don't even know you. They read through what you submitted on this platform. You've officially been blocked from this angle, Abi, and I'll leave it at that. All right. Oduayo, let's have you
My
real quick.
leader.
Then
My leader, I
we'll
would
wrap it
have
up.
wished don't block anybody because
No, it's not
you
gonna
know
happen.
why? Let me give you. See,
Not at
I understand how you feel.
No,
See,
it's
that
not
guy
even
you're saying,
about me. It's not even about me.
that guy is a lawyer. That's the only lawyer I know that you can speak for 10 minutes and on legal issue, he will not mention one law that supports his argument. That's the first person in my life. I think in my
Jimmy,
life,
what happened to my priority?
What happened to my priority?
Yeah. Sorry, Dr. O. Sorry. You go.
It is my turn now. You change law, Abi.
No. Sorry. I'm sorry. I am absolutely sorry. It's this Ade thing that distracted me. Dr. O is actually meant to go next. To be fair, if you want to go, come on the live stream.
Leader, hold on. I will drive very soon.
No, allow Odunayo to go. Allow him to go ahead. You can go ahead.
All right, thanks, Dr. O. So, Odunayo, let's not waste time on that. There's nothing anyone can tell me. I'm not going to reverse that decision.
No, I've changed that by that. I've left that. I've already said to you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. A or O, I don't know. I'm not seeing you here, but I know very well that just give me consideration. Thank you so much. You see that Ade guy? I don't block people. That's honest. I don't know how to block people. They want to block me, I block you. But the reason why I don't block, I don't know why. But that's the only person I know as a lawyer that has a lawyer in his bio that have never said anything on law when it is arguing on any issue of life, including the issue of law. Like when you are talking about law, let's talk about Nigerian law. Say, okay, you're making an argument. You're supposed to support the argument on legal issues with law. You cannot just say it and say it's your opinion. Your opinion does not matter here. It is the law that matters there. You can support your opinion with law. I think this is what you are saying to. This guy, I've never mentioned law on Twitter. Anytime I met him on spaces, speaking things that are ridiculously infertile for a young person to do. This is a young guy who is a lawyer, according to him, but the deficiency of his thought process is maligning. It's like it needs to be said that that legal education needs to be reversed. Look at very well and read very well. But people like Ade to be given that slot of a lawyer and the intellectual base of him is ridiculous. I'm not saying it because he's anything. I've said it to him several times on his face, so I've never been afraid of him to tell him this thing already. Now he's talking about Nigeria. This guy is the only guy that carry issue of his history of Nigeria around everywhere. Do you know what? You have not even read any book of Nigeria history that can even support whatever it is. Do you know what he does? Maybe somebody posts on Twitter, he takes that one and run. Now he talks about Azikwe. Azikwe said people will take this and you see, if you want to do all those things there, you need to be gagged. As in, guide yourself with enough knowledge. So that even when you want to twat it, to switch your narrative, you should be able to have enough knowledge in your arsenal to do so. But this guy is abundantly lacking in it. I wonder who went to, as if when he came back from America in 1942 or 41 from the US, and he first of all went to Ghana before he had issue with Ghana, the colonial masters in Ghana, and they almost killed him. So he relocated to Nigeria to continue his business. Do you know what? When he came back, in his book, he wrote about the letters and engagement. That was the means of communication then, letter writing. So he talked about how he visited, people were ready to host him. And this is not only him. One of the guys I've respect so much in my life is Justice Kayode Shaw, former Supreme Court Justice. One of the persons that made me study law. From Osun State, but he lived all his life in Ibadan before he died. He died 2012. So when you come back those times, it is necessary that the community will support to say, this is our son. This is what it is for us to talk about our son. That was the kind of person that Azikiwe experienced when he first came back from Europe, from the US to Nigeria to come do all these things. And that was when he was speaking and he said, the Igbo map. And that is the same place Obi sat during the election 2022 when he told the church, said, the church, you have to take back Nigeria. Somebody said, I said, what are you talking about? This is someone to say the boss, and you're in the church, and you're speaking to the people in the church. And it was the guy that invited him. It is evident that he would say this thing like this. That was what people were saying, as people said, the North. I said, well, it was in the garden of the North. So it's not even to say the South. Why is it in the garden of the North? So it was to the Northern people, and then what the thing will best for them. You get the point. That's why I don't carry Obiloko speech anywhere. Because I can understand the circumstances of the environment he finds himself. So in this case, as if we made this statement, in the circumstances he finds himself as an Igbo man, and as an Igbo man who was speaking to issues that affect the Igbo person, and he was telling them the hope ahead of them. You remember that time, this publishing house was almost financed by Louis Ojukwu. Louis Ojukwu was a very strong financial to his publishing house. So it was expected that he was speaking to the old-time millionaires of that era, and he was telling them the hope ahead of them. And you cannot like Azikiwe, no problem. But the character like Kwame Nkrumah, the late Kwame Nkrumah, called him his mentor. This is not my opinion. This is Kwame Nkrumah's book. He called Azikiwe his mentor. So that is when you understand who Azikiwe is and what to do this tribalism. Azikiwe was ahead of you on these issues. So he never did what tribalism. You may not like him, you may talk about other issues, or tribalism you cannot come for him. He speaks Hausa, he was born in Niger State. He's Yoruba, he grew up in Yoruba and Lagos, and he's from the Southeast, on the today. So he can understand his walk of life. So that's why his opinion about Nigeria is different from most people who have not left, who have not even gone outside the Nigerian system, not for visiting and living and all that. So he went to those places, he lived there and he understood the language. That's that. This guy said, oh, he's from Yoruba land. So Yoruba land own Lagos or whatever it is. Agreed. In Yoruba land, there's a place called, in Abeokuta or Ogun State, there's a place called Yewa local government. It's in Yewa South and Yewa North. Growing up there, these people have never produced governor since Ogun State, 1976. Ogun State was founded or created in 1976. Till today, as I speak with you, Ogun State, that people of Ogun State have not produced governor. The governor from Eba to what's it called? People from Shagam to Jebu people. These are people that have produced governor for the past almost 50 years of creation of that state. Do you know what? The current senator from who was in Lagos, Olamide, is now being pushed to run for governor of that state. So he moved from Ogun State, Lagos State, to Ogun State to present them in the district of Ogun State, either Ogun West or so. I think Ogun West, yes. Ogun Central is Ogun East is Ijebu. So Ogun West, that's where he came from. So he moved from Lagos and transferred his voter's card and everything, the political whatever, to Ogun State, and he moved to that area. So he had to run for governor from that place. At least as I talk to you right now, they have not produced a governor from that part of Nigeria. And I think all my life, as a growing up, my father lived all this time, more than 60 years in Abeokuta. So I can tell you Abeokuta offhand, because that's why I know even where I came from. You know what? If you're from Abeokuta, okay, Jehu precisely, and you are saying you want to go and share salt that was not meant for people from Okebeli, Oga, even when they are doing end of the year masquerade, when they are doing the festival, you cannot say you want to go and move to one area of the town to that area, you cannot from that place. So when you say you're from Ogun State, you're Yoruba, so every Yoruba cover everywhere. Okay, I don't even read this thing alone. I experienced it in my life. All my friends, I think from primary school to university, to level of some private university, were Yoruba people. So don't come here and make a look as if you are speaking to people who do not even know this place. I can give you the word I was born into. So if you come and argue Nigeria, I will tell you where I was born, not just the local government, not just the authority. The word, in the hospital I was born, the area of the word, I will tell you. So don't come here and argue what you don't know about Nigeria. That's why it is good to arm yourself intellectually when you want to come and argue Nigeria. But if you definitely want to do so, to choose narrative, please do so with arming yourself with enough knowledge so that you're able to live better. So, generally speaking, you see the character like Ade, right? There are plenty on Twitter. There are very many on Twitter. And they are working so hard to twist narrative of Nigeria state to a kind of a disadvantaged system. That guy lives in the UK. But you know what? He's living in the UK, it doesn't mean that he's okay as a person. That is the character that are very, very intentional to siphon and destroy Nigeria states.
Who lives in the UK?
That Ade you are saying, right? Let me give you the honest truth.
No. Ade lives in the US.
I think he's in the US.
Ade is
okay. No one has ever confirmed this guy.
He's in the US. Since we hold on,
if you move to the UK recently,
I'm not a lawyer. I can bet with my life.
Since we just let him wrap up real quick.
Okay, thank you so much. Please let me wrap up on this. I think you say he's living in the UK. It doesn't matter. So what it means is I can be in an environment that's supposed to be well established, and your mind is still in the bush mind. And nobody can help you when you are in the bush. When your mind and your mental thinking is in the bush, and you're supposed to be experiencing a life that's better than what it is. People will come and argue. My friend, he lives in California. He wanted a wife who is not even African person. But you know what? He will argue on Twitter and said, "Oh, Yoruba will not. If you are not born by a Yoruba woman, you will not the governor of the state." I said, you that your wife is not from Yoruba land. How do you argue this thing? Because your children will come back one day, assuming that they will not be governor of Yoruba land,
right?
Or the kids will do so one day. What will you say? Right. You are laying a foundation. You are laying a foundation that will destroy your children. He said it doesn't concern him. These are people who are on Twitter with you.
Can you imagine?
People who are very intentional about certain kind of narrative that is destructive. But let me give you the answer to what I said here. Everything I said here is this. The reason why Nigeria cannot make any progress in terms of all this, your speech, the right of expression, the right of whatever you say, even as contained in section chapter 4 of the Constitution of Nigeria, section 45 of the Constitution of Nigeria, said that any law made by the states or the National Assembly that is justifiable in that sense to curtail your rights, it is allowable in that sense. So what it means is that your right is not absolute. The freedom of expression is not absolute. People like Ade you understand that the language and the speech is accountable to the same crier Nnamdi Kanu is being tried for of treasonable felony. What kind of capital punishment in Nigeria? It's not a joke. Ade's speech on Twitter and many of his likes that I've listened to can only tell you only one thing: that if you can do anything to Nnamdi Kanu for whatever reason he has done or whatever thing you think, there are plenty of people like Ade that have made this statement every day. But you know what? Nigeria don't sanction people. Once the interest of that thing you are talking about does not affect political class, they don't care about it.
Let's leave it at that, Odwaya. Thank you. That was beautiful. Thanks for that. So, for people in my DM, the reason why I blocked him was simply because he knew what he did and he ran off. People come on my platform, they give their submission, they hone, and they're responsible for whatever it is they say. What's the name of this guy? I forgot his name. Tudo, what's the name of this guy that always disturbs?
Adi Omugela.
No, you know.
Oh, double chief.
Thank you. The double chief. I blocked him too, but I've never blocked double chief here. He comes here, he displays his madness, and we still have a conversation. I don't hold people, I don't gag people, but you deliberately came to do something. You riled the people up. I was hoping for you to stay by and at least listen to the response of what you said. A lot of people have come on my platform. They've had a go at me, abused me and everything. I still let it slide. I just, it's for the platform. But you don't do that. You knew what you did and you deliberately did that. A lot of
Jimmy is because you don't know Ade, you don't allow him to finish.
No, I know.
As he's finished, you allow the next person to interject him and he hold on there.
Yeah,
he will be grabbing and struggling to finish.
So
you know there with this
trust me.
He will be telling you, let me finish. You are calling the next person that wants to. That is how to, because once you allow him,
I did very well. I know I did very well. So again, for people just listening to me, a lot of people that are blocked on my other account, it's not the case here on this particular account. It's a level playing field for everyone. Everyone have a goal on a platform like this. Okay, so I don't care about your political affiliation, tribe, ethnicity, or sexual preference on off the cuff with Jimmy, and that's the reason why I kept it that way. I don't intend blocking anyone. I've never blocked anyone on this particular platform. And people have done so many crazy things. But today, the fact that you said all what you said, you derailed the topic and you left. I was waiting for you to stay put and listen to what people are going to dish back to you. Anyway, Dr. O, I want to take two exceptions. You go, and Bolanle goes next. Then I will wrap up on the live stream. That way we can go back
maybe
on Twitter.
Maybe I can come on Twitter. You allow Bolanle to go because I guess she was up here before me.
Okay, beautiful. Let's do it that way. Thanks for your understanding, my brother. Thank you. Let's have a female voice. I mean, we've been having all this back and forth with male all through the space. I don't think any female actually spoke today. It's a shame. All right, let's have a real negotiation. Mami Bolanle, welcome. How you doing? Jump in.
I'm all right, thank you. And yeah, I was listening before, and I guess that other guy made me request the mic because I'm like, how does a full-grown ass person, right, who supposedly is exposed, come onto any public forum space, wherever it happens, and display that level of bigotry? It doesn't make sense to me, and none of this bigotry makes sense. Do I understand where it comes from? Absolutely, because how else will the political class ensure that they continue to get away with the way they have treated our country if they don't divide us first? Because a people who are divided can never really rise up together to push back against the things that are happening in Nigeria that has clearly led to us being on a downward trajectory in terms of our development. And we need to understand that first and foremost, right? Most people who say they are Nigerians do not see themselves as Nigerians. So perhaps it's slightly different for me because I wasn't born in Nigeria. And while by the time I went to Nigeria, I kind of had that dual identity, knowing that the first passport I held was a British passport, and I considered myself as being English, but I also knew where my parents were from, and therefore I knew that I had that heritage, I had that identity. So it was a dual identity which I've embraced, right? And so therefore, if Nigeria and for example, if Nigeria and Britain are playing football, I would not watch it because I have, and it's often happened like that. What is disheartening for me is the length to which people will go to, right, to hold a position, even though that position is fundamentally flawed, right? Whether people don't understand that bigotry is hate. We all have our conscious biases, that's very much so. And we all understand how stereotyping works, right? But when you deploy it as a tool of oppression, or it's a destructive force, which unfortunately has been allowed to continue unabated, right? I won't support somebody, right, for whatever political office just because they are Yoruba, which I am, right? Neither would I support somebody just because they're a Christian, because I am, right? It has to go beyond that. We have to rise above that kind of, to a level of consciousness where we look at other things beyond that. I say it often, right, that I am an original Omeko. My father is Awori, right? But also when I look at Lagos, I look at it and I feel I look at the wave of migration, right, that has happened from the 15th century onwards. So we know who the initial settlers were, and then it has unfolded so that with each wave of migration, it elevated Eko, right, to Lagos, to what it is today. And I don't understand this argument that people often put forward, oh, people are coming to steal our land. I'm sorry, but the people who steal our lands the most are the political class, right? They get into public office and they do that. Everyone else has to buy it. Gone were the days where you have like those kind of conquests where you capture a village and enslave everybody. That no longer exists, right? And if we are to move forward as a country, we cannot have that mindset about land. If you are an Omonile and you sell your land, right, and that person who buys your land does all whatever is legal on that land and they prosper, you can't go back and then say they're trying to take control. That has come from a position of, it's almost as if you have this poverty mindset where it's easier to blame an individual as opposed to look at the systemic issues as to why you're not progressing. So it's like the political class has seen all of those nuances and understands us as human beings, because we all say we belong to something, and be it you come from a particular subset of it. You could be a bad, you could be Ijebu, right? You could be like and you could be a woman. I mean, it's like, whilst that is in your DNA and that's who you are, unless we get to a point where we see each other as part of something bigger and beyond our individual ethnic groups, this is the kind of conversations that we'll have, or the next generation will continue to have. Right? When we're talking, I think the last week was talking about Awolowo as opposed to Azikwe. You know, there's certain things I loved about Azikwe, because he was very much a person who wasn't looking at the country through a tribalistic lens. Whilst others, I mean, it's like Awolowo was my role model simply because of what he was doing in UPN states back in the day. Right? But he too was fiercely tribalistic. The problem is, being tribalistic is one thing, being a bigot is another. You can say Yoruba first, you can say Igbo first, you can say Hausa first, you can say Doma first, you can say anything first, right? Because that's your identity, right? But the moment you cross from there, right, and make decisions that affect the rest of the country based on that, then we are in a, this is going to continue, and it's going to get worse. Right. I see myself as a Nigerian. When I was growing up in the east end of London, right, most of the Black people I saw were from the Caribbeans, right? But when I come across somebody from Nigeria, and I remember the first time a girl from Nigeria started at the school me and my brother attended, we got home excited and told our mom, oh, there's a Nigerian girl. She has actually just come from Nigeria. Oh, mom, we want to be friends with her. Can we have her around for tea? I didn't ask which ethnic group she came from. Right. The fact is, she was from Nigeria. And I feel like, as a Nigerian, that's my first thought. Right. It's not about the ethnic group. And until we move on from that, right, we're in trouble. We just don't see how much trouble we're in. So for the people like Ade who comes and says it's about Yoruba first, I actually argued about the word Yoruba because that's actually a modern kind of way of calling all of the different ethnic identities that are in the Southwest. Because we weren't called Yorubas. Everybody, you were either an Niger, you were either a Japo or an Egba or whatever other subsets were, right? You were never a Yoruba person. Yoruba, it actually referred to initially when if you look at historical records, the first time that came up was when it was a slur, right? It just became popular, and it just became a way of defining, of recognizing all the tribes together, all the subsets of that ethnic origin in the Southwest, as opposed to it being an ethnicity. So if people want to be silly about it, I would say, oh well, I'm not worried, because I definitely am not I'm not Ijebu. I'm not from what would have been the old Oyo Empire. And that's me being petty. Right. So even those who are shouting, it's Yoruba land, Lagos is Yoruba land. Hold up. The first settlers were Awuris. So if anybody is having a say, it is those of us who identify as Awuris who know that we can trace our lineage. However, Lagos is not, has become more than just Awuri land, because with every wave of migration, it got better. It became a cosmopolitan city and became well known even before the amalgamation of Nigeria, the North and Southern Protectorate. So I mean, it's like I pray that God heals you of this hate, because hatred does not build, it destroys. Thank you, Ayod.
Thank you, Mommy B. Thanks for that. That was beautiful. So I mean, I have no problem with people coming here to speak. A lot of Yoruba people have actually spoken on my platform. I mean, Yoruba remote people. As a matter of fact, Tudo, someone has a message for you. It says, Jimmy, correct your friend Tudo about his misconception of the Aboriginals of Lagos. Don't be biased. Our worries are Yorubas. The Brazilian returnee were Yoruba people. Okay. Tudo is going to handle that.
So Jimmy, what is the correction there? I don't understand.
So I don't get it either. So I told him to come up and
everything I said was what Bonali just said.
Exactly. So maybe if it's chance he can come up and do that. But let me wrap up with this quickly, we can switch. Yeah, we can switch to Twitter. That way I'll have co-hosts and we can create more space for people to be able to come up. Please, guys, bear with me. Thanks to everyone that's been paying close attention to the platform since onset. We've been doing this for 8 hours now. I need to go chill out, get something to eat, and call it a day. But as usual, we always do this the after party kind of thing going on. But before we wrap up, let's take a word or two from our sponsor.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad, Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked live fish and banla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obidifoodsLimited.com. Website www.obidifoods.com. Obidi Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, so let's take the last one before we call it a wrap.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen in on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
All right, welcome back, guys. We've come to the end of. Let me put that up. Okay, people couldn't hear me for a minute. Sorry. Welcome back, guys. We've come to the end of today's episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Thanks to everyone that's taking time out to listen to today's episode from all the social media platforms: TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. In total, today we have a total number of 6,901 listeners on all these platforms. That's besides the 250 people on Twitter space right now. Thank you so much, guys. By the way, Adamodo, I see you, my brother. Don't worry, you get the chance to speak. You've been requesting for a while now. And Chris, I see you as well. The request button is actually turning red right now. But having said that, let me wrap up with this. Okay, Nigeria is not bleeding from gunshots alone. It's bleeding from words, looks, silence, and the lies told in the name of tribe and God. They called us lazy youth, mumu, efulefu, bastards. But we are more than just hashtags. We are generation that choose healing over hate. What I did today was just to point out the issues and the people that can be held accountable, responsible for what we see right in front of us. Today's episode is not based on solutions. Maybe in the nearest future we can dive into that, but not now. We're beginning to see from our submissions, different people's submissions, the stance and what people have to say about their own perspective towards bigotry. For people just joining my platform, I do take some stands sometimes to rile people up, to get people engaged in coming up requesting for the mic so they can speak. So I do this often based on the minor training I had to go through regarding engaging people in controversial topics regarding this. Look, because it was not God that drew the map of Nigeria, it was man. And what man divides, man can mend. So today, in different cases, people listening across the whole world, let's be the glue to bring us together. If you wish, not Yoruba, not Hausa, not Igbo. There are more than 3 tribes in that country. Can we pay attention to other people too? Can we at least act like other people do matter? May this episode not end with the live stream and mindset that this conversation is just one of those random conversations you have and you just forget about it. Let it be a conversation that we can continue in our homes, in our mosques, in our churches, in the palaces. Let it not be something we come on Twitter, we turn on, we turn on our phone, open the app, and we just listen, like a form of another radio. And if we must change our country, it has to start with us. The people that I've spoken on my platform today, some claim that their tribe comes first before the country. Some even believe their religion comes first. But you want to be like other countries. Nigeria first. Until when we start having that mindset, until then, I don't think we can move forward. But then again, some people don't even want us to move forward. Some of us, genuinely so, they don't want us to move forward. And I understand. Honestly speaking, I do understand. What is it going to cost us to have a better country? I believe we can if we give it a chance, if we let other people try it. Some people have tried it, they've been trying it all along. And Doggy, that was a beautiful point. You mentioned about the Wazobia. The zoo you requested for someone, an Hausa man. It's Fulani Hausa. There is the proper Hausa person. And that alone, people were in my DM. Doggy gets sense so. Doggy gets sense so. What is he doing in APC? Those are the comments I'm getting. And I deliberately came up with this platform simply because at the point in time, I got to realize that we might have a different political ideology. And I picked up that the moment I started realizing that, look, not every obedient is your friend. And not all other party supporters are your enemies. And that's a fact. So we might have a different political ideology, doesn't mean we don't agree on other things. So why not do something? Create a platform where you can hear people's perspective on different topics. And that way, people that see you as a dumb MF on politics, they will see you as a reasonable person on other topics. And that's the whole concept of this platform, where people come to share their experiences, we learn, we unlearn, and we move on as a people. We've been focusing on how to fix Nigeria. We've not paid close attention to how we can fix ourselves. And this is just a beginning. We talk about these things. I allow Tom, Dick, and Harry to come and speak on my platform. Otumba was here earlier on. He spoke. No one had anything to say about it. He was not gagged. That's the kind of conversation I want to have. I don't want it to be a tribal thing. I want us to have intellectual conversation. Nobody abused anybody. Nobody threw any jab. Not until Ade came into the whole thing. I knew him for that, but I needed to give him a benefit of doubt. Everyone has a chance on my platform until you blow it up. For people just watching this thing uncovered for the first time, I'm sorry you had to see that. That's not how I intend to run my platform, and people know that. Nonetheless, thank you so much. We've come to the end of today's live stream of the Cuff with Jimmy. The topic: fathers of bigotry, politics, religion, or tribe. What's dividing us? Thanks for being part of that. We'll carry on with the conversation on Twitter. And for all Twitter lovers, you can join us there. We'll keep up with that. Thank you so much and catch you next week, same time, same place, same